At just 8 years old, your first livestream attracted 1 million police officers watching, while 8 billion netizens worldwide urged you to turn yourself in, with some even demanding an investigation into your ancestors for 18 generations, all because you boasted during the livestream that you could make any handmade product. A viewer, upon hearing this, immediately spammed 100 luxury gifts and asked you to manufacture a seamless steel pipe with an outer diameter of 11 millimeters, an inner diameter of 7.62 millimeters, and 4 right-handed internal threads, claiming it was for drying clothes. Hearing this, you were instantly stunned. This was clearly a setup to land you in prison. The livestream chat immediately exploded. Wait a minute, isn't that supposed to be the caliber, not the inner diameter? Seriously, dude, for right-handed internal threads, you call this a clothesline? That's clearly rifling. Holy, are you sure this is something you can talk about on a livestream? Watching the lively discussion in the livestream, you're genuinely a bit stunned. It's not that you don't know how to cut internal threads. After all, you've awakened a god-tier industrial tech system, and the first skill you gained was top-tier machine tool operation. At this point, the viewer can't wait any longer and urges you, kid, can you actually do it or not? Give me a straight answer. If you can, get to work. If not, go copy your homework. Seeing this, you immediately reply, big bro, don't rush me. I was just thinking through the process, but I never said I couldn't do it. To all the viewers, thanks to big bro for the gift. The next task is to rifle this seamless steel pipe. After saying this, you return to the machine tool. Just as you secure the seamless steel pipe on the chuck, you suddenly look up and ask, big bro, what rifling specs do you want? What's the twist rate? Right hand or left hand twist? How many grooves? 240 millimeters twist rate. Right hand. 4 grooves. Now it's the viewer's turn to be stunned. Initially, he just wanted to knock you down a peg, but now it seems you might actually know your stuff otherwise. Where did this confidence come from? You nod and say, alright, big bro, just wait a bit. Rifling requires multiple tool calibrations, so it'll take some time. The live stream chat erupted again. Are you really going to engrave rifling? How old is this streamer? And he already knows how to operate a lathe? Ah, Jin. I need to call a few mechanical engineering friends to check this out. Is it real or fake? Engraving lines on a lathe is so specialized? As time passed, you in front of the camera didn't say a word after starting the lathe, focusing entirely on the operation. An hour later, you paused the lathe, took a high-precision vernier caliper from the tool rack, and slowly moved it along the spiral groove. Only after confirming the lead error was within 0.01 millimeters did you put down the measuring tool and look up at the live stream. But the moment you looked, you got a huge shock. The viewer count had already surpassed 4,000, and the chat messages were scrolling by at an incredibly fast pace. Finished so quickly, can the precision meet the standard? Host, zoom in the camera. We also want to see if the rifling is off. What does the internal thread the big brother mentioned actually look like? Watching the flood of urgent messages, you calmly nodded, big brother, time is limited. But mission accomplished, the internal thread is carved. With that, you aimed the camera at the seamless steel pipe on the workbench, revealing the spiral grooves in the livestream. The chat suddenly went silent. 10 seconds later, everyone erupted. Is this for real? Did you actually carve it out? Of course it's real. If you don't believe it, go search what rifling looks like yourself. No, bro. Forget the technical issues for a second. Won't live streaming rifling grooves land this kid in jail? This streamer, I see prison time written all over him. So young and already about to enjoy state-provided meals. Seeing the barrage of comments, you suddenly panic. Don't mess around, or the livestream might get banned. How am I supposed to complete the system's tasks then? You quickly speak up. Everyone, calm down a bit. This thing is just a commemorative item, not for sale, so don't even think about it. Also, a friendly reminder, always abide by the law. Of course, as long as it's not that kind of thing, our factory can process other stuff. If you have any requests, just reach out to me. I guarantee fair prices, no cheating the young or the old. Just then, a viewer with the ID I'm a dealer by the Nile suddenly pops up. Streamer, of course we know trading this stuff domestically is illegal, but what about exports? What's your factory's production capacity? How many can you make in a month? Can you chrome plate the inner walls? Can you deburr? When you saw this barrage comment, you were completely numbed and quickly waved your hands, saying, no, buddy, don't joke around. Although our factory isn't doing well right now, we absolutely won't do anything illegal. I'm a middleman by the Nile replied. Don't worry, streamer, exporting seamless steel pipes isn't illegal. I just want to discuss a business deal with you. Hearing this, you froze for a moment. Wait, it's actually not illegal? You couldn't help but ask further. Are you sure? What if there are rifling issues or internal threads? Still not illegal? I'm a middleman by the Nile continued. I've been in trade exports for so many years, I definitely know more than you. As a civilian enterprise, You're just making customized seamless steel pipes according to client requirements. What's wrong with adding some internal threads? What law does that break? Our clients here love using these patterned pipes as clothes-drying rods. If you don't believe me, streamer, you can go ask Dragon Country's Customs. To be honest, seeing the other party so serious, you began to waver. If what they said was true, wouldn't this be a solid order? It could just save the factory your parents left behind. Seeing this, the Livestream audience got excited instantly. That makes sense. I checked the customs website, and it seems there really aren't any restrictions on exporting this thing. Thinking of the mountains of steel piled up in the factory and the workers who hadn't received their salaries for months, you gritted your teeth and said, "Big bro, let's exchange contacts. We'll discuss the details after the stream." That's all for today, folks. I'm signing off now. After ending the stream, you immediately called customs to inquire. The staff informed you that seamless steel pipes with internal threads weren't on the prohibited export list, and the industrial capabilities of ordinary machining factories generally couldn't meet military standards. So, while selling this domestically would be illegal, exporting it wasn't. With this confirmation, you were overjoyed and quickly reached out to I'm a Flipper by the Nile again, asking directly, "Boss, sorry to keep you waiting." "No problem." The Nile River Hustler sent a handshake emoji. "How's the situation inquiry going? What I said is true, right?" "It's true." You nodded, somewhat curious. "By the way, what exactly is your business?" "Boss, how are you so knowledgeable? And these specially approved seamless steel pipes, are you really confident you can sell them?" The Nile River Hustler just smiled. "To be honest with you, the intended use for this export batch is exactly what you're guessing. Overseas isn't like domestically, so these goods are in high demand. You don't need to worry about sales at all. What you should worry about is your production capacity and quality." The Nile River Hustler countered. "Young man, I'm actually quite curious too. Why did you say in your livestream that you're the factory owner, able to decide what the factory produces and that orders can be discussed with you?" You sighed and said, "There's no other way. My parents were originally the factory managers, but they passed away in a car accident a month ago, so now I have to manage the factory." "Is that so? My condolences," said the Nile River dealer, "but I'm quite surprised that a child like you is running the factory. I didn't mean to pry." "Sorry, it's fine. No matter what, life must go on." You waved your hand and continued. "What puzzles me is that the gap between this seamless steel pipe and military-grade ones is still too big. Why don't those people just buy them from the black market?" The Nile River dealer thought for a moment before answering. "In the past, you could indeed buy many things on the black market here, but now it's different. Various major powers are competing here, and puppet regimes keep emerging. After the Eagle lost in the struggle, they immediately used the slogan of maintaining world peace to completely ban the import and export of weapons in this region. But in reality, they only banned others while continuing to ship weapons in themselves. The Eagle just wants to use this method to help the puppets they support regain control here. Because of this, everyone here sensed the danger and began to feel insecure, stockpiling large quantities of weapons and ammunition. To be honest, I didn't have much hope at first, as many factories are unwilling or too afraid to make such things until I saw your livestream." Hearing this, Lin Dong could be considered to have finally understood. "Nice guy. I feel like I've actually bumped the order out by mistake. The point is, this stuff, it doesn't appear to be illegal." So the two hit it off. "Okay. What exactly do you need? Do you have a drawing? Any specific parameters? What's the price? And the exact quantity you need?" And the Nile inverts thought for a moment and replied, "Tell you what, I'll ask for a little sample first, and see if I can achieve the desired effect. Order 20 copies of each part, including the inner barrel, to start with. If the experiment on my side is successful and can meet the standard, then mass production will take place. I'll find a way to send you the exact parameters and details of the process. But well, I do suggest that you'd better change it. It's better to integrate it into something else and not be too flashy. Although the customs of the Dragon Kingdom don't check on my side, I'm still in the Eagle Sauce's blockade zone. This $100,000 is considered the deposit I gave you this time, and is also considered my personal little bit of sincerity, hoping that I can continue to cooperate with you." After that, the other party directly transferred money. It was also thanks to the fact that this parallel world wasn't exactly the same as Blue Star, so Lin Dong received his first payment very smoothly. Looking at the payment in hand, Lin Dong's heart burst with excitement. The factory is finally saved. And this amount of money, at the very least, will be able to solve the immediate problem. So he said in a hurry, "Happy cooperation. I'll make sure to get the samples done as fast as I can." After saying that, Lin Dong hung up the phone and directly jogged all the way towards the plant behind him. Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant is located in the suburbs of the city next to the national highway. The red brick wall was blotted out by the rain in varying shades of alkali spots, rusty iron fence crooked half, machinery processing plant aluminum sign, and the wind shook out the creaking sound. At this point, the shutter at the main entrance of the plant has risen only 2 meters, revealing a dimly lit space inside, a few light gray oil stains trailing on the concrete floor, 22 rolling mills lying on both sides of the track, shields covered in flocculent dust, and crane booms parked in mid-air. Jo Yunshin, who was wearing a blue work uniform, was squatting in front of the door of the duty room to smoke a cigarette, and as he looked at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. How many years ago, this place was also bustling with countless orders, workers working overtime until late at night, and likewise became the pride of Nanyang Township. But now, it is surprising that it has been defeated like this. It's so true that things are different. Just as he was taking a long breath, a childish voice suddenly came from behind him. Laborer Zhou. Laborer Zhou. There's a list. There's an order. I found the order. What? He found the order? How is that possible? It's not like we don't know what the market is like today. All sorts of steel mills and processing plants are rolling to their deaths. At first it was at ordinary profitable prices, then at thin margins, and finally even at the lowest guaranteed bottom prices, where the processing did not make any money at all, but rather on the iron shavings that came out of the processing. There's even a classic quote in this business. It is better to process a pound of steel than to sell a pound of pork. Because profit-wise, it's really true. So when Lin Dong at first swore that he would help Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory to find an order, Jo Yunshin did not believe it at all, and just thought that he was a child's joke. In his opinion, Lin Dong is indeed the only bloodline of the Lin family, and the only legitimate heir of these two factories, but he is still essentially an 8-year-old child. He may have grown up here from a young age, and with his ear to the ground, he is interested in this industry, and so on in the future. Perhaps he may indeed be able to take up the position of factory manager, but definitely not now. It's almost impossible for an 8-year-old to actually try to salvage a factory that's already on the verge of collapse. So looking at the child behind him who ran over with a face of excitement, Jo Yunshin just barely managed to squeeze out a smile on his face. Plant manager, you said you found an order? What order? He had thought that this so-called order was just the words of the well-wishers on the air to comfort a small child. But unexpectedly, when he saw the customer's deposit, he instantly froze in place. What? You really pulled the order? Chapter 5, Who Wants to Leave Now? Looking at the order in his hand, in that instant, Jo Yunshin suddenly thought back to the scene half a month ago. Because his parents passed away, suddenly became an orphan, Lin Dong did not show in other children like panic and confusion. On the contrary, his eyes resolute and calmly told the crowd. I'll definitely find a way to pull in orders for the factory. Don't worry everyone. This place is my parents' life's work, and I'm not giving up on it. I would also like you all to give me a little time. Not much. 1 month. Just 1 month. Even though Lin Dong assured him, who would believe the words of an 8-year-old? Everyone just thought that Lin Dong was just a joke, and they were all ready to leave this place and find another way out. Well, at the critical moment, it was still Jo Yunshin who stood out and helped Lin Dong to support him. Everyone hold your horses. Listen to me. I know we all have grievances in our hearts, but let's not forget one thing. That would be the Lin family couple, equally bad. Why do you think they got into this accident? Wasn't it to pull orders for the factory and figure out how to pay the guys? Now that the two have had an accident, the factory is suddenly without a backbone, and I can understand everyone's anxiety. But don't forget. Their child, that's boy, is the rightful heir in the eyes of. In that case, I'll vouch for the little plant manager. I hope everyone can hold out for another month. After a month. If the factory hasn't made any progress, then we'll all go our separate ways, and then I'll file for bankruptcy with the higher-ups in the name of deputy factory manager, auctioning off the factory's machinery and paying everyone there. You don't have to worry about the technical aspects. Jo Yun took a deep breath and then said, Small plant manager, I'm actually rooting for you, and I'm happy that you're pulling in this order. But we have a deal. I will only give you a month's time. During this period, I will always help you. If you can really bring our factory back from the dead, then I will agree to take over the two factories. But if you can't do it in a month's time, then don't blame me for not caring about past love. I will apply for bankruptcy to the higher-ups in the capacity of the deputy factory manager. And on this order, want to save our factory? I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Hearing Jo Yunshin's words, Lin Dong was not annoyed. Because he actually knew that Jo Yunshin was doing this for his own good as well as for the good of the workers in the factory. After all, when Lindong's parents were also reluctant to let go, the result is that in the end, not only the years of savings destroyed, the hole is also getting bigger and bigger. So he smiled and nodded in reply. Don't worry, Laborer Jo. This is only the deposit for the samples and the first batch of goods. As long as the other party is satisfied, the subsequent orders will surely keep coming. You'll just have to wait and see. I'll be able to take our factory to another glory. Looking at Lindong's confident expression, Jo Yunshin's expression eased. He and Lindong's parents are decades of old friends, Lindong and he watched grow up. Sometimes Lindong's parents go out to run business, will throw the child to Jo Yunshin. It can be said that in front of this brat, since the time when he can walk, and his own time together, even more than in his parents together time enough to be more. So although it felt a bit outrageous and unlikely, there was inexplicably more than a little anticipation within him. This brat can't really be gifted, can he? That's how many days it took to pull in the first order for the factory. Is it really possible for him to save Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory? Granted, he didn't forget to warn. It's certainly good that you have that confidence. But don't forget one thing. Receiving an order and fulfilling it is a far cry. The operation of a factory is not as simple as you might think. Technology is one thing, orders are one thing, but the key is the workers. If there are no workers, then everything in the factory is scrap metal. Hearing Jo Yunshin's words, Lindong seemed to realize something and could not. Lindong raised his eyes to look, although it is difficult to see the whole picture of the factory. The 4-story gray brick factory building, the exterior walls are covered with mottled moss, beige exterior paint has long been mottled peeling off, revealing the bottom of the gray cement base. In the middle of a dark gray stone paint decorative bands stretched across the wall. The corner of the 4th floor of the guardrail of a number of windows has been rusted out of the mottled traces of. The sill of the window is also stacked with a few dusty air conditioning unit, but it is undoubtedly the highest building in this area. But this is undoubtedly the tallest building in the area. Just as Lindong was sizing up the situation, the worker who had just been chatting at the doorway went and returned, followed by other workers, who together gathered towards the two. Your father even worked with him on machine tools back in the day. Hearing this, Lindong also immediately greeted with a smile. Hello, Uncle Yi. Being addressed by Lindong in such a way, Yi Minghui could not help but blush with his old face, and the words that came to his mouth, naturally could not be said, and he hurriedly said. Hello, ouch, it's only been a few years since I've seen you, you've already grown so tall, I guess you don't remember, back when you were born, Uncle even hugged you. Ha 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 ha. After the two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while, Jo Yunshin saw that the time was almost up and opened his mouth. Old Ji, what about my visit this time? It's not for anything else. It's just to discuss with you the future direction of our factory. From now on, I hope that you, and the workers under you, will all follow Lindong's command, and do whatever he tells you to do? What do you think? When these words came out, the expression on Yi Minghui's face instantly stiffened. He twisted his head to look at Lindong, especially after he saw the childish face. He couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch a bit, and then he turned back to look at Jo Yunshin, and only after a long time did he open his mouth with difficulty. Jo Factory Director, not that I do not listen to the command, but the question is, how old is he? He? You put him in charge of the plant. Can he figure it out? I'm afraid he can't even figure out the most basic technicalities, can he? Isn't this just screwing around? And as Yi Minghui's words left his mouth, the workers beside him chimed in. Jo Factory Director. Our factory orders sharply reduced this matter. At first we still hoped to survive, and then you said to open source and cut costs to maintain the operation. We also know that the market is not doing well, bite the bullet, and also recognized. You also gave the guys a promise before, so originally we thought we'd follow the factory through and always wait for a turnaround. But now you suddenly put such a doll in charge of the factory. What the hell is the point? Is it possible that the factory is planning to dump its baggage and run away? Leaving us old workers behind, huh? Accompanied by this voice, which was hoarse with indignation and trepidation and anxiety, the crowd gathered at the factory entrance stirred. That's right. Factory Director Jo, tell me clearly, what's going on here? Can such a young doll factory manager understand the difficulties of our factory? I let the little plant manager take over because he really pulled in a big order for the plant. Just get this order done. Let's not talk about the wages owed to everyone. At the end of the year-end bonus that was cancelled last year will be restored as well. He can find a list that even my old week couldn't find. And the profits aren't low. That's why I let him run the factory. What did you think it was? When these words came out, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Huh? Orders? That kid? Can he pull in orders? And it's not a bad profit? How is that possible? To be honest, the crowd was a bit disbelieving at this point. After all, when he was his age, not to mention orders, he was afraid he was still playing marbles. And just as the crowd looked at each other in disbelief, at that moment, Lin Dong spoke up. Uncle Joe, forget it. Since everyone wants to make their own way, why should we make things difficult for everyone? Since you want to leave, I won't stop you all. But then, don't blame me for not warning the uncles. The gate of our Nanyang machinery processing plant is not something you can enter and leave whenever you want. After stepping out of this gate today, everyone who wants to come back later will not have that possibility. Because I've always had a point of view that you can only get rich together if you suffer together. I won't blame you all for leaving today, I won't blame you for falling on your sword, but if there is still a way to get rich in the future, then don't blame me, Lin Dong, for not remembering my old feelings. After saying that, Lin Dong made a wink towards Zhou Yunshin who was at the side. Zhou Yunshin immediately returned his intentions and opened the purse in his hand, then from the purse, he took out bundles of cash and placed them in front of everyone's eyes. For a moment, the crowd's eyes instantly straightened. I was in a hurry to leave here today, so I only brought this much money. Anyone who wants to leave, settle your paychecks right now and go. As for the workers who stayed, I still have to be honest. In the short term, the wages may still not be able to be paid according to the original standard. After all, the speed of the return of money in our industry, we are clear, but also to trouble you to work hard for a while. As long as the payment arrives, the wages owed before will certainly be paid according to the number. And in return, starting next year, all the old workers will participate in our factory's year-end dividends. Every year from now on, I will take out 20% of our factory's total annual profit and distribute it to the guys. Whether we leave or stay, let's all decide for ourselves. The moment Lin Dong said this, the crowd once again looked at each other in disbelief. Although the crowd felt that the possibility of a small child pulling in a large order for the factory was slim to none, the problem was that the white bills, they weren't fake. Moreover, this period of time in the factory, although the efficiency is not good, but the basic salary is still in accordance with the original 30% issued, at best, a little hard work, if you can really stay, and stay up. A 20% dividend on total annual profits is too tempting. That's a real factory patriarch. Of course, there were a few rash people who simply chose to take the money and go. Most, however, hesitated. Because the people actually know it by heart. The problem of Nanyang Machining Factory is not just a factory problem. In this world, even if you go to another machine shop, the situation is not much better. So not a moment later, among the crowd, finally summoned up the courage to ask. That little plant manager? Can I ask you something? You say. Lin Dong turned his head to look at the other party and replied. Can I ask, you said the order, in the end where is the order? After all, empty words are no proof. Now our machinery industry situation is really quite bad, the guys are just worried. The other man wanted to say something. However, Lin Dong revealed a smile. The reason is simple. Because that's what he wants, that's the effect. So in the face of the other party's question, Lin Dong just spat out two words with a calm face. Abroad. As soon as these words came out, some people around the room immediately showed a look of right on cue. In fact, we all guessed it. After all, the domestic market is so voluminous that it's basically impossible to make high profits. So the whole industry, in fact, is trying to find ways to develop foreign markets, but the problem is that the situation abroad is so volatile that it's just too difficult to find orders. But never thought that it would actually be really found by Lin Dong. It was at this point that the crowd finally faltered as well. Seeing this situation, as well as a large portion of cash left on the table, Lin Dong smiled and inquired. So? Now, who else wants to go? Seeing this, the surrounding crowd hurriedly took a stand. No go, since there is an order, let's do it first, it's better than nothing. Right. Just listen to the little plant manager. I've been working here for more than 10 years, I definitely can't let go of this place, as long as there's still a slight chance of turning things around, I'll stay. Live and die with Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory. Yeah. Little factory director. Just don't worry about doing it. As long as there are orders, everything is fine. It's not the lack of paychecks we're worried about, it's the lack of orders. It's hard for us to see these old guys sitting around here. I'm the same. Me too. Chapter 6. What's that got to do with us? Seeing the workers around him taking a stand, Jo Yunshin on the side couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, this money in the hands of the two men was the last liquidity of the factory. But the more times like this, the more composed you must be to act as if you still have money in your hand. Because that's the only way to give everyone the confidence to hold out until the next order. In fact, this suggestion was not made by Jo Yunshin, but by Lin Dong. At this moment, Jo Yunshin even admired Lin Dong a little. This kid, obviously only 8 years old, was actually able to be so sophisticated. It's not easy. And seeing that the mood of the workers had eased, Yi Minghui hurriedly pulled the two toward the office. Soon, in the office, 7 or 8 people had gathered. These men, without exception, are the masters who operate the machine tools in the factory today. Seeing that the crowd had arrived, Yi Minghui then looked at Lin Dong in the main seat and opened his mouth. That, small factory manager, this order is what needs to be processed. Does the customer have any requirements? Any detailed data and drawings? Hearing this, the crowd also showed anticipation and looked at Lin Dong. Even Jo Yunshin also showed a look of anticipation as he opened his mouth. Lin Dong, don't sell yourself short either. Just talk to everyone. What is this product that can be exported in large quantities, has a market, and has a very high profit margin? In the face of the crowd's anticipation, Lin Dong also pondered for a while. The Nile Pourer did send himself a detailed product parameter and drawing, but that stuff Lin Dong wouldn't dare to take it out. The reason is simple. People's indicators are military, while their side is mainly machining. Besides, once this drawing gets out, I'm afraid I'll really have to go in there myself. And the inverted man made it very clear. Don't ask for high precision, just something that works and is good value for money. It's all about luck with this thing anyway, as long as it fires and isn't a burning stick, that's fine. So after thinking for a moment, Lin Dong made a decision. Draw your own diagrams. This is classified, and there's no way for me to give the drawings out right. But I can draw it. Get a pen and paper. Hearing Lin Dong's words, the crowd immediately became curious as well. On the one hand, he was curious about Lin Dong's age. Could he really draw accurate drawings? On the other hand, it was curious as to what kind of thing it was that even the drawings were kept secret. However, the people did not ask too many questions, and immediately someone brought the tools for drawing, including drawing boards, for paper, rulers, pencils and so on. Soon, Lin Dong took his tools and wrote and drew on the paper. And what the system had rewarded earlier was now finally coming in handy. Looking at Lin Dong's skillful diagramming, the surrounding crowd also sked and wondered. TSK, that's a pretty good drawing. Like that. Yeah, it's obviously learned, it's not easy. Pity, this if put in our era, it must be the national key training talent. But now well. Alas, our industry has fallen out of favor. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, several parts diagrams labeled with various detailed data were drawn out by Lin Dong. After another moment, Lin Dong put down the pencil in his hand, clapped his hands, and said, Painted. Let's see it everyone. Make 20 samples of these parts first, and after sending them over, inspect them on the customer's side, and if the customer is satisfied, we'll be ready for mass production. As soon as these words came out, the people in the office immediately gathered around, looking at the parts diagrams and casually discussing them. Small factory manager, this parts drawing is really good. The shape, size, material, processing technology and technical requirements of the parts. Why do we have to test it over there? Our factory here is so big, it can be inspected, right? Bull. What seamless steel pipe? Whose seamless steel pipe looks like this? No wonder it says that samples should be sent to customers for inspection. Who the hell would dare to inspect this at home? For a while, looking at this thing on the table, the crowd backed off in their hearts. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong, who was in front of the crowd, was not frightened by this sight. On the contrary, at this moment, Lin Dong's face was very calm. Because he had expected something like this. He didn't argue with the crowd, he just silently took out his cell phone, and with a frank face, he played the recording of his previous conversation with the customs lady, word for word. Listening to the content of the two's conversation, the crowd, who had originally held opposing views, were instantly confused. So this stuff really isn't illegal? It's actually possible to export? While looking at the stunned faces of the crowd, Lin Dong poured a cup of tea for Yi Minghui without any delay, then pointed to the parts diagram on the table and explained. Supervisor Yi, calm down first, don't be anxious. Come, have a cup of tea first. First, I have to start with everyone. Number 1, this thing, it's a specially machined seamless steel tube, maybe it's what people's customers want to buy back as a clothesline. As for the other parts, we don't know what they are used for, like this spring, maybe people are planning to use it for Simmons. After our customers have paid and then received the goods. Assembling all these things in it, like people have to take this clothesline pole and use it as a gun barrel, this spring that's used for a Simmons and use it to hold down bullets, and this steel pin that's used for lint and use it as a firing pin. Then align the matching magazine catch with the port under the mount and press it firmly, press a 7.62mm bullet into the magazine, and pull the action to cock the gun. Ta-da! A barrage of bullets was just fired, and then a whole lot of people fell across the street. And what does that have to do with us? We just generated a batch of drying poles only, a batch of springs only, a bunch of other miscellaneous accessories only. Anyway, all of these things are eligible for export. We are completely legal and compliant, after all, these gadgets, in case people really use them to dry their clothes. This statement was made. Yi Minghui, who had just stabilized his mind and drank a mouthful of tea, directly sprayed out a mouthful of water. He looked at Lin Dong with a dumbfounded expression, simply unable to believe his ears. What the does an 8-year-old say? This is outrageous. Even adults are not right. But anyone in their right mind wouldn't think that. Because it's arms. If you don't get it right, you'll go to jail. This time, even a few other engineers in the plant had their brains down. Later? You'll wait, little plant manager? What you're saying is that this stuff isn't actually illegal, is it? It's not illegal for us to produce these accessories. It's not illegal for us to export these things. As for what people's customers take our stuff and use it for, that's none of our business. Is that what you mean? This doesn't quite make sense, does it? It was clear that the few people in front of him were beginning to falter. So Lin Dong decided to strike while the iron was hot. It's out of character, but it's the truth. We are only exporting raw materials, just like our country exports ammonium nitrate, white sugar or whatever. As for how others use it, that's someone else's business, and it's none of our business. So what if people buy white sugar back just to eat it? What if they buy ammonium nitrate back just to use as fertilizer? We are just an ordinary private machine shop, and we have one purpose. Then we'll process whatever our customers need without breaking the law. What do you think? It was obvious that the few people in front of him had been convinced by Lin Dong. But Yi Minghui, who is the head of production, is still hesitant. After all, as the person in charge of the production plant, if something goes wrong, then he has to take the blame. He was tempted to refuse, but he recalled the state of the factory today. Although he was only the production supervisor of a factory, he had put in many years of hard work for the sake of this factory. Could it be that he was going to watch it go bankrupt in front of him? Moreover, at this time, he finally understood the meaning of Zhou Yunshin's previous words. Big list. And the profit margins aren't bad. Isn't that bull? It's true that this stuff isn't illegal domestically, but as long as it's exported abroad, it's arms. Arms are the most lucrative business in the world. There isn't one. Profit margins are certainly not low. And sales are nothing to worry about. So he hesitated for a moment, looked at Zhou Yunshin who was at the side, and opened his mouth to ask. Plant Director Zhou, you are from the military and a senior engineer of our plant, what is your opinion? Seeing Yi Minghui opening his mouth to ask about himself, Zhou Yunshin then pondered for a while before looking at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, I'm going to ask you something right now. The thing is, it's true, it's not illegal, but the point is he reliable? Do you know your clients, well? Zhou Yunshin didn't say it explicitly and meant it. To put it bluntly, it's really about fear of a problem. That's the factory exporting these things that will end up being used by other people abroad, in turn, against their own people. As for Zhou Yunshin's concern, Lin Dong had prepared for it. He just replied with a smile on his face. Don't worry. This stuff is used to put eye candy on eagle sauce. So, hearing Lin Dong's explanation, Zhou Yunshin immediately understood. No wonder Dragon Customs doesn't restrict the export of this stuff. In other words, although the Dragon State has not taken a position, in reality, it is estimated that it is also secretly thinking that there can be some private background enterprises to export something over, and in the process, help to nauseate the eagle sauce. After all, what's the Dragon Kingdom got to do with the spontaneous business behavior of the private sector? However, Jo Yunshin did not immediately agree, but said again, "What about profits? I'm afraid we're still a ways off from the regular stuff, aren't we? What makes you so sure people will buy our stuff?" Hearing this, Lin Dong immediately replied, "Definitely buy it. Do you guys remember the previous ban? The golem eagle sauce supported was too good to win, so they thought they'd kill it back this way. So over there, the regular stuff is on the black market, and it's long since gotten sky high. In comparison, our stuff can be said to be good value for money. Of course, these things of ours, the quality certainly can't catch up with the military ones, at best they can only be regarded as earthenware. But dirt has its benefits. First, cheap. Number 2, large quantities. Third, it's hard to block. After all, nominally, these are just artifacts and small parts, and have absolutely nothing to do with weapons and whatnot. The price of 1 AK on the black market of others can buy us 10. Even if our quality is not as good as others. But it's definitely not too far off. And we'll be able to feed them in large quantities. Worker Zhou, what do you think? Is there any truth in what I'm saying here? Chapter 7, It and be done with it. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he looked at Jo Yunshin. Several other people in the office also looked at Jo Yunshin, waiting for him to make up his mind. But Jo Yunshin didn't answer immediately, he just took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and then took a puff. If someone could look closely, they would definitely notice that his fingers were trembling slightly at that moment. Not out of fear, on the contrary, but out of excitement. Between the smoke, Jo Yunshin forced himself to calm down and began to think about the feasibility of this matter. Civilian processing is certainly not up to military levels. This is something that Jo Yunshin, as a veteran, knows all too well. However, he had to say that Lin Dong's words, good price and large quantity, did make his heart flutter. It is said that one force is worth 10. As long as there are enough of them, regardless of precision, smashing can also kill people. Not only that, in fact, Jo Yunshin has also been paying attention to things abroad, although the dragon's internal peace, but other places, the pattern of turmoil, crisis, every day in the news reports, can smell through a strong smell of gunpowder. Once it's really dry over there, the subsequent orders, I'm afraid, will only be more. So he thought for a moment, looked to the crowd, and asked. I think this order, it can be done. It's not illegal anyway. What are you afraid of? Just do it. What's the group's opinion? Seeing that Jo Yunshin had made up his mind, the rest of the few people in the office chimed in. Since factory director Joe said it's okay, let's do it. It's not illegal anyway. Scared less. Even if it's investigated, we're following the rules and regulations anyway. Right. It was hard for the little factory director to pull in this order, it's our factory's last hope, no matter what, we have to do it. Although I do not know much about foreign countries, but even in the country, other people with our factory produced kitchen knives and so on to commit crimes, it is hard not to find our trouble, not? The things we process are just for others to cut vegetables and meat with. Besides, if you can really give eagle sauce on the eye medicine, then this thing, but can accumulate merit Lu. To put it bluntly, this is seamless steel. It doesn't matter if it's internally or externally threaded, it's none of our business what other people use it for. The opinions of the crowd quickly reached a consensus, and Yiminghui saw Jo Yunshin and everyone else taking a stand, so he also clenched his teeth and made up his mind. Since everyone has said so, that's fine. This order, let's do it and be done with it. But now there are a few more questions. First, the sample thing. The guys are aware of the use of this stuff, we have no way to test the strength right in the factory, 1 does not have the conditions, 2 do not have the guts. It can only be inspected by sending it to the customer, but that's too inefficient to go back and forth. So my opinion is that although our factory has fewer orders, there is still enough material inside the factory. In my opinion, simply do not follow the number of samples requested by the customer, directly do a batch of samples, we'll be able to consider the possibility of all the considerations on the customer to go directly to the selection program, and so on after the customer is satisfied, we directly mass production. Second, the question of parameters. Although we are only processing, but now this situation is clear in everyone's mind, since there is an order, then we should try to make the quality a little better as possible, and try to rely on the military industry. Factory director Joe is from a military background and is estimated to be familiar with this aspect, and the small factory director here is estimated to have specific parameters. Of course, this kind of thing is still known to as few people as possible, so when the time comes, it is still necessary to bother the two of you to be on top of things. Finally, and most critically, wasn't there a blockade order from Eagle Sauce before? If we directly export this specification of seamless steel pipes with internal threads and this kind of strange parts, it's not like people are little cuties, it'll be easy to find out what it is. So I'm wondering, is there anything that can be done to prevent this from happening? In the face of Yi Minghui's concern, Lin Dong was prepared. He laughed softly. Supervisor Yi, this matter, you don't have to worry about it. When the time comes for us to ship, we definitely can't just ship like this. We're going to disguise these products. Since this thing can be both a gun barrel and a clothesline, even Lin Dong was a bit surprised as he watched the crowd suddenly get so excited. He also didn't expect the crowd to be so motivated. And behind him, Zhou Yunchen seemed to have guessed what was going on in Lin Dong's mind, so he patted his shoulder and said, "People are actually attached to this plant. Otherwise, according to our factory's earnings in the past 6 months, everyone would have run away long ago. Now that it's so hard to see hope, everyone must be thinking of contributing. Don't let everyone down, little plant manager." Hearing this, Lin Dong nodded and replied, "Don't worry, worker Zhou, I won't let the guys down." Just as the two of them were chatting, under Yi Minghui's arrangement, the various engineers had already assigned their respective tasks and led the way. Even Yi Minghui greeted the two and went about his business. In the meantime, not far outside the office, which is the factory's production floor, many of the workers were looking with anticipation at the office not far away. It is not that the crowd intentionally come over to watch or eavesdrop, but now there is no order in the factory, there is no production task. The crowd on the one hand is idle, on the one hand is also looking forward to Joe factory director and that small child. What kind of orders can actually pull? The crowd murmured. Say, what exactly is the new order? I heard before that it's still a foreign order. The team leader and the engineer have gone to a meeting. It looks like the order is not small, I'm afraid. Even though I have factory director Joe to pack my bags, I still don't feel confident in my heart. Even if that kid is the old factory director's own son, he's still too young. How is it possible to pull in orders? Or foreign orders? I think it's a bit up in the air too. Right. How old is he? Younger than my son, right? That kid of mine, he can't even write an essay now. In the crowd, only a lean middle-aged man tilted his head and poured a mouthful of tea from a thermos, then sat down on his chair with his butt and couldn't help but sigh and said, "It's okay if there's a real order, but I'm afraid it's a fake." After saying that, he touched a box of cigarettes from the jacket pocket of the overalls. The box is written white sand, is $10 a box of hard-shelled. He used to smoke Hibiscus King, but now the situation is not good, even the rations followed down a grade. He pulled out a cigarette from the box, lit it and snapped it. He took out a cigarette from the cigarette box, lit it and snapped it. But unexpectedly, as soon as the middle-aged man's words fell, someone on the side immediately flirted. "Old Wang, you think the small factory manager is unreliable, but have you ever thought about one thing? As far as this factory of ours is concerned, it's already in this shape. If it were you, if you couldn't get the order, would you stick with it?" At these words, the middle-aged man froze for a moment, smoking a cigarette while tilting his head to think for a moment, then shook his head. "Hold on my ass, if I were the factory manager, I'd just file for bankruptcy and sell the factory and the machines. I guess there's still a few million left, which is enough to live on for the rest of my life." When these words came out, a flirtatious laughter immediately resounded around them. "Don't worry, old Wang, you'll never be a factory manager in your life. Yes, if it were us, we would definitely choose the same way, but the young plant manager is only a few years old and has this realization, just based on his heart, we have to insist on it again. And in other words, he is a child. If he insists on not selling the factory, and does not care about our lives, we can only accept it. We can't make things difficult for a child, can we? In addition, the old factory director and his wife to us can really no words, just God is not long-eyed. Alas! You guys know. In fact, I guess, the probability is that factory director Joe used his connections to pull in the order, but in order to help the small factory director to stand up for himself, that's why he lied that it was the small factory director who pulled it in. Alas, it's possible, factory director Joe is a truthful person. These people have been running around too much for our factory. In fact, from the bottom of my heart, I still hope to do it this time. After all, we are also considered to be a native of Nanyang here, it is close to home, friends and family are here. SHHHHHHH. All keep your voices down. It's coming out. Next. The office door was pushed open and the team leaders and engineers filed out. The workers, who were present, were instantly quiet. Yi Minghui took the lead and looked at the crowd, nodding his head, and then immediately began to arrange the tasks. We've all looked at this order, and we think that it's viable, and the profit margins are really not low. So I hope everyone can work hard to make this product the signature of our factory. The drawings are basically finalized at this point, so now we'll start producing samples first. Divide up the groups and try to optimize the process as much as possible. Aim to have samples made tomorrow. As soon as Yi Minghui's words fell, all the workers present immediately had their eyes glowing. It is important to realize that the machining industry, orders, and profit margins have always been two of the biggest pain points. But if we can solve one, the day will be much better. Not to mention the fact that it solves two problems at once. For a while, the crowd was exuberant. Don't worry, Supervisor Yi. It's hard to wait for the order. Even if the brothers work overtime, they will definitely make the samples on time. Guaranteed to satisfy you, Factory Director Zhou, and the small factory director. I just don't know exactly what the product is. It actually has both sales and high profit margins? Yeah, I'm curious too. Let me see the drawings. In the midst of the crowd's excitement, Yi Minghui waved his hand, and several engineers also laid out the drawings, then said, "It's a sketch now, but the general data and process are on it. When the time comes, we'll go ahead and draw up the engineering drawing files and distribute them to you. Hold your horses, everyone." However, right after the workers, with excitement, saw what was on the drawing, the expressions of the crowd instantly froze. The work in the machine shop is tiring and hard, dealing with machinery, oil, noise all day long, and occasionally needing a handful of strength, so basically they are all big, thick, old men. And for the grand old man, this stuff on the drawing board, it's totally unfamiliar. Especially the piercing 4 internal threads and the 7.62 mm internal diameter. It hadn't been brought askew by Lin Dong, so the crowd could see almost instantly that something was wrong with it. Wait. This isn't right, is it? Supervisor Yi. This is a gun barrel, right? This belongs to the arms type, right? Are you sure we can make this? And export it? This get it wrong, is going to jail, right? Once these words came out, all the people also looked at each other in disbelief, and the first few people even started to gulp. Obviously all of them flinched a little. But unexpectedly at this moment, Yi Minghui slammed his face and snapped. Bull! We're just exporting a batch of internally threaded seamless steel pipes that foreign users need. What gun barrels or not? We don't know and we don't recognize it. The customer is God. As long as they don't break the law. They pay money. We process. It's that simple. Anyone who dares to mention the word gun barrel again, do you believe I'll just give him 2 kicks? The team leaders will go ahead and make drawings, then print them out and give out samples in the next 2 days. We've all been in this business for so long. It's still the same saying. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Don't say what you shouldn't say. Even if the sky falls, it's none of your business. Chapter 8 Sample Out. With Yi Minghui's assurance, coupled with the fact that both the factory director Zhou and the small factory director had acquiesced on the sidelines, the crowd, although a little surprised, did as they were told. Not long ago, the original silence for a long-time Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory workshop, once again run up, a variety of machine tools roar, cutting sound endless. Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory was established 25 years ago. At first it was just a small workshop, and then it gradually grew bigger and expanded its scale, and in its heyday, it even had 1,000 or 2,000 workers and hundreds of machine tools. It's just a shame that, despite the fall of the times, and although the plant and machine tools are still there, it has shrunk to the size of 30 or 40 people today. Granted, the plant, with its various equipment and processes, is very well equipped. Turning, milling, planing, grinding, everything, and all other machining processes. This time, in order to save time, the team leaders and engineers, and even directly chose to personally, and strive to make the samples the best. And looking at the crowd's excited appearance, especially since the group was so handy, Lin Dong also put down his heart. Sure enough, it's better to be a professional at something. Even though there are systems in place, and I do know the technology, there are still a lot of things that are inconvenient when it comes to maneuvering in this body, which hasn't grown yet. And I have empty skills and not much experience, compared to handing over to them these dry, in turn, more assured. But what the system gives you is useful is all. In this business, you can't not do it yourself, but you can't not know how. After looking around the production plant for a while, Lin Dong was quite satisfied. And at this moment, he finally understood the meaning of Zhou Yunshan's words earlier. Orders are one thing, technology is another, but most importantly, it's still the workers. After shaking his head and putting his heart down, Lin Dong and Zhou Yunshan returned to Area A once again. A district entrance has a 6-story small building. Originally here is the office building of Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory, but now basically empty. Financial, information aspects of things are Zhou Yunshan one person to do, and even in order to open source and cut costs, he simply live on this side of the house, and occasionally as a security guard, open the gate. But nowadays, Lin Dong had found another use for this place. That's right. Live streaming venue. Lin Dong certainly hadn't forgotten about the system in his hand. After a brief greeting with Zhou Yunshan, Lin Dong finally had the time to continue studying the system in his hands. Because of one of Big Brother's previous gifts and the gimmick of live streaming the engraved rifling, the newbie quests issued by the system had been completed, and now the system panel was unlocked and finished. A transparent panel soon appeared in front of Lin Dong's eyes. Popularity value, 42,510. Technology points, 1 basic processing. Article, rifled barrel. Production experience, 100. Looking at the panel in front of him, Lin Dong was slightly stunned. The system did say that before. It seems that popularity values can be exchanged for technology points in the system's mall. But this experience, what is it? The point is, where does this 1 point come from again? With doubts in his heart, Lin Dong subconsciously looked around. Just the moment Lin Dong turned around, he suddenly froze. Because not far away, the seamless steel tube with rifling that he had processed live before was emitting a faint bright light at that moment. It was only because the bright light was too faint, and Lin Dong had turned on the lights when he was live broadcasting before, so he had never noticed it until he returned again, which was when Lin Dong finally noticed it. Looking at the steel pipe in front of him, Lin Dong suddenly reacted. Wait? Production experience? Could it be that? Is experience points for machining seamless steel tubing? Say, is this something I have to process myself to get experience points, or is it a factory process that gets them all? And the thing is like rank. It shouldn't be able to be upgraded too, should it? Thinking of this, Lin Dong decided to experiment first. No live streaming, then hand roll a seamless steel tube with rifling. Fruity. With a seamless steel tube. A subtle popularity value, 42,510. Technology points, 1 basic processing. Article, rifled barrel. Production experience, 103 100 upgradable. Obviously. What is made in the factory does enhance the production experience of the system as well. Seeing this, Lin Dong was instantly delighted. The samples were made so quickly? Yi Minghui on the opposite side was immediately happy. Nonsense. What could be so difficult about this thing? Don't forget, in our Dragon Kingdom, the last thing we lack is machining technology and talent. Besides, it's just a few parameters, so it's not just a matter of machining them. But little plant manager, I still say that. This is a civilian clothesline. Things built through this method definitely don't last as long as other people's genuine products. After all, we're the ones who cut it, others are the ones who cold forge it. Hearing Yi Minghui's words, Lin Dong smiled and said, Don't worry, people don't want quality, they want cheap. I'll come over with Mr. Chow in a few minutes to take a look. After saying that, Lin Dong hung up the phone, called out to Zhou Yunshan, and once again came to the production workshop. This time, however, Lin Dong chose to turn on the live broadcast. Not long after, dozens of internally threaded seamless steel pipes with hardened chrome-plated surfaces immediately appeared on the air. And there's even a sign on the side of them that says 2 words. It was specially written by Lin Dong, and it reads: Seamless steel pipe with right-hand internal thread, winding pitch 240 mm, internal diameter 7.62 mm, suitable for clothesline poles, general handicrafts, no danger, no bad implication. Domestic cannot be shipped, exclusively for export, the need for the old iron, please contact the anchor, good quality and low price, large quantities from the best, special areas, discount 20% off. As soon as the cards came out, the crowd in the live broadcast room instantly exploded. Chapter 9 Dragon Coin? Blade music. It's done so quickly? Naya. It's not really going to mess with the exit, is it? That's too much torture. No? Dude. I thought you guys were kidding, but you really did it? You really made something out of it? This isn't right, is it? Did I open the wrong live stream? Is the live broadcast content nowadays so fierce? Can you even sell this stuff live? For the record, anchor behavior has nothing to do with the audience. Master play heart fly. Carry your own back when things go wrong. Hello, is this 110? This is. Looking at the crowd's flirtatious pop-ups, Lin Dong was not flustered. He said with a straight face, "Guys. Don't get me wrong. It really is a clothesline pull. It's just that the customer's request was a little more specific. If you don't believe me, ask a client." And at that moment, I'm a pourer in the Nile, also spoke out. "Ha? Got it done so quickly? Your factory is quite efficient." Yeah. I just bought it to use as a clothesline. Don't get me wrong, everyone. Watching the two of them sing this song, the corners of the mouths of the crowd in the live broadcast room couldn't help but twitch. Grass. And you bought it as a clothesline? With your ID, who's going to believe that? Come on, you tell me, what clothesline has a winding pitch and a caliber? And internal threads? You're telling me this thing is a clothesline? Don't you two have a conscience that hurts? Very good clothesline, makes my bullets spin, love from the Nile. But at this moment, Lin Dong had no time to pay attention to the crowd's flirting. Anyway, now that you're almost there, the first order of business is to find a way to get a general look at the finished product. So Lin Dong carried the drying pole in front of him and introduced it. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, old-timers. This drying pole is 415 millimeters long and has 4 right-hand internal threads engraved on it. With a pitch of 240 millimeters and an inner diameter of 7.62 millimeters, it is guaranteed to fit all your clothes. Not only that, our clothesline pole, all of them are made of chrome molybdenum alloy steel billet, halfway through the triple forging to eliminate internal stress. Adopting the traditional broaching process, the inner wall has gone through 12 channels of precision grinding, deburring, and with chrome plating, no matter the strength, hardness, practicality, or corrosion resistance, there is absolutely no problem. This is definitely a must-have for home travelers. Foreign old iron people want, remember to contact me. Guaranteed good quality and low price. Lin Dong's words just fell. The live stream was instantly filled with question marks from the audience. Anchor, this clothesline in your house, are all the materials used so fierce? Nima. Whose clothesline pole is this process? Even chrome on the inside? Anchor, let me guess. This drying rod of yours, is it firing bullets? This clothesline is not a clothesline. What home traveler's tool? I'm afraid it's not a tool for killing and setting fire. No? You're really selling it, aren't you? You've got too much guts. But you're lucky you really don't say that. It does seem like that. Holy. No one cares about this? It's a live broadcast with arms. Ah shucks. Don't talk nonsense in the front. Didn't you hear what the anchor said? This is clearly an ordinary clothesline. It's a household item. Ah yes. Bioactive failure supplies. Life supplies for short. And this time, listening to Lin Dong actually really push up, even the Nile inverted was dumbfounded. This kid. The nerve is really big. But on second thought, it suddenly dawned on him. Holy. I got it. For one thing, this is really not against the law, and for another, even if it is against the law, the live broadcast platform and the police uncle, will they still look for trouble with him as a small child? How clever. Granted, he did make a request on the air. Let's measure the parameters with the tool first and see if we can meet the requirements. And in no time, the parameters of the sample were measured by the gauge. After seeing that the parameters were not far from what was required on the drawings, the Nile inverted nodded and then said, "Okay. Then send the samples over first, and if you have time, I'll help you test whether the samples meet the requirements." Once these words came out, the live broadcast room that had originally fallen silent, once again exploded. Wait. What the hell? Test samples. This test, it can't be that. Crap. Is it hard to really buy it back to dry your clothes? 10,000 blood letters. Begging for a live test sample from the pourer. And looking at the audience in the live broadcast room so enthusiastic, the Nile inverts pondered for a moment and opened his mouth. I'm not in the country, the situation on my side is a bit tense right now, so I guess it's not too good to start a live broadcast directly on the platform. Tell you what, I'll contact the anchor when the time comes and ask the anchor to broadcast for me. The anchor can just video call me directly. What do you think, anchor? In the face of the poorer's request, Lin Dong thought for a moment, so he immediately agreed. After all, the system needed popularity values to exchange for tech points, and as long as it wasn't against the rules, why wouldn't one be happy with that? So Lin Dong immediately agreed. Early the next morning, 40 sets of samples containing various parts and components were then disguised as various household items and sent out through customs. In fact, the first time customs checked, they noticed something was wrong. After all, whose clothesline looks like this? Isn't that a glimpse of what's going on? But as the previous staffer said, Nanyang machinery processing plants send only parts, and not assembled things, and the place of receipt is in foreign countries, people's foreign customers how to use, that is the matter of others, and this civilian level of things, the country simply looked down on. So customs just gave these things a meaningful look and just let them go. A few more days passed. Nile Poor then contacted Lin Dong. Brother, the goods received, the stuff is very good, especially this camouflage, the customs over here can't even see it, on the up and up. Facing the other party's compliments, Lin Dong was also polite. What should be done, what the A's need, is what we need. I've called for assembly, it'll take a bit of time, I'm going to test it at the range this afternoon, do you have time? Afternoon? There's time. Okay, I'll contact you then. Afternoon. Lin Dong has long been on the live broadcast, and many viewers are waiting in the live broadcast room. On the contrary, there was the occasional new viewer who was curious as to why such a live room promoting clotheslines had such a high popularity value. But Lin Dong didn't care about that. Soon after, the Nile Poorer called with a video. Lin Dong picked it up and realized that the other party was a young man wearing a black tactical mask and heavily armed. Upon seeing Lin Dong, the inverted master smiled somewhat embarrassedly and said, Sorry, professional reasons make it inconvenient to reveal your identity, so... Nothing. Lin Dong hurriedly waved his hand in a gesture, I can understand, safety first. So I'm starting? Okay. The inverted master beckoned, and behind him a similarly dressed man soon handed up the already assembled replica AK-47, while the inverted master took to his hands and briefly debugged it, and after another period of busyness, he then stuck the magazine tightly into the gun's body slot, this time with the magazine pressed full of 7.62mm steel core rounds. Glancing a short distance away, he narrowed his eyes and shouted. Is the target frame fixed? There. Magazines inserted in place, scale set to 100 meters. The inverted master glanced at the gun in his hand, and then at the human-shaped target on the hillside not far away, and then gave a hand gesture and shouted, Everyone! Get into the bulletproof bunker! As soon as he spoke, the crowd of onlookers, not far away, quickly ducked behind the concrete bunker, their eyes focused on the target not far away. In the rays of the setting sun, the inverted master, this thing actually works? And it's so fierce? I'm dropping a turtle. Is this the power of a clothesline? It's outrageous. Are you sure this is an imitation? It feels almost as good as the real thing. This is too much. And the inverted master looked at the imitation in his hand, and spoke with some love. It feels great in the hand and it's great whether it's single point, burst, or full auto. Follow this when the time comes. I'll be in touch with you later when you're off the air. Hearing this, not only Lin Dong, but also the group of engineers from Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory who were watching behind him, likewise cheered. Because being recognized by the poorer also means one thing. That would be Nanyang Machining Works, now saved. Overseas orders are not the key is to be recognized, you have contacts, and with contacts, you will be able to penetrate the market. While looking at the excited crowd behind him, Lin Dong was calm. He waved his hand and turned off the broadcast, then walked into his office and closed the door. Because next, the two were about to officially start talking business. Since the poorer has a channel, his appetite will naturally not be just this much. And the processing plant in the hands of Lin Dong is also waiting for food. Since the other party is satisfied, then next, it is time to talk about the next way of cooperation, such as the number of orders, the price, and so on. For once, neither side is hiding anything. The inverted man opened the door. Little brother, I see that this factory is also you in charge, so, the first batch, I need 3,000 sets, but the time is very tight, a week can only must be produced, and then shipped, can it work? 3,000 sets? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. This is no problem, the last thing our factory needs right now, is production. Tell you what, I'll offer you 300 for each set, can you do it? The pourer continued. Hearing this, Lin Dong frowned slightly. 300 a set? Can do as can do, but it is this profit margin. Is too much lower than one expected, even can barely not lose money. But right now, this is the only and stable order for the factory. As long as the volume is large. However, right at this moment, Lin Dong seemed to have thought of something, and with a sudden blink, he asked in return. Dragon coins? I'm talking about knife music. The inverted master grinned. We can't let you make a losing deal, can we? We're going to work together a lot in the future. Yes. Lin Dong immediately agreed. Crap. If it's $300, that's not a low margin. That's a big profit. No wonder everyone is thinking of getting into arms. Dangerous, yes, but it's so lucrative. However, at this moment, Lin Dong still had doubts and asked. That 300 knife then, you can sell out? There is a thing I still give you, this thing, especially the barrel part, with not cold forging one-piece molding process, but the broaching process, so the life of the words is really not as long as the genuine. After all, we are a private factory. Only, the inverted master scoffed at Lin Dong's concern. Any shorter than the lifespan of the hand-rubbed AKs over at Old Bile? Tell me, how much? It's probably only 2/3 of the life of a cold forging, and it's estimated to be 10,000 rounds, or more than 15,000 rounds with the cold forging process used. Ha! Do you know what the life expectancy of the AKs I bought from Old Bile was? Minimum 500 rounds. The highest is 2,000 rounds. They even used that old lathe from 50 or 60 years ago, hand rubbing it out, not as accurate as your live rubbing the other day. Guess how much I'd sell this for? How much? 400 knives apiece. Ha! Lin Dong was confused. I said to myself, this is a horse. Adulterer. Exactly. This is called things are rare and expensive. The inverted master sighed. You guys, you are used to the peaceful days at home. After all, our dragon country is powerful, other places are killing and fighting, and those near our dragon country don't even dare to fire the first shot, so you guys don't understand the bitterness of the outside world. Right now I'm a siege here, all the forces are fighting in here, they're insecure, stockpiling weapons to the death, and the people underneath are even more insecure. What provides security in a savage place like this? That's right. It's this thing in my hand. Everyone has a gun, so he's not panicking. An eagle sauce blockade, the genuine goods can come in, basically are smuggled in, one by one the price is expensive to death, before the Maoist side of the genuine in the black market here, a handful of 400 knives, but now you guess what? A handful of genuine goods can be sold for 900 knives, real TM black. 900 knives, that's enough to buy you guys 3 of these, and as far as longevity is concerned, that's not even an issue, so when it comes down to it, I'm the one who's really making a profit. And your factory can camouflage the parts, so they can all come in directly through the regular channels. The inverted master was honest, but Lin Dong didn't give an inch. After all, Lin Dong knew very well in his heart. People are the ones who deserve this money. That's putting your head in your pants. So Lin Dong directly clapped hands with the other party. Row! Let's all get rich together. Then it's a hard day's work for the poorer, and I'll immediately start urging the guys to start production on my end. Soon, the two hit it off. And the poorer was no slouch, and the deposit for the second order came in quickly. This time, the poorer even paid a 30% deposit directly in advance, full of sincerity. Looking at the deposit in hand, Lin Dong's face showed delight. Unexpectedly, however, just at this moment, the sound of Yi Minghui's hasty shouts suddenly came from outside the door. Little plant manager. Small plant manager. It's not good. The people from Blue Sky Steel are here again. And they've rushed straight into the workshop, asking us to stop work. What about this? Chapter 10, like to fall on your sword? Never cooperate. Hearing Yi Minghui's words, Lin Dong could not help but frown slightly. Blue Sky Steel? Isn't that the supplier of Nanyang Machining Factory? For example, these steel pipes and materials inside the factory are supplied by the other party. What are they doing here? Why aren't we allowed to produce yet? There was some doubt in his heart, but Lin Dong still opened the door, glanced at Ji Mingwei, and then said, "I'll go over and see what's going on first, you go and call for laborer Joe to come over." After saying that, Lin Dong walked towards the production workshop in Area B with large strides. Before Lin Dong could get close, he heard a loud clamor coming from the workshop. At this time the machine in the workshop has stopped, only to see a few wearing blue uniforms, shirt printed with blue sky steel people will be surrounded by the workers in the workshop, forcibly shut down the machine, and the leader of the man stayed an inch, wearing sunglasses, a leather jacket lined with extraordinarily sturdy body, while slapping the table, while shouting angrily. "Start work? What work? Have the person in charge of your factory right now come out and see me. It hasn't been a day or two since our Blue Sky Steel and your Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory cooperated. In the past, when your factory was doing well, we supplied on time and on schedule, and never dropped the chain. But now what? I have delivered this batch of materials to you for almost 3 months. As a result, I haven't received a penny yet. The first question is that there are too few orders and the factory is in difficulty. The question is who isn't in difficulty now? Do you think that the steel in our factory also comes from the wind? And it's not like I don't know what's going on in your factory right now. Anyway, I came here today for one thing. Settle the payment for the previous materials. Otherwise, we'll stay here today." At this remark, a few of the surrounding Hans wearing Blue Sky Steel's work uniforms followed suit. "That's it. It's only right to pay what you owe. Anyway, you have to give us an answer today. Whenever you settle the payment for the materials, I'll let you start work. Otherwise, I don't know if you'll go bankrupt and run away, and then who are we going to ask for the money? Right. We can't let them fill the holes with our hard-earned money. We're a small factory too, and the workers are waiting for their paychecks. If you don't settle the payment, we'll come and watch every day to see how you start." For a while, the crowd was in an uproar. However, just then, a voice suddenly came from right behind him. "What's all the commotion? What's all the fuss about? This is a production workshop, not a place for you to mess around. If you want to talk business, go to the office and talk, and if you make trouble here again, you'll just call the police." When these words came out, everyone froze slightly and subconsciously turned their heads. And the one who spoke was no one else but Lin Dong, who had just rushed over. After hearing Lin Dong's voice, Chen Degue turned his head to look over, and after realizing that it was actually a child speaking, he could not help but be stunned, and then looked Lin Dong up and down with a strange look before speaking. "Children don't interrupt when adults are talking, let the one in charge of your place come out. I'm the one in charge here, legally, I'm the director of this factory." Lin Dong said indifferently, "Uncle Chien, right? I remember you, when your Blue Sky Steel industry goods piled up, cannot be sold, but begged Grandpa and Grandma, only to find my parents, only to talk about the business, and even a few times, the goods have not arrived, thinking of the first settlement, go back to the turnover, which is only a few years to see, money uncle might see long off." When these words came out, Chen Degue immediately showed a look of embarrassment and then said, "Oh, you're the kid from the old Lin family, ah. So, I heard about your parents, sorry for your loss. What about my coming here? I want to talk to your factory steward." Obviously, at this moment, Chen Degue didn't believe Lin Dong's words at all. After all, a kid as a factory manager? What a joke! In his opinion, someone else must be in charge of Nanyang Machining Factory. Unexpectedly, however, he was rudely interrupted by Lin Dong before his words left his mouth. Lin Dong's face turned cold. "I won't say the same thing twice. If you want to talk business, talk to me. If you don't want to talk business, get the hell out of here. What do you think I am here? Your living room? You can come and make trouble whenever you want? You can leave whenever you want? And it's clearly written in the contract we signed with your Blue Sky Steel in the first place. The material payments were not supposed to be settled then, but rather quarter by quarter. It's not even time to settle the payment today. Do you think I haven't read the contract? Or do you think that no one in this Nanyang machining factory understands this? You can only let you guys do whatever you want?" After saying that, Lin Dong looked at the others in the factory with a gloomy face and then said, "All of you keep it on. Whoever dares to make trouble in the workshop again, just give me a copy of the weapon and beat it up. Call the police after the beating. Say that someone has brazenly come here to rob in broad daylight. Like to outnumber people, huh? Still think you're a thing?" As a traveler, Lin Dong knew exactly what kind of people this kind of industry would deal with. Without a little banditry, you'll just get eaten up in this business. The only way to face this kind of person who likes to make trouble and is unreasonable is to be even more unreasonable than he is. And at this time, the people in the workshop, after hearing Lin Dong's words, could not help but stare. Because no one would expect such words to come from a child. However, on second thought, the crowd felt that Lin Dong had a point. The reason why the guys were indifferent at first was really simple. One is not clear about the specifics of the situation. Was Chen Degue bluffed? Also really think that their own factory dragged people's arrears are not settled, so the right to lose. Secondly, there is no one to give the order, and people do not dare to act rashly. But now that the matter had come to a head, Lin Dong had spoken, and the crowd immediately had a backbone. After all, most of the guys who decided to stay here were the ones who followed the old factory manager, Lin Dong's parents, to break out back then, and nowadays Lin Dong didn't give up on the factory, but tried to find orders for the people and pay them. So in reason, the crowd was in favor of Lin Dong. Also because of this, Lin Dong's words just fell. The crowd in the machine shop have responded, directly copied the guy. The last thing a machine shop needs, probably, is guys who are handy. Seeing this situation, the few people from Blue Sky Steel immediately wimped out and rolled away from the machine. Seeing this, Chen Degui's face also turned green and white for a while. In the meantime, other side. Zhou Yunshin, who had learned the news, immediately changed his face as he looked at Yi Minghui, who was on the side, and said angrily, "Then why did you come running over here? What are you doing leaving the little plant manager alone over there? Don't you know what kind of person Chen Degue is? This guy is an old fart. He's got a belly full of bad blood. A small factory manager doesn't have much social experience, so he's sure to suffer." Only after being yelled at by Zhou Yunshin did Yi Minghui finally react and his old face turned red. "That. Forgot. Go go go. Let's hurry over there." Along the way, Zhou Yunshin was incomparably anxious in his heart, fearing that Lin Dong had suffered a loss. But unexpectedly, when he arrived, he froze directly in place. Just see Lin Dong stood with his hands, and behind him, the Nanyang machinery processing plant of the people are copied in the hands of the to the Blue Sky Steel industry of a few people eyeing the atmosphere of the crossbow, and on the contrary, originally prepared to come to make trouble Chen Degue a few people, at this time, even dare not even a fart, can only obediently let out. This bizarre scene directly made Zhou Yunshin and Yi Minghui both dumbfounded. What's going on here? And when Chen Degue, who had been cornered, saw Zhou Yunshin come over, he immediately looked like he had found a savior and hurriedly opened his mouth. "Hey hey hey! Factory Director Zhou! This way! You've come just in time. Quickly talk to your fellows, it's all a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding. Let's all have a talk. Have a talk. Only, in the face of Chen Degui's fawning expression, this time, Zhou Yunshin did not buy it in the slightest. To be able to step by step to the position of deputy factory director, just rely on technology is certainly not. Obviously, Zhou Yunshin is also a human savant. He glanced at Chen Degue and immediately guessed the ins and outs of the matter, so he stopped and slowly said, "Zhou factory director? There is no Zhou factory director here. I'm just a senior engineer in our factory, but I can't manage things. Our factory, now there is only one factory director, now it's his word. What's the problem? You go to him, don't look for me." "Huh? Who?" Chandragupta hadn't reacted at first. "You've already met our little plant manager," Chandragupta said. "Huh? But how do you forget who helped you when you were a small businessman and couldn't pull in a single order? Who got you where you are today? What did my parents do to you back then? And as a result, what are you doing to me now? Business is based on honesty. When my parents were still alive, even if they borrowed money from everywhere, they didn't owe you a penny. Now it's good, they are rushing to fall on the well, right? What kind of business is this in the world? Ha! What an ill-bred white wolf!" Being angrily scolded by a child in front of so many people, Chen Degui's face immediately rose to a pig's liver color. Of course he remembered that Lin Dong was talking about that incident. A few years ago, he is still just a Blue Sky Steel industry, small salesman, 2 months in a row did not pull the order, see and then cannot pull the single will be fired, the key time or the old factory manager and his wife to help, not only let him get the most critical first order, and the follow-up has been to maintain a cooperative relationship, and he also got the Blue Sky Steel boss's respect, just a few years, from the ordinary first-line salesman into the he was also highly regarded by the boss of Blue Sky Steel, and in just a few years, he became a department manager from an ordinary front-line salesman. To rush to the well at this time of year would indeed be scorned. But nigh. Think of this payment, but it is related to his year-end prize. The guilt in the heart of Qian Degue immediately disappeared, so he directly put on a dead pig-esque expression and began to play a rogue. I did the wrong thing with this today. But then again, what's the situation of your factory now, when the guys don't know clearly, right? There used to be 4 factories, but now there is only 1 left in operation. You guys don't even have any security guards now, so who believes you when you say you can pay your arrears on time? Then who knows if you guys will just run away back there, then we'll really be screaming for help. Besides, we've got the materials in place, so this will have to be paid sooner or later. Even if this payment is made quarter by quarter, as you said. Then 3 days later, that's when the payment is due. I would like to see. After 3 days, will you still be as tough as you are today? Kid, it's pointless to just be mean with your mouth. The key is to have that. Business is business, not a charity hall. Since we've come to this point, if you can't afford to pay for this material after 3 days, then don't blame me for being unsympathetic. At that time, I'm afraid we'll have to meet in court. Obviously, at this time, Qian Degue is determined that Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant today simply cannot get money. To put it bluntly, he didn't come here to ask for payment at all. It is to force Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory to sell machines cheaply, and he has long contacted the buyer in advance, thinking of making a big profit from it. While looking at Qian Degue's confident appearance now, Lin Dong sneered. Settle in 3 days? Ha! You can't be thinking that you can threaten me with such a clumsy tactic, right? Then I'll be honest and make it clear to you. It doesn't even need to be 3 days later. Today. I'll settle your payments today. But after this incident, I can kind of see clearly who you Blue Sky Steel are. Don't you know what's going on in our business these years? Our factory has no orders. Do you think you Blue Sky Steel can have a good time? In our area, other than our factory, which other factory can eat your output in one bite? So starting today, I, Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory, officially terminate the cooperative relationship with you, Blue Sky Steel. And from now on, never cooperate. The moment Lin Dong said this, everyone present changed color. Termination of the partnership. Never cooperate. This is equivalent to, directly the Blue Sky Steel industry, pulled into the blacklist. How dare you? You terminate the partnership? Qian Degue, who heard these words, violently widened his eyes and looked at Lin Dong with a face of disbelief. How could he not have expected that Lin Dong would actually have such a bottom line? Does it? Is it true that today's Nanyang machining factory is pulling in orders and coming up with the money to settle them? If because of this settlement, the loss of a stable long-term customers, and even let their own factory into the other side of the blacklist, then his sales manager, I guess also in the end. In this way, he fell down a wave of stones. Money did not earn, but also lost the future. Really steal the chicken is not off. For a moment, cold sweat instantly slid down his forehead. In the meantime, not far away, Zhou Yunshan's face changed slightly when he heard Lin Dong's words. He hurriedly whispered a couple of words beside Lin Dong. Little boss. Think twice. We don't have that much money in our factory account right now. While not a lot of material was ordered this quarter, it was a whopping 280,000. To be honest, Zhou Yunshan was also a bit sad when he said these words. Thinking back, Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant peak period, not to mention 280,000, that is, a breath of not 2,800,000, but also absolutely no matter. As a result, now actually fell into this field now. However, even though Zhou Yunshan's movements were already very careful, they were still captured by the sharp-eyed Qian Degue. He immediately decided that Lin Dong was bluffing. He was relieved and laughed just as coldly. Great. I'll wait then. I just don't believe that, in the current situation of your factory, you can still come up with money? Seeing that Qian Degue opened his mouth, Lin Dong did not bother to cover up anymore, directly took out a card and opened his mouth to Zhou Yunshan. I know there's no money on the mill's books. But I have money here. There's $500,000 on this card, 280,000 to settle Blue Sky Steel first, and the remaining 220,000 to settle the wages owed to the guys before. The specific accounts, if you will go later. In the next few days, I'll trouble Zhou Gong to take me to run to the next city at that time, and in the future, our materials will enter from over there. One more thing. Lin Dong's voice suddenly lifted. You guys don't freeze either. The previous customer still needs 3,000 sets of orders, and requires them to be completed within a week. Today, work overtime. The question is, how this is possible? Other factories around the country ran so many places, are not fishing for good orders. Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant with what? For a moment, he was overwhelmed with remorse and was about to say something. However, he saw that Zhou Yunshin had already done everything and nodded to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, on the other hand, put on a stern face and said, "Now that the final payment has been made, you can call your company's financials to confirm it. From now on, you and I, our two companies, owe each other nothing. Now, get out of my factory." Chapter 11. Brother, use this, it's strong. Chen Degui and others were like street rats, and were thrown out by the crowd of Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory. Looking at the other party's back as he left, Zhou Yunshin, who was on the side, shook his head and turned back to Lin Dong, surprised. "Got a new order so soon?" "Got it." Lin Dong nodded. People have made it clear that money is not a problem, the key is speed. If anyone else had heard that, they would have raised an eyebrow. After all, for an industry like machining, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to not be poorly served by a party. But Zhou Yunshin, a retired military man, thinks completely differently. After hearing Lin Dong's words, Zhou Yunshin frowned but frowned. He glanced at the people around him and waved his hand, signaling the crowd to continue with their work, and then directly pulled Lin Dong into his office, and then said with a grave expression, "Small factory director, this time this order. You are afraid that you have to be very careful." Hearing Zhou Yunshin's words, Lin Dong slightly froze and subconsciously said, "Why? I know you want to make war money, anyway, it's abroad, and it has nothing to do with us, but the problem is that high returns usually also represent high risks. Have you thought about the circumstances under which people would be so desperate for these things? If I'm not mistaken, the current situation on the client's side should still be at the stage of a standoff between all sides, so they're all frantically stockpiling weapons and ammunition. But once war breaks out, then I'm afraid we'll have to take a very big risk if we want to do business with them again. When the time comes, two things will happen. If the customer holds the channels for import and export, then the order volume will definitely increase suddenly, because once the war breaks out, the weapons and ammunition will be consumed extremely fast. If the customer does not hold this channel in their hands, then we are afraid that we will never receive orders again. Because the rivals will surely choke off this route as well. After all, you did say that our client's side is mainly an eye candy for Eagle Sauce, so the opponents must have Eagle Sauce's support. So if you want to do this business, you have to have an accurate judgment of the situation on the ground before you can do it." After hearing this, Lin Dong also finally came to his senses. Zhou Yunshin's concern was not unreasonable. For the Nile pourer to be active in a place like that, and to do this kind of business, he must have relevant forces behind him as well, or perhaps he himself is a party to the forces. And the relationship between himself and the pourer, to put it bluntly, is the same as the relationship between Nanyang Processing Factory and Blue Sky Steel. Although they are Party A and Party B, their destinies are linked, and they are both honored and dishonored. Sometimes, when doing business, you should never just simply do business, but take a long-term view. After thinking about it, Lin Dong nodded. "I know, Mr. Zhou, I'll think about it. Tell you what, I'll keep an eye on this batch of orders in the factory now during this period of time, and by the way, I'll communicate more with the customer side. In terms of materials, I'll trouble you, Mr. Zhou, to help make a run for it. After all, you're very familiar with this area. What do you think?" Zhou Yunshin had no problem with Lin Dong's arrangement and replied directly. "Without delay, I'll leave in the morning. Little plant manager doesn't need to worry about this. After all, you are well aware of what's going on in the steel industry in our Dragon Kingdom right now. There's a serious overcapacity, and no matter which plant, they're all desperate to try to sell their material. Alright, then, small factory director, I'll leave first. What's the situation during this time? You can just talk to Yiminghui directly, he's very familiar with the production side." After saying that, Zhou Yunshin said hello and left. When Zhou Yunshin left, Lin Dong sat in his office and began to contemplate. The pourer's second order was for 3,000 camouflaged replica AKs at $300 each. Translated, this one order is worth 900,000 knives. The percentage of advance payment is 30%, so the pourer paid 270,000 knives in advance, or about 1.8 million dragon dollars. It's a great deal. After deducting various taxes, the profit margin of this order can even reach a horrible 80%. In other words, with just this one order, Lin Dong's factory would make about $5 million. The profits were indeed substantial, but Lin Dong also remembered Zhou Yunshin's words before he left. A few moments later, he took out a world map directly from the data cabinet, and then thought about it. Nowadays, Eagle Sauce is making trouble all over the world in the name of justice. Eagle Jam's strategy today is actually quite simple. At best, it is called geopolitics, at worst, it is robbery. There's no way around it, it's the true face of the white-skinned Anza slavers and the means by which they've always gotten rich. It's all doctrine on the lips and all business in the heart. Simply put, Eagle Sauce is trying to control the choke points of global maritime transportation, which is equivalent to the maritime version of occupying a mountain as a king. So Eagle Jam's first goal is to control the strait by any means necessary. However, the Dragon Kingdom was now growing stronger by the day, so Eagle Jam didn't dare to act rashly, and could only focus its energies on another region. The Suez Canal. The Suez Canal is an important shipping route around the world, and since its opening in 1869, fleets no longer need to make detours. Going through it cuts 8,000 to 10,000 kilometers off the voyage, resulting in significant savings in time, fuel, and transportation costs. Because of this, it is one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world, and is known as the lifeline of the seas. It can be said that whoever holds this place holds the lifeblood of the global economy, and not even just the economy, but also the military. As a matter of fact, Hawk Jam was in control of this place at one time, only to be fought off later. But then the thieves' hearts did not change and they wanted to continue to support the puppet regime, but they did not realize that the Dragon Kingdom had also learned its lesson and started to play the game of cooperation, and so nowadays, the place is in a mess. So Por's comment about eyeballing Eagle Sauce shouldn't be a lie. Thinking about this, Lin Dong couldn't help but TSK. Now that this side of the world is in a mess, it really is a good opportunity to get rich. To be honest, in fact, Lin Dong had been very skeptical that the identity of the poor would not be as simple as it appeared. After all, how can you normally dare to go against Eagle Jam over there in the open without some background? The point is that he's still from the Dragon Kingdom. But this kind of question, Lin Dong wouldn't ask, and the inverted master certainly wouldn't say anything. Although he was unable to confirm the identity and background of the Poor, there was one thing that Lin Dong was certain of. Once the Poor really fell, then the orders behind their own factory, the probability is also to yellow. The best thing to do is to support the Poor as much as possible so that he doesn't really go down. So after pondering for a moment, Lin Dong suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. Wait. Anyway, it's eye candy for Eagle Sauce, and another way to get rich for your own plant. Seamless steel tubing is done, as well as other things. I'm afraid I can't just imitate AK, can I? How about something else? It just so happens that it also stiffens the backs of the pourers, and we can sell more of our products. Thinking of this, Lin Dong immediately got excited and directly took out something and started writing and drawing on the drawing again. A few moments later, looking at the top of the drawing, Lin Dong grinned and hemmed, took a picture, and sent it directly to the inverted master. At the same time, he didn't forget to add, right. 3,000 sets of imitation AKs, I'm afraid that's not enough? Big brother, use this. This is strong. Chapter 12, I'm a farmer, it makes sense to have these things, right? Looking at the photo Lin Dong sent over, the Nile inverted couldn't help but stare. He zoomed in on the photo to look at it horizontally and vertically, looked at it for half a day, and froze, but did not see what this thing in front of him was in the end. After all, he was not in the mechanical industry, so he couldn't see a reason just based on the drawings, and could only ask subconsciously. Say, what the hell is this thing? Why does this look a little like a gas tank? But not quite. Why is there such a thick tail behind the butt of this gas tank? There are 4 blades on top of the tail? And why do you have a double-deckered gas can? To be honest, as a layman, to be able to see these things just through the drawings, the inverted master was already considered very impressive. And when he heard the pourer's words, Lin Dong heatedly smiled and said, right. You're right, inverted, it's a gas tank. The inverted master was even more confused by Lin Dong's words. No, what do I need a gas canister for? Even if the gas canister explodes, it's not very powerful. I'm afraid this thing doesn't do much good, does it? Seeing that the inverted master still didn't understand, Lin Dong could only cough lightly and explain. Ahem. Porkboy, don't you see anything wrong with this? In my opinion, it's a gas tank. Only well. At the request of the A, so the gas tank is made to look like this. After all, customer is God, and what the customer wants is what we want for ourselves. Do you think I'm right? Hearing Lin Dong say this, the inverted master was immediately happy. Ah yes. That was my request. I just asked you guys to customize a bunch of gas cans. Ah, this gas tank of yours. I'm very happy with it. Powerful indeed. But well, if it's just the gas canisters, it might not be enough. After all, this thing, it's just a consumable. The key is to make this thing useful. So, your factory, can you produce a little more matching stuff? Like the right size, able to withstand enough pressure to send the gas canisters flying out at the expected angle, and preferably converted to the portable kind. Can you handle it, little plant manager? Seeing that the inverted master was actually so up to the task, Lin Dong immediately hemmed and hawed. It's not easy? Forgot to tell you. But I have 2 factories here. One is a machine processing plant and the other is a gas tank plant. To say we do this kind of stuff, we're the pros. When the time comes, I'll reinforce the larger diameter steel pipe and weld a movable iron frame underneath so you can easily adjust the angle and height, and get something that can be anchored to the ground behind it for added stability. As far as converting to the portable kind? Simple. You guys know that kind of farm tractor? Remove the front of the car, we'll modify it a bit more, get an adapted version. When you guys use it, just pull it over and fix it on the ground. When you're done, pull it up and run it directly with the car. Porkboy, what do you think? Is this okay? This statement directly silenced the pourer dry. He was silent for a long time before he suddenly asked. Not. Are you sure you're just a civilian processor? In the face of the pourer's questioning, Lin Dong spread his hands with a harmless face. And what else? You see. What we export is for farming. Gas cans. For cooking. Steel pipe, that's a water pipe, to divert water. Tractors. Farming. Isn't this a civilian use? I've been farming. I don't dare to do anything illegal. Exporting is just exporting some farming tools. Lin Dong's words went down, and directly dried the pourer's scalp up. Nima? It's like sitting on the fence. However, just as Lin Dong was getting excited, the inverted master directly poured cold water on him. Even though you earn it and I earn it, I have to say it in advance. The reason I'm asking that price is because I have requirements. What request? Lin Dong raised his eyebrows slightly and calmed down. You can't sell these to anyone else in my area. The inverted master said, You're a smart man, little factory manager, you should know what I mean, right? When these words came out, Lin Dong immediately understood. Simply put, there are 2 words for the pourer to do. Monopoly. Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant provides the products, the output, and with him in control of that, it's equivalent to monopolizing all the markets in that area. For one thing, you can sit on the ground. Secondly, he was able to ensure that these gas canisters would not appear in large numbers in the hands of his opponents. Even though he understood, Lin Dong didn't rush to agree, but made his own request. That's a request I can grant, but again, I have a condition. You're selling this stuff in that area only to be used against Hawksbane, for white-skinned imperialism. If you don't comply, don't blame me for unilaterally terminating the contract. Although our factory is short of orders and wants to make money, we understand one thing better, there is some money we can make and some money we can't. Because at the end of the day, we're from the Dragon Kingdom, and we're able to have this day thanks to the strong and prosperous Dragon Kingdom, so we'll never do anything to apologize to our country. I'd rather let the factory go bankrupt than ever do anything harmful to the country. Chapter 13. The cops are coming. And upon hearing Lin Dong's words, the inverted master felt more than a hint of admiration for the not-so-young child in front of him. It was clear that both men were worried, in fact, about the same thing. He then agreed without hesitation. Good. A promise is a promise. A gentleman's word. A team of horses. Soon, the 2 reached a simple agreement. The second order was pulled before the first one was even completed. This time, however, the pourer was in no hurry to pay the deposit. After all, the first shipment hasn't been delivered yet. So Lin Dong didn't rush to call the crowd over for a meeting to discuss the matter of the special gas tank. Now that everyone is busy with production, and Zhou Yunshin has gone to the next city to find suppliers, Lin Dong can only put this matter on the back burner for now. Taking advantage of this moment of leisure now, Lin Dong decided to study the system. With a movement of his mind, the system panel immediately appeared before his eyes. Popularity value, 72,580. Technology points, 1 basic processing. Article, rifled barrel. Production experience, 527 100 upgradable. For the time being, the factory didn't need any other tech points for the time being, so Lin Dong didn't bother with the first column and instead looked at the second column. Now that the experience bar was full, Lin Dong was curious to know what this thing could be upgraded to. Locked the office door behind him, then drew the curtains. After all, Lin Dong didn't want anyone else to know about this. Hell, he didn't know what this thing would become after it was upgraded. When everything was ready, Lin Dong took a deep breath and finally spoke. Upgrade. In the next second, a bright light flashed and a new prompt appeared inside his eyes. Congratulations, you have unlocked all the drawings and complete parameters of the AK-47. Article, Replica AK-47. Production experience, 427 200 upgradable. Complete drawings? I already have this thing, what do I need it for? Forget it, keep upgrading. The prompt came again before his eyes. Please choose an upgrade route. 1. Precision Department, drawings for precision weapons processing, such as sniper rifles, will be obtained. Optional drawings include 98K, Barrett, AWM, M24, AX-50. 2. Heavy Firepower Department, heavy firepower processing drawings, such as heavy machine guns, will be obtained. Optional drawings include Maxim, MG42, M2 Browning. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Lin Dong sucked in a sharp breath. Nice guy. Why are they all military products? You're in a civilian machine shop yourself. But on second thought, Lin Dong was relieved. Who cares if it's civilian or military? They themselves are only produced according to the needs of foreign customers, which is nothing more than different kinds of seamless steel pipes and parts. As for what the customer buys back for, whether they will assemble it according to the drawings they give them and pretend to be a scope or something, that's none of their business. The point is, nowadays, Lin Dong feels that, as a civilian machinery processing plant, it is still possible to fight with the military factory? The reason is simple. One is that civilian products are produced in sufficient quantities, prices are low, and large quantities are sufficient, and imitation AKs are a thing of the past. And the second point is because there is another special rule in the Dragon Kingdom. That's no business for the military at all. In other words, in the internal part of the Dragon, Nanyang Machining Factory has almost no competitors. After thinking about all of this, Lin Dong's thoughts immediately cleared up. The inverted master has said that current situation on their side is still mainly guerrilla tactics and even. Why does this tactic look more and more familiar? Over there, there's not going to be another 3-3, is there? For a moment, Lin Dong's expression immediately became strange. But he didn't bother to look into that. With a thought, Lin Dong directly determined the upgrade route to be the Precision Department. Soon, a series of drawings and processing parameters appeared in front of Lin Dong's eyes once again. Looking at the drawings in front of him, Lin Dong's heart immediately came to an idea. Next day, morning. Lin Dong once again returned to Area A and then turned on the live stream. Since the last time he rubbed his hand on the barrel of a gun, Lin Dong has been awarded the title of the most judgmental anchor in the whole network. So as soon as he entered the live broadcast room, a number of long-awaited viewers immediately rushed in and cracked jokes. Anchor out so soon? Shouldn't be while the wardens are away. Bo for a while? The future is bright for the country at a young age. What is this called? It's called taking 20 years off the road. It's only 20 years less of walking that counts for. Last time I saw a big brother. He took 50 years off the road. One step ahead. 50 years less can be okay, straight to the ground, right? Along with the pop-ups came a variety of gifts. Fans don't go, I'll steal a battery card to feed you, giving away Anchor Fish Balls X666, Anchor, groping the fish to save up a few days of family money, all left here. I really don't have a single drop. Fans, you guys see me hanging, giving away 10 calls to the Anchor, go Anchor. Anchor play heart fly. I've got a pot to carry. Fans, Lousy World number 1, presenting the Anchor with a card X1, the card is in place, the keyboard is storing up power, and will help the Anchor rush to number 1 on the list tomorrow. In the face of the crowd's teasing, Lin Dong shrugged helplessly and could only explain. What out? The Anchor didn't even go in, okay? I told you. It's just a clothesline for me. It's not like it's illegal. How can I go in there? Unexpectedly, however, as soon as Lin Dong's words fell, the crowd had already brainstormed. Anchor. The 7.62mm diameter is a bit small, not quite enough. Can you make a bigger caliber? Anchor. What do you think of what I discussed with you last time? I think it's pretty screwed up. You make the stuff, I'll pay for the people. If it works out, we'll meet at the summit, but if it doesn't work out, we'll continue to be brothers in the next life. How about it? Seeing these pop-ups, Lin Dong's entire body went numb. Why are you acting like a crime boss? I'm really just trying to make 2 orders here. However, what's even more damning is this. This group of people is not too big, send pop-ups even if, looking at the popularity of the live room is not enough, directly cuckoo brush up the gift. Are you good at fighting? Gave the anchor 1 super rocket. My name is Jibalchan, gave the anchor 1 spaceship. As soon as the gift came out, the popularity in the live room immediately rose. In less than a minute, many viewers once again flooded into the live broadcast room. And after seeing that the anchor was actually a child, as well as the inexplicable pop-ups in the live broadcast room, the crowd couldn't help but be puzzled and asked. Huh? Say, who the hell is this kid brother? Why is he suddenly so popular? I don't know, and how does this life look? Weird? Like in a factory? It's not going to be kid brother playing screws live, ha ha ha. Is there a brother with a big hang explaining this? Pure curiosity. However, it was not expected that Lin Dong had not yet exported, and this group of old dangs in the live broadcast room who did not speak of martial virtues immediately jumped the gun and opened their mouths. And you guys don't even know this? What? You actually don't even recognize me, Mr. Lin? How dare you? The one standing in front of you is Mr. Lin, a famous arms producer in the Dragon Kingdom. He's a master of both black and white. Let's put it this way, you've seen the movie King of War, right? The prototype is this anchor, and at first the director came to the live broadcast for a long time to write the script in order to make this movie and create a sense of realism. Right. Nicolas Cage flew to the Dragon Kingdom to see the anchor for some time to learn from his master in order to play the role. Looking at the increasingly abstract painting style in the live broadcast room, Lin Dong's entire body was bad. No? And Kings of War? I'm afraid I wasn't even born when this movie was released. Although Lin Dong wanted to explain, he felt that he was probably getting darker the more he explained. Not to mention, the rising popularity value in front of his eyes made him suddenly feel that this doesn't seem to be impossible. So after a moment of silence, Lin Dong sighed helplessly and did not explain, but acquiesced. Guys, keep it down, keep it down, keep it down. Don't really mess up my live feed. I still say that. Our factory, we only produce clotheslines for specific areas. We definitely won't do anything illegal or criminal. So what about today? I'm here to recommend another drying rod for the guys. Before that specification of the drying rod, some customers and we reflect that the range. Not right. The distance is too short. Not enough clothes to dry. And the caliber is not right. The diameter is too small. Can't hang too many clothes. So with the principle of urgency for customers, our factory urgently made improvements to this batch of drying rods. The new clothes drying pole, the material is still the same as before, with chrome molybdenum alloy steel, guaranteed to be child's play, with an inner diameter of 12.7 mm, a total length of 913 mm, with 8 internal threads, and a winding pitch of 381 mm. This specification of the clothes drying pole, compared to the previous one, possesses a higher stability and a longer distance. Before Lin Dong's words fell, a bunch of question marks immediately appeared in the live broadcast room. Huh? No, dude. Are you really talking about a clothesline pole? Does a clothesline pole need so many parameters? Hiss. This isn't. That, is it? Grass. I finally get it. No wonder it's said to be the King of War. I thought it was just a big joke, but I didn't realize that you're for real, kid brother. Wait. When these words came out, the live broadcast instantly exploded. The cops are coming. Run. The wind is tight. Pull the hoo-hoo. Who reported it? Step forward. Brothers. There's a mole. Terminate the deal. Chapter 14. Now this one is called Professional. Looking at the two uniformed uncles in front of him, Lin Dong's entire body went numb. You're not really going in there yourself, are you? The point is that the crowd in the live stream, when they saw the police coming, they actually fell over themselves. Big brother. I suddenly remembered that the gas in my house is not turned off. Let's get out of here. Hello? Uncle 7. What? Is it born? I'll be right there. I'll be right there. Your grandmother's getting married tomorrow? Yes, 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 yes. Big brother. You must hold on in there. Brother, we will definitely remember your favor. Be a brother. In the heart. Don't worry, big brother. You'll still be our big brother when you come out. As long as there's a mouthful of food for the little brothers, there's definitely a mouthful for big brother too. Looking at the pop-ups that were getting darker and darker, Lin Dong had a look of a dog in the sun. These dogs. However, at this moment, Lin Dong had no way to pursue them for the time being, and could only turn around and smiled sarcastically at the two uncles. That what? Indeed I am. I wonder what the two of you have come all this way for. Can I say it here? Looking at Lin Dong actually admitting it directly, the two police uncles beside him were also slightly stunned. The middle-aged man on his left, who was obviously older, spoke. What it says here actually works. But first, turn off the live feed. Seeing that the two of them still had a good attitude, Lin Dong was also relieved. After all, if they really wanted to let themselves in, they would have handcuffed themselves by now. Turning off the live broadcast, Lin Dong hurriedly invited the two into his office, then poured 2 cups of tea and handed them over. And the two were not ambiguous, introducing themselves first. My name is Jiang Yuan, I'm the captain of the Nanyang City Criminal Police Brigade. This is Vice Captain Wang Yi. What about coming over here this time, mainly to get some information? But before that, let me find out a little bit about you. Look at you. Not too old, right? Why aren't you going to school? Instead, you're doing live streaming? After saying that, Wang Yi on the side took out a paper and pen, ready to record. Hearing Jiang Yuan's words, Lin Dong then revealed a bitter smile. That? Captain Jiang, you don't know. In fact, I don't want to do this, it's just that my parents died accidentally in a car accident a few days ago, leaving a debt, as well as these 2 factories that are about to close down. So I thought to try to see if I could pull some orders and revitalize the factory through live streaming. Seeing that it was such a situation, Jiang Yuan's expression slowed down quite a bit before he opened his mouth. Actually, yes. What about before? You've been getting a lot of pop-up messages about guns and ammo in your live stream lately, and our cyber police department had us come over to investigate after we learned of this situation. If it's just a live broadcast issue, it's not enough to bother the two uncles from the criminal police team to come over personally, right? Lin Dong said smilingly. When Lin Dong said this, Jiang Yuan and Wang Yi both looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Obviously, this child in front of him, very smart, even more resourceful than many adults, saw the problem at a glance. Truthfully, if it's just a live streaming issue, it really shouldn't be up to me to check it out. The reason we're here is to investigate a shooting in the next city center. The killer also used seamless steel tubing and machined the parts, and rifling himself the murder weapon was left at the scene, but the killer got away. Because of the very close proximity, we suspect that the killer is somehow connected to your factory. Although the laws of the Dragon Kingdom do not clearly stipulate that the Jiang Yuan paused, his expression a little strange. Clothesline is a dangerous item, but what is the use of this kind of thing? I believe your heart should be very clear. Hearing this, Lin Dong immediately understood and asked in return. That's something the two uncles don't have to worry about. Regarding this aspect of the product, we have never sold it internally, only abroad. After all, a gentleman takes what he can get, and I wouldn't risk so much for that little money. This is the customs declaration of our products. There are 2 of you can take a look at it, and if you don't believe it, you can also go to the customs to check it. After saying that, Lin Dong took out a folder from the file cabinet behind him and handed it to the 2 men. Jiang Yuan took it, glanced at it, and then handed it to Wang Yi, who took out his cell phone, took a picture, and then returned it to Lin Dong. Jiang Yuan then said, "Well, we actually noticed your factory on the first day you opened the live broadcast, so we know that your factory's products are specialized in export. But what we suspect is that the killer could be related to, or perhaps even an employee of, your plant. After all, you have employees that are supposed to be able to put access to this type of stuff, right? And there are processing techniques as well. Do you have any information about the employees in the factory here? Are there any employees who haven't been acting quite right lately?" After being reminded by Jiang Yuan, Lin Dong tried to recall a bit, then shook his head and replied, I'm not sure about this one. Because of the production side, another supervisor was in charge before. I'll call him over and you can ask him face to face. What I can say for sure, though, is that the internally threaded seamless steel tubing we produce in our plant will never get out. Because the workshop is monitored 24 hours a day, the product of each machine, which is numbered, even if it is scrap, is standardized for recycling. After all, the risks in this area are known to us. Faced with Lin Dong's proposal, Zhang Yuan nodded. Not long after, Yi Minghui ran over from Area B in a fiery hurry. Before he even entered, he yelled. Small factory director. What's so urgent? It's not like you're not aware of this batch of orders, they need to be completed by next Monday, the pressure is on. Before the words fell, as soon as he pushed open the door, the moment he saw the two uniformed uncles, the whole person immediately wilted and burst into awkward laughter. Ahahahaha. Hello both of you. After saying that, he looked at Lin Dong and asked while making eyes. What's the matter, little plant manager? Obviously, even Yi Minghui thought that it was the processing of the gun barrel that had stirred up the trouble, so he had been waiting for Lin Dong to make a statement to see if he would confess and be lenient or play dumb. And in the face of Yi Minghui's wink, Lin Dong said bluntly. It's not a processing thing, our factory exports processing, legal compliance. There was a recent shooting in the next city over, so I came over to investigate. Is the surveillance for this period of time still there? Take Captain Jiang and Captain Wang to take a look later. Hearing this, Yi Minghui immediately let out a sigh of relief and then stated. No problem. The surveillance is still there. The surveillance has been there since the order was reinstated. However, Zhang Yuan, who was on the side, keenly grasped the loophole and opened his mouth. What about before the order was restored? Will someone? That's even more impossible. Yi Minghui shook his head. Before, when there were no orders, the whole factory was cutting costs and basically no one was working overtime at night, while during the day, I was in the production workshop all day. If anyone opened a lathe, I would definitely have an impression. Alright then, show us the surveillance. Not long after, in the surveillance room, after investigating all the surveillance, Zhang Yuan and Wang Yi both still did not find any useful clues. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan had no choice but to stop and open his mouth. Excuse me, thank you both for taking time out of your busy schedules. In that case, if you find any relevant clues, remember to contact us, here's our business card. You two go ahead and get busy, we'll leave you to it. After saying that, Zhang Yuan was ready to leave. Unexpectedly, however, seeing the two's backs, Lin Dong looked like he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly opened his mouth. Captain Jiang, please stay. Zhang Yuan turned back with a puzzled expression. That? Can I see the murder weapon? Lin Dong took a deep breath. We've been in this business for a longer time, we might be able to find some clues. I'm afraid this is not in line with the rules, right? Wang Yi, who was on the side, said, and the trace experts have already checked it. Unexpectedly, however, Zhang Yuan raised his hand before Wang Yi's words left his mouth, stopping him from continuing. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuan said. There are specialties, so maybe they're a little more familiar with it if it's a civilian machine tool. Tell you what, I'll take you both on a trip to the facility where you can help us with our research. Supervisor Yi still has to manage the production now, I guess I can't go, I'll just go. Lin Dong said. The moment these words came out, Zhang Yuan and Wang Yi both froze directly. You? In the eyes of the two, even if Lin Dong was smart, how old was he? Even the trace experts can't find out the clues, how can he, an 8-year-old, find out? While seeing the two of them looking incredulous, Yi Minghui on the side was happy. The two of you don't underestimate this kid, he's our little plant manager, seriously, his professionalism is inferior to even many of the old engineers in our plant. And rifling is the kind of thing he's probably more familiar with than we are. So let him go, it's spot on. Being told this by Yi Minghui, Zhang Yuan nodded his head and agreed even though he was still a little less convinced. Soon after, Lin Dong followed the two men into the police car and then sailed away. In the meantime, Nanyang City, Criminal Police Brigade, in the conference room. At this time in the conference room, smoke, the conference table is arranged with crooked disposable paper cups. Tea has long been cooled, the bottom of the cup is sunk with thick tea dregs. The people in front of the table have different demeanor, but without exception, they are staring at the heavy dark circles under the eyes, looking exhausted, and can only be cheered up with strong tea. Director, the problem is that the clues we currently have are too few. The young man not far away flipped open his laptop with a frown on his face. The information coming from the Linhai City side shows that there are no other valuable traces at the scene other than a blurry shoe print, a few shell casings, and an imitation firearm left at the scene. The shoe print is initially judged to be a common sneaker, and the shell casings are also models from many years ago. With these, there is no way to directly lock in the suspect. What about surveillance? Chen Yongyan asked. The street surveillance in Linhai City should be very dense, right? Did you capture the murderer? Don't mention it. The young man shook his head with a bitter smile. The murderer was wearing a hat and mask when he committed the crime, and the image captured by the surveillance was too blurry, so he could only tell that he was a male, about 1.75 meters or so tall. And he turned a few alleys after committing the crime and disappeared. He should be more familiar with the local terrain. Where's the murder weapon? The murderer also brought gloves when he committed the crime, so there is no fingerprints left. The gun is a homemade clay gun, internal threaded seamless steel pipe, but the evidence section over there didn't analyze it, and also looked for a trace expert, but they were at their wits' end. But at the moment they can only be wide-ranging investigation. But Nanyang City Machinery Processing Factory over there, it seems to be in the production of seamless steel pipe with internal threads. Recently, and there is a great deal of suspicion, so the captain and the vice-captain personally went over to investigate. As soon as these words came out, Chen Yongyan's eyebrows immediately wrinkled. Nonsense! What seamless steel barrel with internal threads? Wouldn't that be a barrel with rifling? They only produce parts and for foreign countries, so they don't need dangerous goods, and the customs side has released them, so... Just then, Zhang Yuan pushed open the office door. Seeing Zhang Yuan return, the crowd greeted him. Captain Zhang is back? Captain, are there any clues over at the machine shop? Yeah, it's pretty much all that can be lined up at the moment, but... Even Chen Yongyan looked at Zhang Yuan with an eager face. In the face of the crowd's expectations, Zhang Yuan, however, only gave a bitter smile and said, Sorry to disappoint you all. The production over there is legally compliant, with all the product declarations and monitoring, nothing unreasonable. And I've been talking to people at the plant and I can tell that it shouldn't have anything to do with them. Especially since at the time of the crime, they were busy catching up on orders at the factory, and it was clear on the surveillance that everyone had alibis. At these words, a sigh of relief immediately came from the room. Once again, the case is at a standstill. Looking at the crowd's expressions, Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment and then spoke. But... The director of the Nanyang machining factory also came over. When Zhang Yuan said this, the crowd immediately froze. Brought it back? Bring it to the station? Didn't I say it was no longer suspected? Why did you bring it back? Wait. The director of the Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory, isn't it the Lin family couple? They were not captains before. This thing you do is afraid of a little bit wrong. People factory is now the most difficult time. Do this, I am afraid it will trigger public opinion. The face of the crowd's concern, Zhang Yuan, however, just shook his head. It just so happened that people had the idea of assisting in solving the case, so they came back together. What do the guys think? I think we can show him the evidence and see what we can find out. After hearing Zhang Yuan's explanation, the crowd did not rush to take a stand, but instead looked at Chen Yongyan, who was not far away. And Chen Yongyan pondered for a moment, then spoke. By all accounts, this doesn't quite fit the case process. But the situation is urgent, and the danger to the people is greater every day that the murderer is on the loose. So on a special basis, this is something I'll allow. Go! I'll go over with you. Meanwhile, notify the comrades in the evidence section to bring the murder weapon. Although Chen Yongyan had prepared himself mentally, when he looked at the so-called expert in the room, who was actually a child, he still instantly froze in place, and then with an angry face, he turned his head to Zhang Yuan and said angrily. Nonsense. It's simply nonsense. What is the meaning of this? I thought it was the plant manager. How come it's a kid? Zhang Yuan immediately showed a look of embarrassment and hurriedly explained. Chief, this is the director of the Nanyang Machine Processing Plant. He took over the factory after his parents passed away from a car accident earlier. And his skills in the factory are very reputable. So we also just want to try, in case the blind cat really stumbled upon a dead mouse? Just then, there was a knock at the door as well. It turned out to be a comrade from the evidence section, who had delivered the murder weapon. Seeing this, and having no choice but to shake his head, Chen Yongyan looked toward Lin Dong, who was not far away, and then said in a pleasant manner. That kids Director, there's no need to coax me like a child. I know the purpose of coming here. It's better to show me the stuff first. If you guys solve the case as soon as possible, we can also feel at ease as soon as possible. Lin Dong said. All right. Chen Yongyan waved his hand, and a homemade clay rifle and a few cartridges were immediately brought over, along with a pair of professional gloves. Remember to put these on first. Lin Dong put on his gloves, then took out his flashlight and began to examine it. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he picked up the cartridge and looked at it for a while. Not a moment later, he nodded and said, "Clay guns indeed. No wonder you guys can't find out the data. And this one doesn't look like something produced on a lathe in our factory." When these words came out, everyone in the room froze. Zhang Yuan subconsciously opened his mouth. Why? Our factory produces products for export, not this kind of crap. After saying that, Lin Dong explained. As you can see, the firing pin marks on the bottom of this cartridge are on the shallow side. This indicates a lack of spring tension in the firing mechanism, which indicates a complete lack of selection of the spring, and if I'm not mistaken, the reason he dropped the gun at that time was because the trigger was pulled but the bullet was not fired, right? And not only that. The moment these words came out, everyone present revealed a shocked expression. The reason is simple. Because what Lin Dong judged was very accurate. That was the reason why the killer dropped the murder weapon at that time. All of this information, however, is only circulated internally and is impossible for outsiders to know. And when Chen Yongyan, who was on the side, heard this, his heart suddenly lit up with some hope. He originally thought that this child in front of him was just talking nonsense, but never thought that he seemed to really have something. You can tell these things out just by the firing pin marks on the bottom of the cartridge case. So he said immediately. And? Can anything else be analyzed? Lin Dong raised his hand and said. Take it easy. I assume you have an electronic endoscope at your station? Lend it to me. Within a short time, the electronic endoscope was brought over. Immediately, Lin Dong began to scrutinize the rifling inside the barrel. A moment later, Lin Dong's brows furrowed slightly. The rifling, it's a little off, isn't it? The positive lines are even in width, but the bottom of the negative lines have fine vibration lines, like some kind of high-frequency vibration left behind. Normally, this wouldn't be the case, guess right. However, after hearing Lin Dong's self-talk, everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air. Chen Yongyan, in particular, was even more excited to hear this, and a trace of exuberance suddenly appeared on his originally exhausted face. Because the judgment given by Lin Dong, whether it was with the comrades of the Bureau's evidence section or with the trace experts after the report, was completely consistent. This time, however, he didn't dare to make a sound, and instead waited for Lin Dong to completely examine the evidence. And at that moment, Lin Dong was in deep thought after reading this. In fact, he wouldn't have been able to do any of that. But with the help of the system, a vast knowledge about machining had long appeared in his mind, and judging this was naturally not a problem. As for why they chose to help the police solve the case, the reason is actually quite simple. On the one hand, in order to remove their own suspicion, the murderer is not arrested, the police uncle may continue to visit the door to investigate, the factory is not a day of peace. And on the other hand, Lin Dong needed to maintain a good relationship with them. Although it is true that the things in the factory are exclusively for export, but the problem is to engage in this business. If you really offend people, it is not possible to guarantee that the future will be out of the whole thing. As a traveler, Lin Dong knew one thing very well in his heart. The jungle is not about fighting and killing, and machining is never just about technology, it's about people. Just then, a word suddenly flashed through Lin Dong's mind. The next second, he blurted out. Wait. What is this? Harmonic vibrations? Suddenly hearing a specialized word emerge from Lin Dong's mouth, the few people in the room froze and looked at each other. The guys are probably really good at catching bad guys and solving crimes. But when it comes to machining, I'm afraid the crowd is not even as good as the most junior engineers in the plant. Not to mention the word that came out of Lin Dong's mouth. So Chen Yongyan asked stiffly. What is that? Harmonic vibration thing? Lin Dong also immediately explained. The simple fact is that old machining equipment, or improperly tuned parameters, can cause this periodic rippling on the surface of machined parts. In other words, the machine tool shakes up, and this stuff appears on it. But the thing is, the rifling is finely machined, indicating that the machining equipment isn't old, and the shaded wires only show this fine vibratory pattern at the bottom, indicating that there's no problem with the parameters. So there's only one answer. That's the harmonic vibration of the servo motor. It's just that some lathes have a flaw in their design, and even if the parameters are tuned accurately, as soon as they've been machined for a certain amount of time, this jittery condition will occur. And as far as I can remember, there's only one model where this has happened. Makino EX800 deep hole boring machine imported from Sakura country. This model shouldn't be uncommon, you guys should be able to check it out soon. As soon as Lin Dong's words fell, Chen Yongyan directly yelled and shouted. Did you hear all that? Hurry up! All of you, write down the model number of this machine for me. Follow this to find out. That. Your name is Lin Dong, right? Just a moment. Soon, in the office, the crowd from the criminal police brigade was immediately on the move. It wasn't long before all sorts of news came in immediately. Chief. I've found it. But the criminals are ferocious, and we're not sure if it's a gang crime for now, so things like reporting and accolades, I'm afraid it's going to be more difficult this time, mainly for your safety. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong also hastened to be polite. Out of the way, out of the way. But then. We are still very grateful to you. Chen Yongyan continued, this time you have also done me a big favor. With your professionalism, we may still have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. This is my private number. If there is an opportunity to contact again, what do you think? If an ordinary person heard this, they would probably only think that it was a losing business. After doing such a great favor, I can't believe I don't get any reward, and I'll have to work for nothing in the future. But Lyndon didn't think so. Isn't that bull? What's his status? If you really want to contact yourself, do you need to leave yourself a personal phone number? It's not just a direct system check, with phone numbers and addresses all available. The reason others do this is, quite frankly, to pull strings. In the future, if you have any needs, call this number. As long as it is not excessive, not illegal and disorderly, people can help certainly will help. So Lin Dong agreed without hesitation. Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, Director Chen, as long as there's a need for me in the future, I'll definitely do my best. Chapter 15 Danger? Might. Only, what Lin Dong didn't know at this time was. At this point in the factory, because he has made a scene. Because of the need to catch up with orders, so Nanyang Machining Factory directly from the original 8-hour workday into a 12-hour workday, and came a wave of 2 shifts. Of course, today's Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant and orders and money, the workers are not only not half happy, but instead called up. After all, it's been deserted for most of the year, so who's going to mind less money? But coincidentally, right after Lin Dong left in the police car, he happened to be seen by a few workers who came over to work the night shift. Soon the news spread that the small plant manager had been taken away by the police. For a while, the crowd in the Zhou Yunshan let out a rare foul mouth. Yi's supervisor has not returned even now after he went over earlier, will he also go in together? Zhou Yunshan choked, turned his head and started to call and shake people off. Although he is now only the deputy director of the Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant, but at least it is also a veteran, in Nanyang City, such a small place, more or less still a little acquaintance. As a result, it was not long after Zhou Yunshan left. Yi Minghui pushed the door open again. Watching the workers look at themselves with a hellish look on their faces. For a while, Yi Minghui was a bit baffled. What are you waiting for? Get on with it. Are the orders done? What are you doing here? So you didn't go in, Supervisor Yi? Go in? Into where? Yi Minghui froze, then suddenly had a premonition of bad, scolded, small factory director let me go next door to the plant before leaving to check the gas canisters of the warehouse and assembly line, I just go so a while, and then stamped out what moths? The crowd was instantly silent. After a long silence, someone finally asked cautiously. That small factory manager also did not go in? Before we have someone watched on the police car, because it was taken away, and thought it was us processing this illegal, so... When these words came out, Yi Minghui immediately cried and laughed a little, and then laughed and scolded. What's going in? The police came over to investigate a case that has nothing to do with our factory, but the small factory director was asked to go over to help them investigate the case. I guess he'll be back after a while. What's it all about? That's bad, it seems like factory director Joe also misunderstood something. Old Chow is back? Ouch I go, you guys step on the horse. All day long, you're trying to make something big for me, aren't you? Forget it, hurry back to me to rush orders. If you make such a mess again, I'll whip you. Hurry up. After saying that, Yi Minghui hurriedly rushed out and called Zhou Yunshin. But fortunately the oops didn't last long. Because not a moment later, Lin Dong left the police station. Originally, Jiang Yun thought of sending Lin Dong back, but Lin Dong declined his kindness. Hello, Mr. Zhou? It's okay, I just came over to do a favor, it was too before, I didn't hear. A moment later, Lin Dong called Yi Minghui again and said. By the way, Supervisor Yi, for tonight's night shift, are there still team leaders in each group? There are 4 other group leaders in. Find a way to draw 2 team leaders for me, and it just so happens that Zhou Gong is back, so let's give a notice to meet at the office in Area B in half an hour. Okay. In no time, Lin Dong returned to the factory with Zhou Yunshin. Although it was already nighttime, close to 10 o'clock, the place was still brightly lit, with all kinds of noises in the factory. That's the norm for machine shops now. This is precisely why the Nanyang machining factory was chosen in such a remote suburban location. It wasn't long before the two arrived at the office. In the office at this time, Yi Minghui and the other 2 team leaders had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Lin Dong come in, several people immediately shouted. Small plant manager. For the child in front of them who was not very old, but was able to pull in a large number of orders, the crowd was sincerely admiring from the bottom of their hearts. That's genius. Technically sound, and business savvy. Without further ado, let me briefly explain the reason why I called you all here this time. Lin Dong spoke, I want to restore the previously abandoned gas tank production line, what do you all think? When these words came out, the people present immediately fell silent, looking at each other with a desire to speak. There's no need to hide anything, just say it. Yi Minghui saw that both team leaders did not speak up, so he could only harden himself and said. That little plant manager. I don't feel right about this. Oh, why? Lin Dong asked rhetorically. The reason why our factory stopped the production line of gas tanks before, to put it bluntly, is that we can't make any more money doing this. Gas cans used to sell well, and that was because families were using the stuff, so there were orders. But there are this time, even the other 2 group leaders chimed in. Yes, little plant manager, think twice. Supervisor Yi does have a point, don't spoil your reputation for the sake of a small profit in front of you. It's not worth it. Looking at the trio in such an anxious manner, Zhou Yunshin, who was on the side, finally couldn't look on and said helplessly. You guys, why are you so brain dead? Let me ask you, our country, why do we have so many requirements for gas tanks? What is it for? Of course it's safe. Yi Minghui immediately replied, gas tanks are supposed to be used to pressurize gas, so if the craftsmanship and materials aren't up to par, it's easy to cause leaks and explosions. But what if Zhou Yunshin followed the advice, our purpose is to make the gas tank easy to explode. Huh? When these words came out, Yi Minghui's trio was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? Just making the gas cans more likely to explode? What a joke. Other people's gas tanks are afraid of accidents, the safer the better, but when it comes to this place, how come it's still the easier to explode the better? Even if it's an export, it can't be so unconscionable. Foreigners aren't people. This is in case of an explosion. However, unexpectedly, right at this moment, Yi Minghui suddenly froze. Wait? An explosion? His mind snapped to the clothesline pole he was now working overtime to catch up on. If there really is a place where the more likely a gas canister is to explode, the better, it's a war-torn area. For peaceful areas, explosions are dangerous. But for war-torn areas, explosions are power. At once, he understood and opened his mouth. It can't be. The same client as before, can it? Chapter 16, you call this a waiver? Seeing that Yi Minghui finally understood, Lin Dong laughed and didn't hide it, directly taking out the sketches he had drawn earlier. This sketch was the one that Lin Dong had shown the poorer earlier. But Linden wasn't satisfied with that. One's own mind, of course, is no match for that of a group of engineers. As the saying goes, the power of the masses is infinite, and the wisdom of the masses is infinite. If not, 3 ignorant cobblers can still make up for a genius, can't they? So after taking the drawings out, Lin Dong spoke directly. That's right, the same client as before. Here's a sketch of a gas tank I've designed so far, let's see if it's feasible. Soon, several people took the sketches and examined them. As a result, not a moment later, the crowd violently sucked in a breath of cold air. Small plant manager. Will this work? This thing actually has a tail. It's not an aerial bomb, is it? This behind the butt, that's the tail, isn't it? It controls the flight attitude. This tube, then, wouldn't be for the launch charge, would it? This time, without Lin Dong deliberately being crooked, the crowd immediately understood in front of the drawings on this thing, what exactly is it? This thing, when loaded with gas, can be used for fire and cooking. When loaded with explosives, that's... Where is this gas tank? This is clearly a shell. And looking at the drawings in front of him, Jo Yunshin on the side also interjected. Ha! This thing looks to be a bit like a heartless cannon. Upon hearing that word, everyone in the room froze. Lin Dong, in particular, couldn't help but be curious. Worker Jo, what's a heartless cannon? Ayo, it's actually earth cannons. Jo Yunshin explained, our country used to lack heavy firepower, many times there was no way to attack, especially when attacking a city. Most of the time, it relied on the warriors to use their lives to blow up the city, and then everyone came up with a method, that is, to get a gasoline barrel, seal it tightly underneath, add iron hoops to enhance the strength externally, and put launching charges and explosive packets inside, and then... boom! Don't look at this thing earthy, extremely dangerous, a little inattention is easy to blow up the chamber and hurt their own people, but the effect is very remarkable. And do you know why this stuff was so hot back then? It's actually the same thing as our gas tanks. Weapons blockade, mortars and so on, and expensive, and cannot be transported in, so simply engage in this kind of earth artillery. The cost is less than 1/5 of the mortar, although the accuracy of the serious lack of precision, but this thing is a large amount. Pipe full. Powerful enough. Fighting a war is like that sometimes. Isn't there a saying that says it all? Poor for precision strikes, rich for fire coverage. As long as there are enough of them, who cares about precision? While Yi Minghui, who was on the side, subconsciously asked. Mr. Zhou, what about the launch? What about the launch? This is simple. Jo Yunshin pointed to the drawings and said, when the time comes, I'll go and change the molds, make the outer diameter of the gas tanks 249 millimeters. It just so happens that we still have 250 millimeters drainage cast iron pipes in the factory. When the time comes, we'll weld and seal one end of the iron pipe, and then we'll add a knockout pin underneath it. Then exit together. Wouldn't that give us a gun barrel? After saying that, Jo Yunshin looked at Lin Dong and opened his mouth. What do you think of this law, little plant manager? And Lin Dong nodded and continued. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think that since we have this production condition, we should think more about our customers. We need to fully utilize our imagination and create more versions to ensure that our customers can use them in every situation. We can design and produce a few more sample sets. Different caliber, different usage. Small caliber, people can be portable on their own. Medium caliber, have them strapped to the back of the pickup truck and just fire away, shoot and run. If it's a large caliber, the recoil is estimated to be phenomenal, the pickup truck is probably going to be flipped over, so why don't we just get a mobile turret, the kind with 2 wheels, but with a fixed frame? Gun-ho, right? Jo Yunshin raised an eyebrow, but this thing needs a certain firing angle, don't we have to make some improvements too? That's what I was thinking. Lin Dong nodded, I'm thinking about modifying the farm tractor a bit, and if there are some places if it's not too convenient to use a gun-ho, we could simply get another one that doesn't have a lot of recoil, and just thicken up the launching section, add an extra set of tails, and design it to be similar to the kind of RPG. Right. That's the one. This is the one with the tipping bucket. But unexpectedly, this time Lin Dong did not even look at the photo, but sighed, directly stood up, found it too short, and stood up on the chair, found it was still a little short, so directly stood on the table, and then patted Yi Minghui's shoulder and said in a serious tone. It's not easy. As for getting the hang of it, the children are teachable. The crowd in the office all laughed at this statement. The guys are going to get down to business and start doing it in the next few days. Looking at the samples and the first orders, can we ship them together? It's just as well that they can help us try to be viable as well. Seeing that the next batch of products had been finalized, Yi Minghui immediately began to be concerned about profits. By the way, if you export gas canisters, is there any accounting? He suddenly asked, how's the price on the customer's side? Or are the gas canisters just a byproduct, and we mainly rely on the gun racks and tractors to make money? Obviously, in terms of managing production, Yi Minghui was indeed a good hand, but in terms of business, he still lacked too much. About to be at this moment, he was actually still using the value of civilian products to measure this thing in front of him. Granted, it is indeed a gas tank. But you can't really treat him like a gas tank. Hearing Yi Minghui's words, Lin Dong just smiled. Both make money, and the margins are so substantial that exporting one of these is more profitable than exporting 100 gas cans. Huh? Yi Minghui was confused. Why? In his opinion, although the gas tank was a double-layer structure with some more inexplicable accessories behind the butt, the materials used, if lowered by 1 grade, would in turn cost less than before. And now you're telling me that the cost has gotten lower and the price has gotten higher instead? How in heaven's name can there be such a good thing? Facing Yi Minghui's doubts, Zhou Yunshan couldn't help but remind him. Don't forget the Eagle Sauce weapons ban. It's a civilian product, just go through normal customs, there's no need to go through military trade procedures at all, so it doesn't even need to go through Hawkmaster's approval. In a war-torn region where weapons imports are blocked and weapons resources are extremely scarce, suddenly someone offers you a weapon from a legitimate source, and it's just as powerful. Just tell me if you'd want it, right? The problem is that this thing, we can see the way, people will not see it? Yi Minghui had a black line. After this is welded on, a glance will show that it's a cannonball. Facing Yi Minghui's hesitation, Lin Dong was dissatisfied. It's all been said. Civilian. We're not an arms factory. We're just a civilian machinery processing factory. We don't do anything illegal. What a shell. It's a gas canister. The King of Heaven is here, and this is a gas tank. People's customer areas are special, naturally the requirements are a little special too. As for the bracket underneath? That's just a fixed bracket we sent to prevent bumps during transportation. So what can we do when people's customers have to weld this thing to the ass of a gas tank to use as a tailfin? Of course. Your fears are not unreasonable. That's why we must ban it explicitly. Gas canisters made in our factory. Never weld the complementary fixtures that come with it. Right. That's right. Those things. Much less in the inner layer after mixing sugar with ammonium nitrate. Definitely not in the outer layer with iron grit and steel balls. Customers must use this product in strict accordance with our requirements. If it is the customer's operational error, illegal modification, welding, accidentally let the gas tank took off and exploded after landing, the damage caused, our factory is not responsible. Aha! Right. When the time comes to say the waiver will be written just like that. And to make it readable for your customers. Remember to write in their language. Not only that, but it must be eye-catching. Write it in bold red letters. Preferably with a hazard symbol in front of it. The moment these words came out, everyone present couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths twitch. You call that a waiver? This is clearly a weapon instruction manual, isn't it? You're afraid they won't use it, aren't you? But right now it seems that there is, indeed, a big market for this kind of stuff. So the 5 people in the room immediately acted and divided their labor. I'll bring a few people tomorrow to find a way to restart the gas tank production line. Yi Minghui said. Leave the design of the gun rack and tailplane aspect to me, I'm more familiar with this. As for the gas tanks and a few other things, I'll leave it to the 2 team leaders. Zhou Yunshan said, but in this way, the factory manpower is not quite enough. Small factory director, anyway, the production line will be restarted soon. Why don't you recruit a few more people? The workshop needs a batch, and then find you a full-time driver, in case you go somewhere to do some errands. It's also a little bit more convenient. Anyway, recruiting people, then help me recruit 2 more assistants. Lin Dong waved his hand. One is responsible for doing the live broadcast room to find a way to open all day long. I will change the name to our Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory to help us do a little bit of publicity. This should be a little bit more professional. The other one is to help me get the information and so on, help to make an appointment. I don't have to run personally every time. For this request from Lin Dong, Zhou Yunshan naturally would not refuse. After all, today's factory is also considered to be revitalized, and every order completed has a considerable amount of income, and all of this is due to Lin Dong. What he didn't quite understand, though, was why Lin Dong had to be obsessed with live streaming and not let go. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Yunshan still couldn't help but ask. Does that livestream really pull in customers? Our biggest client at the moment is pulled in by live streaming. What about other than that? Zhou Yunshan asked. Lin Dong was silent for a moment, showing a hint of embarrassment. Not yet. After all, couldn't say explicitly that he was actually trying to collect popularity points, could he? However, Jo Yunshin asked this without malice. He just thought for a moment and said, "The live broadcast does have a publicity effect, but after all, it's a domestic live broadcast, most of the viewers are from the Dragon Kingdom, everyone is just watching the fun, not our potential customers, the publicity effect, I'm afraid it's not too obvious." That said, is there any other way? Like simulcasting it on foreign platforms as well? At Jo Yunshin's suggestion, Lin Dong shook his head and said, "Unlikely. Live streaming requires high internet speeds, but electricity is a problem in war-torn areas. Not to mention the internet. It's fair to say that the more potential customers there are, the less effective the live streaming will be." Hearing this, Jo Yunshin couldn't help but sigh and reminded, "Small plant manager, mostly I'm worried. It's okay to have a customer now, but what if one day that customer doesn't need an order anymore? What to do? You can't put your eggs in the same basket. For the long-term development of our factory, we must find a way to develop new customers." Lin Dong could actually understand Jo Yunshin's concern. But he hadn't thought of a way to do it before. On the one hand, there was a previous agreement with the poorer, who was the equivalent of the sole distributor in that area, and on the other hand, there wasn't much of a good way to publicize it. However, just at this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a line of small letters appearing on a steel pipe not far away. He froze and subconsciously asked, "Huh? This is?" "Oh, the National Standard Code of the material, meaning where this material is produced and what kind of industrial standard it meets." Yi Minghui replied casually. But unexpectedly, when these words came out, Lin Dong immediately had an idea. "Wait. Right. Internet publicity won't work. But we can advertise. Laborer Zhou. Find a way to apply for an international line tomorrow. When the time comes, we'll print the number of the special line, including the name of our factory, on all the products we export. Doesn't that make for good publicity? If this customer doesn't want the order, then surely there will be others who need it. Or there will be other customers in other areas who need it." After Lin Dong said this, the room once again fell into silence. A moment later, several exclamations suddenly rang out. "Nice guy. This seems to actually work. Little plant manager. You're a genius. Right. There's actually this way. That's a good way, ha ha ha." Chapter 17 Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory. Once the division of labor was established, things were immediately simple. Although he had distributed things, Lin Dong suddenly realized that he seemed to have nothing to do again now. Now everyone in the factory is rushing the first batch of orders for AK parts and barrels. Jo Yunshin is researching the gas tank tail modification. Yi Minghui is even busier at both ends. One hand is working on the production and the other hand is trying to find a way to restart the production line of the gas tanks. All of them are busy as hell. What about yourself? We can't keep carving rifling live, can we? You're a factory manager yourself, at least. Gotta get busy with business. Otherwise, you wouldn't be thinking about recruiting someone to help you get a live stream going. However, Lin Dong pondered for a moment and decided to go out for a stroll first. Didn't Yip Minghui say that? Some tractors come with their own dumps and use them directly as gun mounts, which happen to have hydraulics as well, so large-scale modifications are directly eliminated, and only a small change is needed to finish the job. So Lin Dong decided to look for the appropriate products first. After speaking with Jo Yunshin about the idea, Jo Yunshin was not ambiguous and immediately replied. "Drivers have ready-made. I have an old comrade in arms, after retiring from the army to the urban leadership driving, and then retired, but you also know that our kind of people, even if retired, but also idle, this is not. Some time ago, he also thought to go to run drops, and as a result, you guessed what? H2, people do not let it ha 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 ha, a while ago when I eat, but also cursed, said at home fast idle out of the fart. It's okay, this guy is a good driver, and he's not short of money, his pension is higher than the average person's salary." As soon as Lin Dong got into the car, Deng Ziyuan chatted. Has the little plant manager had lunch yet? Not yet, let's find a place to eat first. Is it sleeping until now? Haha, young people are good, sleep enough, unlike us, we wake up after a few hours of sleep at night. Not really, I got up around 8, mainly because we usually rarely talk business in the morning. Huh? For what? Business is about opening doors. The first order in the morning is not good for bargaining, usually in the afternoon. Oh. There's still this kind of Dao in here, by the way, little factory manager, where are you going to go in a while? Hearing Tang Ziyuan's words, Lin Dong tilted his head to think for a moment and opened his mouth. Old Deng, do you know if there is a place that sells tractors in our Nanyang City now? Obviously, Tang Ziyuan is very familiar with Nanyang City, and immediately counted his blessings. Tractors, huh? There are several of them, 3 at the north gate alone and 2 at the east gate. Which one goes first? Don't sell it, produce it. Lin Dong replied. Producing tractors? Deng Ziyuan thought for a moment, then I guess this is the only Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory. Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory? The moment he heard this name, Lin Dong suddenly froze. Didn't I hear that this factory closed down a long time ago? It's actually still there? Just rumors, not yet, but estimates are fast. Tang Ziyuan shook his head and sighed, when this factory can also be our Nanyang's pride. And Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant, but also earlier at 20 years, when the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory fire, I and the old week are still only the head of the kid, this wobbly. And is 3 or 4 decades past Oh, so that's it. Being told this by Tang Ziyuan, Lin Dong almost understood. Agricultural Machinery Factory, well. Really is that era. At that time, the dragon country was poor and penniless, and it was a problem to have enough to eat, so it could only find a way to develop agriculture on a large scale first, and agricultural machinery factories flourished for a period of time, until later on when the state-owned enterprises were restructured, employees were laid off in a big way, and small and medium-sized state-owned enterprises were converted into private enterprises through transfer of property rights and mergers and reorganization, and then there were the golden years of the subsequent 20 years. That's how Nanyang Machining Works came to be. Granted, right now, the golden years of the restructuring are coming to an end. Shaking his head, Lin Dong decided to take a look first. Alright, let's just go to the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory first. Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory is located in the eastern suburb of Wan District, Nanyang City, backed by a tributary of the White River. Outside the factory wall is a large harvested wheat fields. This was also the largest agricultural manufacturing base in Nanyang City, with more than 3,000 workers in its heyday, the plant stretching for 2 kilometers, and the black smoke from the chimneys drifting to the edge of. Shaking his head, the car turned another corner and finally saw the main entrance of the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory. After getting out of the car, Lin Dong walked in, examining the tractors around him as he went. Just as Lin Dong was studying these models and whether or not they could be modified, there was a sudden scuffle not far away. Chapter 18. It's not the tractor I want to buy, it's your factory. Hearing the quarrel, Lin Dong subconsciously looked at the sound, only to see that not far away, a fat-headed middle-aged man is pointing at the nose of the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory sales angrily. Your Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory is really good. The same type of tractor is $10,000 higher than anywhere else. You're treating us land growers like little cuties. You want to rip us off? Responsible for the sale of a young girl, looks like the appearance of 20 years old, at this time full of aggrieved, eyebrows tightly knitted into a small Chuan character, was the customer after a meal, can only pinch the pencil in hand, voice slightly trembling patiently explaining. This customer, you first calm down, although the price of our factory tractor look higher, but the quality that is really good, stand the test of time. And our after-sales service is super sweet, you buy back, after any problem, we are absolutely responsible for the end. Unexpectedly, the words out, the customer not only did not calm down, on the contrary, more angry, and then violently heavy slap on the table next to the table cup was shocked high up, clang a sound and heavy fall, the cup of water splashed all over the place. Don't talk to me about quality and after sales. The price is so outrageous, who can afford it? And you're talking about after sales? Who doesn't know what's going on at Red Star Factory? You're in debt, you can't even hold out any longer, and you're still thinking of overpricing people. After sales? By the time the factory is yellow, where can I find you? I came to your factory for a good price. But you guys are so good. It's so much more expensive than other places. No wonder the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory is in such a state. Serves you right. After saying that, the middle-aged man left without saying a word. Seeing this scene, Sale sneakily reddened her eyes slightly, secretly wiped a tear, and was about to leave when she suddenly saw L. In Dong, who walked in, so she immediately greeted her, barely squeezed out a smile, and opened her mouth. That kid, you can't run around here. Oh, where are your parents? He's here to buy something. Introduce him. This is the small factory director of Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory. Tang Ziyuan, who had already parked his car behind him, immediately introduced himself. Ha? Oh. After hearing this, the other party directly froze in place for a while before finally reacting. What kind of products does that small factory director want to see? One that has a dumping bucket, can unload automatically, and has high horsepower and speed. Lin Dong simply made a few requests. That? Have, you want to see this type? This is our company produced. However, after the other party introduced a few sentences, Lin Dong's brows immediately furrowed. The reason is simple. The sales in front of him was a pure amateur, seemingly not knowing much about this at all, not even understanding Lin Dong's request. So after listening for a while, Lin Dong suddenly spoke. By the way, what's your name? It was obvious that the little girl in front of her was not particularly professional, so she introduced herself with a shivering voice, not at all like she was engaged in this line of work. When she heard Lin Dong's words, she froze for a moment, probably not expecting Lin Dong to suddenly open his mouth and ask this. Still, she replied subconsciously. My last name is Li, my name is Li Mo, I'm the sales here. Let's do it this way, Li Meng, go and bring your head. No, let your factory director come directly, let him talk to me, this is my business card. Oh, okay, just a moment, have some tea first. After saying that, Li Meng took the business card with both hands and ran all the way out of the room. Looking at her back as she hurriedly left, Tang Ziyuan on the side couldn't help but shake his head and said, "This girl can't do it. Not professional at all. Ask anything and don't know anything, and don't talk business, no wonder people got mad just now. I guess it's normal to come out to work for the first time." Lin Dong sipped his tea and said, "But from this we can also see that the benefits of this place right now are indeed very poor." Oh? Why? Tang Ziyuan asked subconsciously as he suddenly became interested. Nonsense, if the benefits were good, they would have spent a lot of money to get professional sales to come in. Lin Dong replied, "I just don't know how far they've gotten now." The small factory manager is also worried about the after-sales problem of the product? No, I bought it to modify it for export, it's already out of the country, what's aftermarket? Lin Dong skimmed his mouth. Of course, he didn't tell the truth. Exports are only one aspect. What's more? If this thing does get to the inverted side, hell knows if it will arrive on the first day and be blown to smithereens on the second day. This is still aftermarket, my ass. As for why you care about the current state of the Red Star agricultural machinery plant, there's just one reason. That's to see if we can acquire it. Now they have sales, channels, and money in hand. The Red Star agricultural machinery factory has products, workers, and technology, and if they can be successfully acquired, they may be able to make a big profit. Who would mind having more money? Same time. Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory, in the conference room on the second floor. At this time, the conference room was filled with smoke. A group of middle-aged men were whispering around the desk. What about my calling everyone here this time? I believe everyone should have guessed what's going on. The middle-aged man at the head of the group sighed, then knocked on the table and spoke, I think everyone should have a good idea of what's going on in our factory right now, so I won't beat around the bush. As soon as his words left his mouth, the conference room immediately fell silent. The middle-aged man's name is Li Jianjun, the director of the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory. The bank's demand note has come again. Li Jianjun's face showed a tired look, his voice carried a bit of heaviness, last month's salary is still unaccounted for, and there are unsold tractor parts piled up in the warehouse, we can't afford to spend any more time like this. Let's all start by talking about the problems we currently have on our hands. As soon as Li Jianjun's words fell, the crowd fell silent. It took a long time before someone finally spoke up. Factory manager, we are now in debt of more than 4 million, with less than $200,000 left in the account. Although our goods are still worth a little money, the prerequisite is that someone has to buy it. Seeing the finances happening, others spoke up. And our equipment is aging badly, several of the machine tools are from the 1980s, and the failure rate is getting higher and higher. While it is possible to find other factories to source parts from, the cost goes back up. And outside the market has long changed the sky. Now our automated world, people's factories are not so much need for workers, direct assembly line, machine assembly, directly to minimize the cost, and the quality is good. As for our products, no one at all, ran a dozen customers, even the shadow of the order did not see. It stands to reason that transitioning with other farm machinery plants is the best way forward, but the problem is, What is the problem? Li Jianjun subconsciously asked, a sudden burst of hope flaring up again in his heart. Now the transformation, it is already late, the domestic market is just so big point, have been snatched up, and now we have neither the technology nor the funds, neither the possibility of introducing new equipment, nor the possibility of hiring technicians with high salaries. What do we take to fight? With these words, the hope in Li Jianjun's heart was shattered. The people present were the backbone and old employees of the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Plant, and they knew the situation of the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Plant best. In fact, and many years ago, hearing this, the others in the room also nodded silently as well, their faces filled with helplessness. Although the crowd had taken a stand, Li Jianjun was still hesitant. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and felt a stabbing pain in his heart as he recalled the scene of the factory's former prosperity, the scene of the workers working feverishly. But reality was in front of him, and he knew that everyone was telling the truth. After another moment, he finally spoke, a catch in his voice. That's fine. I know it's a tough decision, but for everyone, for the factory, for the workers, maybe it's the best choice. I will communicate with the higher authorities as soon as possible to start the bankruptcy. However, just at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door from outside the room. Li Jianjun, who was disturbed at the critical moment, immediately frowned and then shouted, "Enter!" Instead, he saw a small girl in uniform, panting and rushing in. That factory director, there is a customer who wants to see you by name. You see? After seeing the visitor, Li Jianjun couldn't help but stare. It's that time of the year, and there are clients who want to see them by name? However, without waiting for Li Jianjun to open his mouth, the manager of the sales department slammed the table and angrily rebuked. Nonsense! Can't you see the plant manager is in a meeting? How big a deal can't wait until the meeting is over? Not to mention the fact that sales are your business, and customers say they'll see the plant manager. No big deal. Being angrily rebuked, Li Meng's eyes reddened again, lowering her head in an aggrieved manner. Seeing this scene, Li Jianjun on the side couldn't bear it, so he waved his hand and opened his mouth. Alas, forget it. Old Zhang. What a big deal. Why are you so angry? They're pissed off at their clients and they come back and they're pissed off at us. What do you take them for? They're the ones who get the shaft. Anyway, this moment is also nothing. I'll go for a stroll, but also for our Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory, on duty for the last time. After saying that, Li Jianjun looked at Li Meng and said in a pleasant manner, by the way, did the person indicate his identity? It was only at this point that Li Meng woke up as if in a dream and hurriedly said. The customer seems to be a child, said the small factory director of Nanyang Machine Processing Factory. At these words, the room was instantly quiet, and a needle could be heard. Even Li Jianjun was frozen in place. As a result, the crowd directly exploded in the next second. Why didn't you say something so important earlier? It's actually him? That's the little plant manager who revitalized the Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant? Ha! Isn't it a couple? How come it's a kid? You don't even know that? The couple had an accident, so the two factories were handed over to that guy. At that time, everyone thought that Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory was going to be cold, but then guess what? That child is a genius, not only to help the factory to pull foreign orders, and profit margins are very good, and now even before the abandoned production line, also reopened. They're still hiring these days. I remember our factory had them in for sheet metal parts before. That said, our product is actually similar to his. He makes gas cans and we make tractors, in case he has a channel somewhere. If we can build his bridge, maybe our factory can still be saved. For a moment, the crowd, whose hearts were originally as if they were dead, suddenly became excited. But on the contrary, Li Jianjun thought completely differently. The reason is simple. After the restructuring of state-owned enterprises, they have become shareholdings, in other words, private enterprises. And businessmen seek profit. People don't come here with such good intentions. Obviously, it's running to get rich. To put it bluntly, what people are playing, I'm afraid, is not the idea of the product, but the idea of this factory. Like buying some machine tools at a low price, or pulling together a group of workers or something. So at this time, Li Jianjun was not as optimistic as the crowd, and after briefly thinking for a moment, he replied. Okay, I'll be right there. It wasn't long before the two met in the office. After some superficial pleasantries and politeness, Li Jianjun then opened the door and asked. Little plant manager, I wonder if you're hoping to buy agricultural machinery this time you're here? Or are you looking at our factory buildings or machine tools? Seeing that Li Jianjun was so honest, Lin Dong did not bother to hide it and said directly. Factory Director Li, I'm not going to lie. When I came over here in the beginning, I was looking to buy a couple tractors. But after I got here, I suddenly changed my mind. Now I don't want to buy your tractors, nor your plants, nor your machine tools. What I want to buy. It's your whole Red Star Farm machinery plant. When these words came out, whether it was Li Jianjun or Tang Ziyuan who was watching from the sidelines, they all instantly froze. Even Li Meng, who was responsible for pouring the water on the side, was dumbfounded in place, even as the tea overflowed the cup. Chapter 19 let you buy a tractor and you bought a factory? At this moment, Li Jianjun suddenly just kind of couldn't believe his ears. What? You're actually going to buy the entire Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory? Although the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory has been about to hold out, but after all, the thin camel is bigger than a horse. Together with materials, inventory, plant, machine tools, number 12 million, it is estimated that it is difficult to come down. This young man in front of me, does he really have this kind of strength? If that's true, maybe the Red Star Farm machinery plant, really, could be saved from going out of business. For Li Jianjun, he would rather see someone revitalize the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory than file for bankruptcy. Only, just as his excitement rose, Lin Dong's next sentence directly poured a pot of cold water on him. But then, I don't have the money, for the time being to be exact. Li Jianjun had a head of black lines. The small factory director can really be joking. So if Lin Dong didn't make a move, there would be only one end for the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory. That is, after filing for bankruptcy, all kinds of assets are sold off cheaply and then used to pay back the loans and pay the workers. From that time on, the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Plant was completely relegated to a symbol in history. But as the factory director, Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory is his heart and soul for many years. How can he give up so easily? Besides, today's Red Star Agricultural Machinery Plant faces a difficult problem. It's just like the Nanyang machining factory back in the day. Once the loss of orders, whether it is the bank or material suppliers, will lose confidence. Even if there are assets, the bank will be worried about bad debts, will not continue to loan. Suppliers are also worried about not getting back the payment, will be anxious to come to collect the money. So now Li Jianjun was at his wits' end about it all. But if the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory is sold to Lin Dong, the situation will be immediately different. The other party has the Nanyang Machinery Processing Plants Factory as a guarantee, even if there is a lack of money, but also be able to borrow a large sum of money from the bank again. And it has long been no secret in Nanyang City that the Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant has been revitalized. Perhaps. Thinking of this, Li Jianjun hesitated in a rare way. A moment later, he glanced at Lin Dong and opened his mouth to ask. Are you sure you have a way to be able to revitalize our plant? I'm not stupid. It's impossible for me to have nothing to do and help you guys come to carry the debt for no reason, right? Lin Dong lightly laughed. Then, can we ask you to be the consultant of our factory? You can give shares. Then how do I know that when the time comes, after I revitalize the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory, will the follow-up still be according to my requirements? Lin Dong shook his head. The factory director can make the decision, but the consultant is in no position to do so. Lin Dong wasn't interested in being second in command. It's not the era of state-owned enterprises anymore, it's all private now. To earn. Let's make a big one. High risk for high reward. And again. The sales channels that you have unearthed with great difficulty, why should you let others benefit from them for nothing? It's not certain if people will remember them later. And the other side. At this point, Li Jianjun began to have a dilemma at both ends. He was certainly more willing to let Lin Dong help revitalize the factory than go bankrupt. As for whether or not he was his own plant manager, he didn't. Although it's a parallel world, it's still different here in terms of many rules and regulations. It's like live streaming, opening a factory, talking about business. In that original world, it would have been difficult to do all this on your own with legal benefits, but in this world, it was a breeze. After lamenting, Lin Dong was about to continue drinking his tea when he realized that Tang Ziyuan, who was on the side, was looking at himself with a strange look. Lin Dong froze. What's the matter? Old Deng? When I heard old Joe say you were smart before, I thought I was joking, but I never thought that you were really smart. I can't believe that you even understand all these things. My grandson is even older than you, and now he can't even do math correctly. Old Deng couldn't help but sigh. Poor people as children. Oh, no parents of the child, always have to be in early home to do it. Lin Dong fooled over. Say, do you count this as empty gloves? Tong Ziyuan said with a smile. From my perspective, it does count. Lyndon nodded, but from their perspective, no. Can't help it, business is all about scarcity. For now, just the word shipping channel are enough to crush a whole bunch of factories. Other side. Li Jianjun went and returned. Seeing Li Jianjun return, the people in the office gathered around and opened their mouths to ask. That factory director, he is looking for us, what is the matter? Is there an order? Or what? They're not here to sell goods, are they? No, aren't they taking the exit? Looking at the crowd's expression, Li Jianjun sighed and then said. He wants to buy our factory. The crowd in the room immediately murmured. What? Acquisition? Really? Does he have that much money? Even if they have a new order, how long has it been? Yeah. Is it hard to believe that they've pulled in? No. He wants to buy our plant at an appraised value, while assuming all our existing debts, with the remainder of the difference to be paid back in 3 years in the form of year-end profits. Simply put, he wants to gamble with us. If he can revitalize our plant, he makes a big profit. If he can't, he loses a big one. When these words came out, the crowd immediately exploded. What kind of acquisition is this? It's clearly a fall from grace. Right. It says that the difference is returned in 3 years in the form of year-end profit, but what if there is no profit in 3 years? Plant manager, you can't believe that. Yeah. Without spending a penny, he wants to make a fortune out of empty gloves. I don't know if he'll buy it and sell our factory right away. He's just going to dish it out when he says he's going to dish it out? Who knows if he'll just run away? Yeah. Factory director. This matter must not be agreed upon. Only, this time, in the face of the crowd's discouragement, Li Jianjun suddenly lost his temper. He slammed the table directly and said angrily. Shut up, all of you. Do you guys think I haven't thought about this? Of course I know that normally, this is definitely a losing deal. Do you think I'm willing to give away the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory? But the question is, who can clean up this mess right now? Our factory now has no technology, no money, and no channels. Everyone is waiting for us to close down. Even if he doesn't sell them cheap, do you guys think they won't be sold cheap after we file for bankruptcy? Now even the government won't step in to help. Then you say. Right now besides this road. What else can we do? Do people really want to watch our factory close down completely? Everyone, even if you don't think for us, think for the workers in the factory. They're all old workers from how many years? Getting on in age too, once we close down, where can they go with the way things are going? This statement directly silenced the crowd dry. And I don't know how long it was. Zhao Weidong, the workshop director of the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory, suddenly spoke. Although I, Lao Zhao, am an ordinary worker and haven't read much and don't know much about business, I think the factory manager has a point. The current situation is such a situation, our factory, the previous benefits are quite good, but want to return to glory, is certainly impossible. Might as well find a good home for the factory while we're at it, better than declaring bankruptcy anyway. We do not have channels, things put in the hand is also smashed in the hand, people have channels, so they can export. There's actually another reason why the guys won't accept it, but no one wants to talk about it, so I'll do it. It's nothing more than a fear that, after being bought by outsiders, they'll change our factory beyond recognition. But the question is, survival of the fittest, how are we going to survive without reform? Moreover, after people buy our factory, love how to change is the matter of others, at least can give our old guys, stay a meal is not it? Besides, people talk the talk, and if our tractors can help those countries that need agricultural machinery, it's also a good thing, isn't it? When Master Zhao said this, there was a moment of silence in the room. In fact, the guys know the status quo of the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory, but the problem is that suddenly one day, to be operated for decades of the factory sold to a distrust of outsiders, in any case, everyone's heart is a little hard to accept for a time. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Master Zhao couldn't help but sigh and continued. Speaking of which, when we used to farm, what kind of machines did we have? When I first followed the village into production, I relied on oxen to pull the plow, sowed seeds by hand, and reaped the harvest with a sickle. At that time, if there was a woman in the village who knew how to use a sewing machine, she could be considered a half-skilled person, not to mention a person who knew how to run a machine. Later, the commune was able to get a tractor, that is really a treasure. The entire commune on one, specially invited a master from the county to drive that master to the tractor next to a stop. Then the New Year's Day to wear new clothes and scenery, the whole village are gathered around to see, think will drive this iron guy is simply too great. Then the agricultural machinery factory expanded its production, and everyone took on a large field, drove the harvester back and forth a few times, and the grain was harvested, drove the planter out for a spin, and the seed was planted. How much less labor and how much more food is fought. At that time, when our Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory was established, we all thought that we could be honored for the rest of our lives. After all, people have to eat food and grow food, right? Agricultural machinery must be useful for a lifetime. Speaking of which, Master Zhao couldn't help but sigh. Where did you think it would be today then? One day, every household will have access to a good tractor and harvester, and there will be an endless supply of farm machinery on the market, but not much of our factory's farm machinery will be available. And hearing Master Zhao's words, Li Jianjun waved his hand. That's actually a good thing. At least it shows that the standard of living has come up, families are able to use farm machinery, everyone's productivity has gone up, and they are not as tired as they used to be, the days are getting better and better, the people are getting richer and richer, and the country is getting stronger and stronger. The fact that we can't sell our products can only mean one thing. It's not that farm machinery has been eliminated, it's just that our Red Star farm machinery plant has been eliminated. After saying this, Li Jianjun looked up at the factory emblem and then said with a despondent face. Okay, without further ado, it's time to make a decision. Whether to file for bankruptcy or sell the plant. Let's all vote on it. Now, those who agree to sell the plant, raise your hands. As the words fell, the people in the room looked at each other and hesitated for a long time, but still no one raised their hands. In desperation, Li Jianjun had no choice but to take a stand himself first and raise his hand. And seeing that Li Jianjun had taken his stand, the crowd looked at each other and then raised their hands as well. Soon, most of the people in the room raised their hands, and only a few didn't take a stand. Seeing this scene, Li Jianjun sighed and opened his mouth. Well, the polls are closed. I'll go talk to the other side. And the other side. Linden wasn't idle either. The first thing he did after getting an affirmative answer from Li Jianjun was to shake people. After all, he certainly couldn't handle something this big on his own. So immediately, he started making calls. Hey, Laborer Zhou. Why don't you hurry and come over here, there's something I want to ask for your help. It's something you're more familiar with. Yes, Red Star Farm Machinery Works. In the meantime, Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory, Area C. Zhou Yunshan, who was modifying the gas tank production line, was confused after hanging up the phone. And when Yi Minghui, who was on the side, saw this, he was slightly stunned. Old Chow? What's wrong again? What's with the look on your face? Who called just now? Who else can there be? Zhou Yunshan sighed, small factory director, no, now this is not a small factory director, this is a small ancestor AO. Didn't he go to buy a tractor? Yi Minghui asked casually, what else could have happened to buy a tractor? And didn't you say that your comrade was with him? Ha! Buying a tractor? The corner of Zhou Yunshan's mouth couldn't help but twitch, if he really went to buy a tractor, that's fine. This little granddaddy. Let him buy a tractor. He ended up buying someone's entire factory directly. This phone call just now is for me to go over there and help him with the math and the contracts. Zhou Yunshan said this. The expression of Yi Minghui on the side instantly froze. Chapter 20, Where's the gas tank? News of the impending takeover of the Red Star Agricultural Machinery plant spread. Once this news was released, it immediately caused a considerable stir in Nanyang City. Especially the areas where the older generation is active, such as tea houses, food markets, and factories, are blowing up straight away. Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory is indeed the old signboard of Nanyang City is not false. Years ago, it was a resounding star enterprise. The production of 8yo's brand tractors are exported to the north and south of the Yangtze River. The factory has more than 3,000 employees, the door of the big sign or the then mayor of the word personally inscribed. On New Year's Day, the factory gave out welfare, bicycles, TV sets in batches to the home, which family if there is a work in the Red Star, walking with the wind. But now the red paint on the outside walls of the plant has long been mottled and peeling, rusty iron door always half covered, the doorway to the bulletin board is still pasted 3 years ago the production safety slogans. Competition in the agricultural machinery market in the past few years, the Red Star cannot keep up with the intelligent transformation, product stagnation, debt, production line stopped for half a year, the staff wages have to play 70% off, that is a mess is not an exaggeration. As far as the current Red Star agricultural machinery factory is concerned, how dare anyone buy it back? I'm afraid I don't have more money than I have room for. On that broken factory, the bank loan is afraid if people are enough to drink a pot. Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant Director in the end, how do you think? Take such a hot potato? Yes, my cousin in the factory is a clampsman, said the warehouse heaps of tractor parts are long moldy. Last year, even the employees did not pay all the health insurance. I remember Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant is not also the recent situation only gathers up? Actually dare to take a breath to acquire such a large factory, really not afraid of the wind flash waste Is it hard to believe that Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant really has the ability to bring Red Star Agricultural Machinery Plant can rise from the dead? Hard. Difficult In my opinion, or Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant, that small factory director, too inexperienced. A little bit of color on the beginning of the drift. But don't forget, Nanyang Machinery now owes the bank a large sum of money Crazy. It's crazy. Alas. Time has changed. When I think of our factory was so beautiful, sports games, cultural evenings, whatnot. Now it's good, young people are running takeaways, driving a drop to go, leaving some old bones to guard the empty plant. Times have changed, and this old state-owned enterprise of ours has long been out of step. Say Nanyang Machinery this is to pick up the cheap, right? Red Star's set of old equipment has long been out of date, the production line remodeling do not have to spend money into it? In my opinion, this acquisition is a joke, not half a year we'll have to regret. You can't say that, maybe Nanyang Machinery is looking at other people's factories and land? Maybe the drunkard is not interested in wine. However, in the face of the rumors outside, Lin Dong at this time was completely unaware of this. Because at this time, he was busy discussing the acquisition with Li Jianjun. Soon, Zhou Yunshin drove up. Although he was surprised by this decision of Lin Dong's, he had great trust in Lin Dong after experiencing so much. After all, he is also well aware of the importance of export channels. So he checked the contract in detail and made sure that the details were all right before the two sides were formalizing the contract. The moment the contract was successfully signed, Lin Dong officially became the director of the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory, and at the same time assumed most of the current debts of the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory. But Lin Dong was obviously almost immune to things like debt. There's a strange characteristic about this bank thing. As long as you don't have bad debts and the factory can still find orders and is operating normally, people can't wait for you to owe more. Why? The more you borrow, the more interest you'll pay. Seeing that the contract had come into effect, Lin Dong immediately began to exercise the position of factory manager. This, and that. As many as the plant has now, pull as many as you want to go. Pull it to the Nanyang Machine Processing Plant for modification and then prepare it for export. Mr. Zhou, first modify 3 of them and send them over as samples. Plant Director Li, I'm going to give you a task next. First, revamp the agricultural machinery production line. All farm machinery that doesn't have hydraulics is discarded, and all of it is replaced with ones that have hydraulics for tipping the bucket and are able to maneuver the lift. Second, find a way to modify the drawings to take traditional tires and modify them to tracks. If we're going to do it, let's do something different. Let's get a tracked tractor. It's the only way to be competitive. When these words came out, Li Jianjun was directly dumbfounded. Tracked? Will it cost too much to make this tractor tracked? Lin Dong didn't tell the truth about Li Jianjun's concerns and just casually found a reason to muddle through. It can't be helped, it's not like foreign regions are the same as ours. Our country is so well connected that you can go everywhere with tires. But the roads abroad don't work, they're mountainous and gravelly everywhere, so surely they need to be tracked. Don't worry. I have channels. The customers aren't bad either. Leave the sales to me. Of course, after saying this, Lin Dong just silently added in his heart. But if the customer buys it back, modifies the tractor a bit, like welding some thickened steel plates around it, and then welds a seat on top of the tractor that can rotate, and then leaves a small opening in the front and bangs in thickened bulletproof glass for easy observation, and at the same time puts something weird and strange like a heavy machine gun or a gun barrel or something on it. That would be none of our business. Of course, at this time, Lin Dong naturally would not explicitly say this, just let Li Jianjun do as requested. And in the face of Lin Dong's explanation, although Li Jianjun was also a bit puzzled, he still agreed. Okay. When the time comes, if there's anything you don't understand, you can contact Laborer Joe more often. Lin Dong glanced at Zhou Yunshan and said, Laborer Joe should be very familiar with this area. And when Zhou Yunshan, who was on the side, heard this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. That's true. This stuff, he does know quite well. Isn't that bull? Tracks. Modifications. Export special. Is it hard to guess what this tractor will be converted to? Not just dirt tanks. I have to say, tractors can be a real treasure. The ones with wheels can be converted into mobile turrets and the ones with tracks can be converted into tanks. Thinking of this, Zhou Yunshan's heart increasingly admired this kid Lin Dong. There would have been no need to acquire the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory if it had been used only to modify the turrets. But if it's converting the line to a crawler tractor, that would be a big market. And it's not just the area of the poor. It is important to realize that there are far more areas of the world that are in turmoil. It's also just a little more peaceful around the Dragon Kingdom. And although the Dragon Kingdom officially exports arms, how expensive is that stuff genuine? Only the kind of rich dog big family can afford to buy, as for other poor brothers, with imitations, in fact, can also satisfy, good value for money. Although he figured out Lin Dong's intention, but Zhou Yunshan didn't make a sound and just replied. Let's change the tracks first. As for how the rest of it is modified, including design drawings and parts, I'll figure it out. Now that Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant and Red Star Agricultural Machinery Plant are considered family, we will give our full support. When this was done, Lin Dong was sort of relieved. Within days, good news followed. Before the next Monday arrived, Yi Minghui hurriedly ran over with a look of excitement on his face. Small plant manager. It's done. It's done. When these words came out, Lin Dong, who was brushing his cell phone in the office, suddenly came to life and immediately jumped up from his chair. What's done? All done. Yi Minghui gasped fiercely for 2 breaths, then said, first of all, the first batch of orders, all production has been completed, 3,000 sets of orders, successfully completed. It can be shipped tomorrow. And then the gas tank production line, which has been retrofitted, is ready to begin mass production. And the samples of the gas tanks, too, are ready. All the customer needs to do is simply weld it and fill it with something, and they'll be able to use it straight away. The last thing is the bracket for the tractor conversion. Also modified. 3 in all for all kinds of terrain. As soon as Yi Minghui said this, Lin Dong immediately became excited as well. I can't believe I got it done early. It has to be said. Money makes the world go round. He said immediately. Show me. Soon, Lin Dong saw the batch in the workshop. I have to say, the wisdom of the crowd is truly infinite. Even if Lin Dong came to see for himself, at first glance, he was almost 100% certain. These things in front of him were genuine agricultural machines and household items. Clotheslines. Simmons. Tractor. Gas cans. Brackets. With his heart pounding, Lin Dong took a deep breath and said, okay, let's figure out how to ship it tomorrow. Looking at these things in front of him, Lin Dong's heart suddenly surged. Backhandedly, he turned on the live stream. And this time, Lin Dong had just opened the live broadcast, and within a moment, a full screen of question marks immediately floated out. Fogweed. The anchor is actually out again? Right. Didn't I remember that the anchor was arrested by the cops just a few days ago? How come it's back on the air? It's not going to be another jailer's absence and a little broadcast for a while, is it? Nope. This is not a prison, eh? The anchor's background is really hard. This didn't even go in? Not right. 9 out of 10 is wrong. Wait a minute? What the hell are these things? What's with all the clotheslines? Nima. Couldn't have broken out of prison, could it? And it's getting bigger and bigger? Hiss. It seems like it's really possible. What an extrajudicial lunatic. Facing the crowd's teasing, Lin Dong cried and laughed and said, guys, I said it all. The anchor isn't going in. It's just that he's been lazy lately. It's just that it hasn't been on live. Only, for Lindong's explanation, the crowd did not believe a single word at this point. Anchors aren't in, they're out, and as for why they're out so soon, guess? I get it. I understand. Boss, you don't have to explain. We all understand now. You are our boss. Our admiration for you, boss, is like a mighty river that stretches on and on. Seeing that the more he explained, the darker it became, Lindong was somewhat helpless. What a bunch of people. Always trying to make a big news for myself. However, he still lit up the various products and drawings one by one, and then said, as for our company, we are currently developing several other lifestyle products. Drawings on the left, products on the right. As usual, exclusively for export. Including tractors, gas tanks, stands and more. Remember to contact me if you need any old iron. And then there's the test of related household items, which will also be live streamed by the poorer after a while. Same as the last clothesline. It wasn't until the moment Lindong uttered the words that the crowd in the live broadcast room finally realized that something was wrong. Wait? Let the poorer test? What the hell? No. Test what the hell? Gas cans? What do they use gas cans for over there? Nope. Are you sure this is really a household item? Hiss. Why do I feel that this gas canister, the more I look at it, the more strange it is? It's not quite the same as the gas tank I use at home. Yeah. This tractor looks, well, strange too. Why does it have a frame? And why is there a steel pipe welded to the back bucket? For a moment, the crowd was confused. Only Lindong coughed lightly and immediately turned off the live broadcast before the crowd could react. The next day, cargo successfully passes through customs and begins ocean transportation. A few more days passed. The first order of goods successfully arrived at the finish line. Soon, the poorer contacted Lindong again. Small plant manager, the goods have been received and inspected. Quality AA+, the final payment has been made, watch for it. I'm trying to figure out how to test a new product this afternoon, are you free? Looking at the message of the poorer, Lindong rubbed up. Glancing at the bank card, he realized that the final payment had indeed arrived, and there was an additional $4 million directly on the card. For a while, Lindong also breathed a sigh of relief. With money in your pocket, your heart is immediately full of confidence. Coincidentally, he was also looking forward to the poorer's testing of the new product. If the test works well, then the follow-up order is there. So Lindong immediately agreed. Row. I'm free. I'm sure I'm free. Around 2 in the afternoon. Lindong once again opened the live broadcast, but on the screen behind the live broadcast, it was the live broadcast of the inverted master. Watching the poorer appear, the crowd in the live broadcast room had a lot of fun. Ouch. It's been a long time since I've seen you. It's actually the poorer, ha 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 ha. What kind of job are you going to do this time? Ha? This thing behind the poorer, what is it? Why does it look so familiar? Isn't this a gas tank and a tractor? How did it turn out like this? It was only after being reminded of this that a number of people finally noticed the thing behind the poorer. All that could be seen was what looked like a tractor, but with the rear dump bucket raised high in the air, with 2 heavy gun hose attached to the underside of the buckets but driven dead into the ground, and on top of the dump bucket, a large steel pipe, which was fastened to it. For a time, the crowd in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. Did I read that right? This can't be. Right. That's right. This is the cannon. It's a dirt cannon. That steel pipe is the barrel and the tractor is the gun mount. The hydraulics adjust the height and angle of the barrel. Hiss. Nima. Is this even possible? I told you how it's possible for an anchor to properly export agricultural machinery like tractors. So it's a military product. The others are military to civilian, but you guys are good, directly civilian to military? Bull. It's farm to military. Wait. Aren't we missing something? Didn't you see that there were still gas canisters on the live broadcast earlier? Where's the gas tank? As a result, the words of the crowd have just fallen. Only the inverted man clapped his hands. Then 2 tendon-fleshed brawny men, carrying a huge gas canister directly above the barrel of the gun with what appeared to be a great deal of effort, set it up directly above the barrel. Seeing this scene, the crowd in the live broadcast room instantly exploded. Chapter 21. What is art? Wait a minute. This gas tank. Is it for you to use it like this? This gas tank has a tail? Is this still a gas can? It's a bomb. No, man. You guys don't seem too serious about this gas can, do you? Are you sure it's gas in there? It's all rigged up with a tail fin. Do you think it could be gas? Unexpectedly. For once, the poor actually responded to a pop-up. He spoke directly. Don't worry, it's filled with sand now. It's not still loaded with drugs, it's just simulating the weight, testing the stability, and whether it's easy to transport. I'll come back later to load up. After saying that, the inverted master waved his hand, and then two strong men immediately lifted the gas canister down from above. The stability is good, and it's also easy to transport and very easy to process. But the point is, have to see the power to do it. Wait for me for a minute, everyone. With that, the inverted master disappeared in front of the camera. But before long, the pourer came carefully carrying a box. When I opened it, it turned out to be some strangely colored powder inside. The pourer carefully put on a mask and gloves, and then, with a long-handled wooden spoon in his hand, he carefully filled the gas can with the powder, spoonful by spoonful, filling it extremely tightly at each stroke. After loading, he deliberately left a gap in the mouth of the tank, and then tightened the special valve. The valve closed with a creak, a muffled sound. He then mounted a detonator-like object on the very front of the gas tank. It was only then that the inverted man finally breathed a sigh of relief and then shouted. Loaded! Everyone! All take cover. You guys. Lift this thing up. Make sure you move gently. You hear me? After saying that, the inverted master slipped and ran away directly. The two strong men, on the other hand, looked at each other, and then carefully lifted the gas canister and placed it on the shelf again. The only difference from before was that when the two put their things away, they immediately ran straight away in a puff of smoke. It wasn't until they ran 56 meters out and burrowed under a thick concrete wall that the crowd put their hands on it. And looking at the switch in his hand, the inverted master took a deep breath. The next second, he counted straight down. Stand by for the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Light the fire. As the inverted master pressed the on-off button in his hand. Bang! Only heard a loud bang came. Across the screen can see the ground slightly trembled for a while, and then the distant tractor launcher, the fire suddenly flashed. Originally two strong men can hold up together the huge gas canisters, under the action of a huge force, with a very fast speed out of the air, instantly flew out. Canisters wrapped around a circle of intense orange-red flames, just like a burning meteor broke through the sky. It dragged a long fire tail in the air, quickly turned into a black shadow towards the ruins of the distant city. Long fire tail, in the air, quickly turned into a black shadow, towards the distant ruins of the city. Because of the tail, under the effect of the tail, the black dot's attitude of flying in the air didn't become messy. On the contrary, the black dot drew a graceful arc in the air, and then fell down towards the preset area. Just moments before the black dot made contact with the ground, a bright light, even more blinding than before, suddenly flashed. It was only after a short interval that the deafening sound of an explosion was heard. Boom! In an instant, the wrecked building in ruins suddenly exploded violently. In the blinding sunlight, a huge mushroom cloud could be seen rising up into the air, earth and rocks splashing. Many windows beside him were instantly shattered, and all kinds of bricks and rubble were uprooted by the powerful airwaves, splattering in all directions, and rolling smoke and dust filled the air, covering the sky and the sun. Until the smoke clears. The wall of a building was blown open with a huge gaping hole, exposed rebar flying like twisted wire. Huge blocks of concrete were completely torn from it, and the already dilapidated building became even worse, shaking, and the scene was a mess. Looking at this scene, everyone in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. I'll be damned. Is this thing that powerful? I feel like one more shot and that building will collapse. What is art? Art is explosions. Grass. Is this still a gas tank? Those things just now, I'm afraid they're not high explosives. Nonsense. Didn't you see how careful the countdown master was just now? He's the man who doesn't even change his face when he presses AK. He's faster than a rabbit this time. Such a cold stuff, how could it be found by the anchor? This thing, the gas canister, has a large charge, but it seems to have been changed into a double-layer structure. If you add the breakers, what power it can get to, I don't even dare to think about it. Gas can, it's been worth it to me to hang out with you in this life. Does this mean that the so-called literature can burn the fire and cook, and the martial arts can attack the city and pull down the fortress? Up and down? You this up to? Is worth directly overturned by people's roof? Have a say, this hand of exporting gas tanks thinking, enough for us ordinary to learn for a year ah. I heard that the Anchor's factory was about to go bankrupt, but it was revitalized. There's one thing to be said for gas tanks, and this layer of iron is not made in all countries. Alterations won't be necessary. The inverted master waved his hand, and his tone suddenly became grave. The quantity of this thing is needed, but I just don't know if your production can keep up. Lin Dong was delighted. I thought to myself, is there another order? He immediately patted his chest in reassurance. Don't worry. As much as you want. Our factory's gas tank production line has been restarted. We can definitely meet your needs. No, you misunderstand me. The inverted master shook his head, took a deep breath, and explained, what I need is a lot. A lot is how much? Lin Dong froze. The inverted man held out a finger. 1,000? The inverted man shook his head. 10,000? Lin Dong sucked in a breath of cool air and only felt a rush of scalp numbness rise. Suddenly you want so much? What's the Countess trying to do? But unexpectedly, the pourer still shook his head. A moment later, he replied. I need you guys, always supplying. I forgot to mention to you that things have been very bad on our side lately. And there's a good chance that things are going to deteriorate dramatically in the next few months. That's why I still need large quantities of supplies. Every month, supply at least 20 modified tractor launchers, 2,000 gas canisters and other accessories, and 500 replica AK suits. Sniper rifles we haven't experimented with yet, mainly because of the lack of scopes. See if you can get me some scopes. If you can't, forget it. If you can, then supply us with another 100 sniper rifles every month. And I have a favor to ask. I didn't expect the gas tanks from your plant to be so powerful before. This thing is overloaded, but we don't have that much on our side. Do you have any ideas? When these words came out, Lin Dong's brows immediately furrowed. Dynamite? Everything else is fine, but this dynamite thing, I wouldn't dare touch it myself. This thing is really going in there. However, Lin Dong had only thought about it briefly and immediately came up with a countermeasure. You can't think about regular military goods, the Dragon Kingdom has extremely strict controls. But I can get you something else. Sugar and fertilizer, ammonium and potash. When the time comes, you will need to fry your own proportions and then load yourself. Those areas of the poor are not like ours. There are no production lines there, no steel, no way to be self-sufficient at all, everything, it's all imported. Once the situation on the ground deteriorates and war breaks out, it's going to be like this gas tank we have there. Boom! Instant explosion. When that happens, anything that is consumed, the rate of consumption, will be particularly staggering. And there's no way it's going to stop. By that time, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep up with our current production capacity. Don't forget that it takes a lot of time in between for us to produce, then export, then ship. That means that if we produce it and ship it again when they realize there's a shortage of something and then come back and place an order, we're actually done. So what? My opinion is, continue to recruit people, to ensure that the production line of gas canisters 24 hours a day, and at the same time begin to stockpile goods, so that once the customer needs it, we will be able to export it at the first time. In fact, this was our strategy in the Dragon Kingdom in the first place. Build a high wall, store up grain, and rain slowly. On a side note, it may not be clear to you why there is a shortage of firearms on the client's side, but not bullets? The reason is actually quite simple. Because bullets are especially cheap on the black market, and the reason they're cheap is because the Dragon Kingdom is, every year, exporting them on a large scale. And these bullets, they were hoarded by our Dragon Kingdom in the last century, in case of a possible war. Zhou Yunshan's words made sense, but Ji Minghui still couldn't help but remind. The old Chow did say before that even if this client goes down, as long as there's still war over there, there will be new clients. But has it occurred to you that people have the support of Eagle Jam, in case? In case the local war is over soon, then these things can really smash our own hands. After all, this isn't a real gas tank. Who in this country would dare to use this? It's not like anyone would dare to take it if they gave it to someone else. And I did hear that Eagle Sauce has gone to great lengths this time, even the carrier fleet has rushed there. Both have valid ideas. However, Lin Dong only dwelled on it for a moment before making an immediate decision. He glanced at the two men, then cut in. Expansion. Recruit. Expand production. Notify as many workers as possible. If you can't, go ask the workers from the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory to hire help. There can be fewer tractors. There can never be fewer. After hearing Yi Minghui's words, Zhou Yunshan also nodded. Leave the recruiting to me. When the time comes, I'll discuss it with the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory side, and likewise draw on workers. In 3 days, I promise to finish this. Then there's fertilizer and sugar. These two things are very good to get in the Dragon Kingdom, and exporting them is easy, not a problem at all. As of now, the price of white sugar is around 6,000 Longhua coins per ton, and if we include the price of transportation, we should be able to control our cost at around 7,500 per ton. For fertilizers, there are potash and ammonium fertilizers, but in terms of effectiveness, both can actually be used to make earth explosives. Ammonium fertilizer's current cost is also around 3,000 per ton, counting the transportation cost. The total cost control is controlled at 4,500 LW per ton. But to make earth explosives, the ratio of fertilizer to sugar is almost 8 to 2, or 7 to 3, depending on how they use it. But the fertilizer has to be purified, so the amount needed should be greater. My suggestion would be to go straight to a 5 to 1 ratio, say 2 tons of sugar for every 10 tons of fertilizer, so that would be almost enough for them. But just don't know how much they need? It had to be said that Zhou Yun was really an expert in this regard. I can't believe I even know the proportions. This saved Lin Dong a lot of time. And after hearing Zhou Yunshan's words, Lin Dong also silently calculated in his mind. A moment later, he gave a direct answer. Let's procure the 1 million first, and the rest later. Receiving an affirmative answer, the two immediately began to go about their business. Although he had already arranged things, Lin Dong did not dare to be idle. Because nowadays, there are two other issues at stake. First, scope. The inverted man actually has a point. Sniper rifles are powerful, yes, and they are also good for guerrilla tactics. But this thing also belongs to controlled products in the Dragon Kingdom, and Lin Dong didn't dare to touch it. Besides, you can tell this stuff is wrong at first glance, let alone being able to get it in through customs the same way a clothesline pole, gas tank, or tractor can. So after thinking for a while, Lin Dong decisively chose to give up. It's something that can only be found by the poorer himself trying to find it from other sources. As for the second question. Because the first thing Lin Dong took over the Red Star agricultural machinery. After all, in this world, not every country is a devoted planting enthusiast like the Dragon Kingdom. Although there was some doubt in his mind, Li Meng hesitated for a moment and decided. Remember what I said then? I said, within a month's time, I will definitely help the factory pull in orders. I'll be able to revitalize the factory. And as long as everyone is willing to stay, I'll take out 20% of the profit and share it with everyone. And today, it's exactly 1 month. So today at noon, I'm giving the guys their previously owed wages. There will also be early bonuses. It's kind of a thank you to everyone for their hard work and perseverance during this time. As I said, if you share the pain, you share the wealth. Next, the workers whose names are red, come over here and get your money. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Yunshan and Tang Ziyuan beside him immediately opened the box. Once the box was opened, the crowd's eyes instantly went straight. Only to see the box, white and flowery, full of Dragon Kingdom coins. Especially not far away from the just recruited, as well as from the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory to draw over the workers, but also without exception, all cast an envious eye. There are even quite a few people who have quietly taken out their cell phones and started taking pictures and recording videos. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong knew that his purpose had been achieved. In fact, Nanyang Machining Factory used to send wages to the payroll card. But this time, Lin Dong chose to take the high road and go straight for the cash. For no other reason. He's all about mobilizing everyone. As for the effect, is obvious. The workers whose names were called out showed excited looks of excitement. The smile on his face was strained as he looked at the thick wad of cash in the envelope. Even as far as connecting over, he thanked Lin Dong repeatedly. Because before that, the people actually did not even think that Lin Dong could really revitalize the factory. And normally, the factory already owes so much money, even if there is really an order, the crowd did not expect that the first thing Lin Dong received payment, not to pay the debt, but to pay the crowd. So while excited, the crowd was also a little moved. The little plant manager in front of him was indeed a man of great affection, especially this factory director Lee Jianjun's body slightly trembled. Moved, he took a deep breath and then spoke. Then on behalf of the group, I'd like to thank the little plant manager. It didn't take long for all the salaries, bonuses, and startup bonuses to be paid out. Lin Dong didn't waste everyone's time, and after a simple greeting, he let the crowd continue eating. And was Lin Dong some operation down, Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant is now also considered to be officially on track. Of course, there was actually another main reason for inviting Li Jianjun over this time. That would be to give him a tour of the plant. Of course, before that, for the Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory current everything, Li Jianjun is still completely unknown. Until he's seen workers carve internal threads into seamless steel pipes, add tail fins to gas tanks, and put gun mounts on tractors. At that moment, Li Jianjun was completely confused. Wait. This shouldn't be. That's right, Factory Director Li, it's what you guessed. Lin Dong said lightly, the area where the customer is located is somewhat special, so he needs some modified agricultural machinery. It's not going to be illegal, is it? Li Jianjun asked the same question. We're only exporting parts, not weapons. Yi Minghui, who was on the side, shrugged his shoulders and followed suit. What exactly are people's customers going to do when they buy them back, and what does that have to do with us? Li Jianjun was shocked by this roguish tone. He felt that his years of 3 views had been shocked, but besides, Yi Minghui, who was on the side, added, if it's really illegal, how can we export it? Surely we would have been invited to tea long ago. It's precisely because it's not illegal that we dare to expand like this. At this moment, Li Jianjun finally realized it. Why are all the domestic machinery industry is worried because of the order, and the original close to bankruptcy of the Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory, but was able to pull a large amount of orders in just 1 month's time? What you produce, is this proper seamless steel pipe and gas tanks? Even the tractors in our own factory are on the verge of being converted into mobile gun racks. Even if Li Jianjun no longer seen, at least can recognize the tractor dump bucket as behind the two things, is the gun hoe right? A moment later, Li Jianjun couldn't help but smack his lips in amazement. Technically military to civilian has seen a lot. But this civilian to military conversion is a first for me. The little plant manager really deserves your fortune. In the face of Li Jianjun's praise, Lin Dong just smiled frankly. Not exactly getting rich, just making a living in the sinking market. This time, we invited Factory Director Li. For one thing, we want to let Factory Director Li know about our future course of development. We don't have the technology, and in the field of agricultural machinery, we definitely can't roll in the domestic market. So I hope that Plant Director Li will follow up and also start from this aspect and open up new paths. When the time comes, you can discuss it with Mr. Zhou. And the second point it. Would like to ask Li Factory Director to take a look and see us here, there is nothing that needs to be improved. Hearing Lin Dong's words, Li Jianjun hesitated for a moment and then asked. Improvements don't really count, there's just one thing that I'm rather puzzled about. There's no harm in Factory Li being straightforward. Do you guys really need so many for this gas tank production line? It's even pulling in another batch of workers. Li Jianjun has been the director of the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory for so many years that he found the problem at a glance. He pointed to a warehouse off to the side and said, if I'm not mistaken, nowadays, this production line, the production is completely greater than the order quantity, right? Half the warehouse is almost full. If it was an order, it should have been sent out a long time ago. There won't be any problems with expanding production when goods are piled up like this, will there? Seeing that Li Jianjun had discovered the problem so quickly, Lin Dong could not help but be happy and was about to explain. However, unexpectedly, right at this moment, his and Zhou Yunshan's cell phones, however, suddenly rang at the same time. The bell rang sharply. Do. Seeing this, Lin Dong and Zhou Yunshan exchanged a glance and hurriedly walked to a quiet position and began to answer the phone. When I opened my cell phone, it was the pourer calling. Lin Dong took the phone, and before he could speak, he heard on the other end of the phone the sound of rapid gunfire and explosions. At once, Lin Dong froze. Without waiting for Lin Dong to speak, the inverted master snatched his words. Little plant manager. Produce candy canes quickly. From now on. I want as many as you have. As soon as the words left his mouth, the inverted master immediately hung up the phone, and a busy signal came from the other end. Seeing this, Lin Dong's brows immediately furrowed. Sugar canister is just a name, actually it is a special gas canister produced by Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory. But it's because of the added sugar and fertilizer that the poorers, and those in the local area, affectionately refer to the stuff as a sugar bowl. And the fact that the inverted master suddenly called and started urging himself on meant only one thing. The situation is more serious than expected. Otherwise the inverted master wouldn't have chosen this time of the day to call out of the blue. Putting away his cell phone and coming back again, Lin Dong realized that Zhou Yunshan's face, too, was grave. Looking at the two men's faces, Li Jianjun, who was on the side, froze and subconsciously asked, "What happened?" "Our client's side is going to be in trouble," Lin Dong said. "The news I got from my side is the same." Zhou Yunshan nodded, although the current notice has not yet been issued, but the relevant departments have already begun to take action. The specific announcement should be the matter of these 1 or 2 days. Listening to the words of the two men, Li Jianjun was still in the clouds and didn't seem to fully understand the meaning of the two men's words. Seeing this, Zhou Yun sighed deeply, then patted Li Jianjun's shoulder and said, "Simply put, the war has begun." Chapter 23, Don't understand? That's right. The war has begun? Who's at war with whom? Even after hearing Zhou Yunshan's words, Li Jianjun was still confused. But he's not really to blame for his ignorance on this one. Rather, it's because war is all too far away for most of the dragons. In the past few decades, the situation around the Dragon Kingdom has been characterized by friction, but has always maintained an explicit peace. So much so that many people, subconsciously, overlook one fact. That is that peace was never of this world, peace was only of the Dragon Kingdom. Without caring about Li Jianjun, Lin Dong immediately gave orders. Starting today, all workers in the whole factory, all vacations are cancelled and turned to no rest. Work is changed to 3 shifts to ensure that the production line runs at full capacity. Supervisor Yi, you are responsible for conveying my meaning, especially to make it clear to the workers that the current situation is urgent, production must be stepped up, and overtime pay is enough. Zhou Gong, you help to coordinate the export of things. I estimate that white sugar and fertilizer is certainly not enough, and then help to enter a batch more. I'll take care of the client side. I'll be living in the office for a while, so if anyone has anything, they can just come to the office and contact me. Li Factory Director, the words of the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory side. I estimate that I don't have the energy to manage it for the time being. Do you see that now you are coming to our side to help? Will you still go back to the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory, so that the guys can continue to develop and modify agricultural machinery? I actually hope that you can stay here to help. After all, now the situation is urgent. If you are here, we also have a bottom line in our hearts. Hearing Lin Dong's words, although Li Jianjun was still confused, on second thought, wasn't this a perfect opportunity to learn? It is just to see Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory and the small factory director in front of me. What kind of charm and ability actually can be in such a short period of time, against all odds, to complete the other manufacturers in the country. 10 years are not necessarily do things. So he only thought about it briefly for a few moments before immediately agreeing to it. We're family now, and family doesn't talk twice. As long as you need it, little factory director, I, Li Jianjun, will never shirk my duties. The next few days were spent just as Lin Dong and Zhou Yunshan had said earlier. The situation on the poorer's side is deteriorating dramatically. The internet is full of all kinds of news. Soon after, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom issued an emergency notice. In recent days, the conflict between armed groups in Yemen has continued to escalate, and Yemen has declared a state of war, making the security situation in the area grave. The Consular Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea and the Yemen Office of the Republic of Korea have reminded the citizens of the Republic of Korea to pay close attention to the development of the situation on the ground and to refrain from traveling to the region in the near future, and that the citizens of the Republic of Korea and the institutions of the Republic of Korea in Yemen should maintain a high level of vigilance, strengthen their security precautions and be prepared for emergencies. In the event of an emergency, please call the police and seek assistance from the office. In view of the current special circumstances, if the citizens of the Dragon State continue to travel after the issuance of the Do Not Travel reminder, they may be exposed to extremely high security risks and may affect the effectiveness of the assistance they receive. Along with the emergency notice, there were also related reports on major official channels and TV stations. On March 25, Dragon Central Broadcasting reported. The security situation in Yemen has recently witnessed a sharp deterioration, and at 1 a.m. today, clashes between armed groups in the region and the armed forces under the command of the president broke out completely, and the situation in the capital, Sana'a, has been turned into a white-hot affair due to the coalition's airstrikes on the armed forces in the area, with the premises of a construction group of the Dragon Kingdom, which is situated in the vicinity of the two armories in the city of Sana'a, having become a high-risk area. Here is the Dragon country's foreign key aid project National Library. The current project has been completed 80%, its geographical location is sensitive, only a few hundred meters from the armed military facilities, become the focus of airstrikes to cover the scope of the area. According to incomplete statistics, this area within a day suffered more than 30 consecutive bomb attacks. According to accounts from people on the scene, the violent vibrations from the bomb blasts caused the walls of the unfinished library basement to crack, forcing Dragon employees to take shelter from the constant bombardment in underground bunkers. Emergency broadcast. March 26 daily. In the early hours of the morning, the embassies abroad urgently activated the red alert, notifying more than 600 citizens of the Dragon Kingdom dispersed in the 12 areas concerned to gather in designated areas and prepare for evacuation. March 26 daily. This afternoon, according to the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Defense, it was reported that it received an order from the military commission that the convoy formation in the relevant sea area, suspending its escort mission, would maneuver at full speed and head for Yemen. March 27 daily. According to the Dragon country's foreign ministry reported, the embassy personnel in neighboring countries, regional armed communication, has now ensured that the warship port, land clearance and other matters, the local government has promised to open the port, simplify the customs clearance process. At the same time, the advance team has now opened up the evacuation of the mountain road. Along the way, all the armed barriers have been unblocked. The local armed forces dispatched a number of gendarmes, the entire escort convoys. Escorted by locally armed armored vehicles, all vehicles successfully crossed the engagement zone and arrived safely at the evacuation port in just 4.5 hours. March 29 daily. The first warship of the Dragon Kingdom has arrived at the harbor and successfully evacuated the first batch of Dragon Kingdom citizens, as well as 2 foreign experts. March 30 daily. Dragon's second warship arrived at the port. Within half an hour, more than 400 Dragon citizens all successfully boarded the ship, confirmed by the Ministry of Defense of the Dragon. The evacuation operation was successfully completed. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs subsequently confirmed that the evacuation of compatriots from the Dragon, a total of more than 500 people, registered, are now all evacuated. Looking at the report in front of him, Lin Dong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now that it has been successfully evacuated, it's a good thing. Actually, at first, Lin Dong was worried. Although it was true that it was not illegal to engage in these things himself, he did not want his compatriots in the Dragon Kingdom to be mistakenly injured by the things he produced. But now it seems that one's worries were completely unwarranted. Even though the region had entered a state of war, even both sides of the conflict had given the Dragon nation face. Especially in the warring areas, both sides would also tacitly cease fire whenever they saw vehicles with the Dragon flag. Of course, this behavior has absolutely nothing to do with quality or morality. Simply because they don't want to touch the Dragon Kingdom. Because for any party, there is no benefit at all in angering the Dragon Kingdom. It wasn't until that moment began that many people really understood the meaning of that statement. The motherland is the strongest backing of the people. Seeing this, Lin Dong shook his head, and the last lump in his heart was let go. He thought for a moment and glanced at his cell phone again. Unsurprisingly, there is still no way to contact the poorer. It looks like the inverts should not have been evacuated together. But come to think of it, he certainly won't withdraw. Either to get rich or for the mission. And just then, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Lin Dong's body squared up. Come in. Little plant manager, it's done. It's done. At this time, Yi Minghui was wearing a dark circle under his eyes, looking very tired, but with an excited look on his face, holding a stack of sheets in his hand, he rushed in with all the gusto. What you asked for earlier, 20 modified tractor launchers, 5,000 gas canisters, all done. Everyone worked overtime. It only took 20 days. Worked as hard as they could, overtime, and produced it all. Looking at Yi Minghui's tired appearance at this moment, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile, then took the list, glanced at it, and then said, Supervisor Yi has worked hard, but work is work, you still need to take more rest, your body is important, don't carry everything on your own, don't you still have factory directorly to help? Yi Minghui ignored Lin Dong's words and instead opened his mouth to ask. That? Small plant manager, have you contacted the customer? Not yet. Lin Dong shook his head, but you're well aware of the situation over there now. I mean. Yi Minghui hesitated, are you sure you want to send all the gas canisters? This is 5,000 gas canisters. The customer's order at the beginning was only for 2,000, are you really sure he really needs that many? He just verbalized how many he wants, but the actual money hasn't arrived yet. I'm sure. Lin Dong laughed softly, even sure. Huh? Why? Yi Minghui froze. Because they use it so fast. Lin Dong opened his cell phone and flipped through a news story reported from abroad. The news is simple, probably that local armed forces are using a powerful new weapon. Of course, the content was not very understandable for Yi Minghui to read. But he can read pictures. He saw right away what the so-called new weapon was on the report. Huh? Isn't that our gas tank? You're right, this is our gas canister. Lin Dong nodded. Zhou Gong and I have counted, since our evacuation, the intensity of the war in the area has gone up all of a sudden, and now the consumption of gas canisters is almost around 200 per day. For example, this report, in this battle alone, 160 were fired in a single day, and that's not counting the ones that were used in the rest of the area. And once war breaks out, the risk of transportation increases a lot, and it's not always possible to get in there. So send a little more at a time if you can, just so people have it in stock. People don't even give deposits, they pay the full amount from the start. He trusts us so much, it's only fair that we trust him too. After all, business is all about mutual trust. Seeing that Lin Dong was so insistent, Yi Minghui was not in a position to stop him, and with a greeting, he was about to leave when Lin Dong suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. Right, Supervisor Yi. What's the status of that multi-barrel rocket launcher that was modified over at Zhou Gong's side? Ayo, I almost forgot if you didn't say it, little factory director. Yi Minghui slapped his head. Recently, I stayed up late more, my memory has declined. Before coming over, Mr. Zhou let me tell you that the samples have been taken care of, and asked if you want to send them over together. Send it. Lin Dong waved his hand. In the meantime. Miles away. War-torn area, deep tunnels, in a darkened room. The pourer, wearing a face mask, is talking business with a client. The customer in front of him was a middle-aged man with a face of stubble, thick eyebrows and big eyes, wearing a white robe and wrapped in a turban, and appeared to be a local. The man at that moment was gabbling with an anxious look on his face. And facing the other party's urging, the inverted master was helpless and said. It's not that I don't want to help you, it's really that. The situation now is clear to you. Production takes time, and I don't have any on hand right now. To put it mildly, people are bombarding me every day now, and I'm afraid to go out and contact each other now. And transportation takes time. How was I to know that the situation would suddenly turn out like this? To be honest, the inverted master understood the anxiety of the man in front of him. Why? Because of the gap in weapons and technology. The opponent has Eagle Sauce support, the Hans have all kinds of advanced weapons, not to mention, the key is Eagle Sauce even to send planes directly to. It is for this reason that they are jokingly called the Slipper Army. Although the Slipper Army is not well equipped, it is extremely tough in terms of will. Why? Because many of their loved ones and friends have lost their lives through the meddling of Eagle Jam. And against an enemy with Hawk Sauce support, they desperately needed a weapon that was both cheap and powerful. Take, for example, the candy canes that made a big splash with a while back. Granted, but nowadays, there is a big problem. War consumes weapons at a much greater rate than expected. The first order of 2,000 gas canisters was used up in less than 10 days. Partly, of course, because it was fired, and partly, because it was bombed and then worn out before it could be used. In fact, today's pourers are getting anxious. The reason why things can be imported before, one is because the customs of places like this, loose management, not even an X-ray machine, all rely on manual labor, things in by the way, and the second is because the customs import and export, in fact, all have his relationship. But with today's situation, if this continues, once the people with connections are purged, it will be very difficult to import things again. So the inverted master pondered for a moment, clenched his teeth, and made a decision. I know it's a serious situation right now. So be it. I'll try to get up there tomorrow and risk contacting that side to see exactly how long it's going to take to get there. Seeing that the inverted master agreed, the middle-aged man in front of him showed a look of gratitude, while not forgetting to remove the pendant from his hand and say something with an excited face. It was only after a few moments that the inverted master finally understood. The picture on the pendant is of his family. Originally, he also had a happy family with a gentle wife, a son and a daughter. Until the explosion that cost him everything. And who was the culprit in that explosion? Know it all. Seeing this, the inverted master couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Once upon a time, so was the Dragon Kingdom. This is a world of the weak and the strong, backward. Will have to be beaten Although his heart was a bit unfavorable, but as a nominal arms dealer plus poorer, he did not show too many mood swings, just coldly chose to send off the guests, and then began to gather manpower. The next day, 5 a.m. He led the men, risking their lives, out of the tunnels. He took out his satellite phone and started dialing. And at the same time, in the factory manager's office, Lin Dong was awakened by the sudden ringing of the bell. He opened his cell phone and immediately came to life. Pourquoi? How's it going over there? Not really, things are pretty bad right now. The inverted master gasped. I know it might be a bit too much to ask now, but I still want to ask you guys, can you speed up production ahead of time? I need your stuff badly on my side, especially the candy canes. Small plant manager, can you give me an accurate answer? Just the next batch of orders, when is the earliest you can have them ready for production? In the face of the pourer's question, Lin Dong's face broke into a smile. Fruity. There's a lot more depletion over there than meets the eye. He was silent for a moment, then spoke. To tell you the truth, we've actually already produced the next batch of orders. So when does it ship? The pourer asked anxiously, when is the earliest it can get to me? Not far away, there was another heavy bombardment. It's already here. Lin Dong said indifferently, it crossed the Dragon Country customs 15 days ago, and it should have arrived on your side yesterday afternoon, it's just that I couldn't contact you, so there was no way to talk to you about it. When these words came out, the entirety of the inverted master was instantly stunned. Huh? Already? It's only been 25 days. Also okay. The faster the better. Oh, yes, pourquoi, and I forgot to tell you something else. I'm afraid you'll have to make a little more of the next payment. The inverted master froze. Is it sitting on the ground? This time, I sent you a one-time shipment of 5,000 gas canisters, and then I shipped you another 2 million in sugar and fertilizer. Lin Dong said slowly, I think you would need these things, don't you? Lin Dong's words just fell. The inverted man on the other end of the phone just spit out a mouthful of water. Put. Raider? 5,000 gas cans? The kind with stands? Not. That fast? 5,000 produced in less than a month? Huh? I remember you said earlier that your factory's output was only about 100 a day, right? In the face of the pourer's consternation, Lin Dong was calm. Inverted, you may have misunderstood something. When I said before that production was only 100 a day, it was because it wasn't profitable to produce gas cans. It's the same as that what ballpoint pen rollerball, not making money and producing the out of it. Producing a furnace takes years. But now that we can make money, production naturally goes up. And to be more precise, it was 5,000 produced in 20 days, and transportation took a little while. At this point, the pourer had been completely shocked. Not. What kind of horrible capacity is this? That's still just a private machine shop. He had thought that 2,000 gas canisters a month would have been the limit of Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant, but never thought that it could actually be so fast. And hearing Lin Dong's words, the inverted master cried and laughed a little. After a moment, he shook his head inside. This speed is indeed a bit scary. But still, from now on, I'll take as much as you have. There's enough money to go around. Anyway, if it's more expensive, it's still 4 or 5 times cheaper than those military supplies. It's the Eagle Sauce side that's probably going to be dumbfounded next. They certainly won't understand why, as a place without even basic industry, there are so many more gas canister cannons out here all at once. In the face of the pourer's exclamation, Lin Dong just said softly. Don't understand? Not understanding is right. Because industrial Cthulhu just isn't meant for them to understand. Instead, it's used to make them afraid. Chapter 24 Diplomatic Incidents. What is an industrial Cthulhu? Put it this way. In Journey to the West, the Rui weapon in the hands of the Monkey King weighs 13,500 pounds apiece. Then may I ask how many Rui weapons can be built in a year based on the Dragon Kingdom's annual steel production? The answer is that it can produce 150 million sticks a year. That amount would be enough to give every single minion in the world 3 weapons. And it's every year. Steel, the lifeblood of a nation. From agriculture to military, from pots and pans to ships and cannons to airplanes and aircraft carriers, there is no way to live without steel. And it just so happens that when it comes to steel, the Dragon Kingdom still has that small advantage. With more than half of the world's production, the first place in steel production is in the Dragon Kingdom, the second place is in a province in the Dragon Kingdom, and the third place is in a city below a province in the Dragon Kingdom. That's the bottom line for the Dragon Kingdom. Again, this was Lin Don's bottom line. In the machinery industry of the Dragon Kingdom, there is only a shortage of orders, not a shortage of goods. Let's not talk about 5,000 gas cans a month. Even if it was 10,000, Lin Don was sure of producing them. The big deal is to continue to expand. Take the remaining 2 plants and make them all gas tank production lines. And on the other side. After hearing Lin Don's words, the inverted master also froze. Whether Hawk Jam would be scared he didn't know. But by now he was getting scared. Especially with this production and speed, just thinking about it made his back go cold. So much so that he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. It's a good thing I contacted you guys early and didn't let you sell the stuff to someone else. Or else it's still there. In the face of the inverted master's shock, Lin Dong was calm, even not forgetting to remind him. That's right, Porkwoi. Our factory has developed another sample, but as you know, we are a civilian factory and are not in a position to test samples. Why don't you help try? At these words, the inverted master was slightly stunned. Samples? What samples? Vehicle-mounted multiple rocket launcher, capable of firing 16 rockets one after another at a time, and can be transferred immediately after firing. Lin Dong explained, according to the estimation of our factory engineers, the power may not be as great as a sugar canister, but the range is farther than a sugar canister, and far more flexible, while less need for manpower, easy to evacuate, and not much recoil, no need for a gun-ho to hold it in place, and you can run after you've hit it. As soon as Lin Dong's words fell, the inverted master's entire body froze in place once again. Huh? What the hell? Are you sure you're a civilian machine shop? How come this is there too? Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, there is an engineer in our factory who retired from the army, he is especially familiar with these things. Lin Don laughed, how about it? Can you help me see if this stuff has any sales over there? But to warn you in advance, this thing is a little expensive, after all, it took us quite a lot of effort. Just name your price, how much? Porkwoi asked. Seeing that the inverted master had loosened his tongue, Lin Dong also made a secret calculation in his heart. Vehicle-mounted multi-barrel rocket launcher is changed with agricultural dump trucks, counting labor, materials, basically about 50,000 to get it done, of course, since it is exported, Lin Dong naturally want a lion's mouth. According to previous habits, Lin Dong decided to double. With a clench of his teeth, he opened his mouth. 20,000 knives a tank. The cartridges are disguised as oxygen tanks, you'll have to weld them yourselves when the time comes, 200 knives a tank, and the inside is the same as always, double-decker inside and out, but we've left more in the launch section. As soon as Lin Dong's words left his mouth, the inverted master once again froze. Say that again? How much? 20,000 knives. Lin Dong's neck shrank, suddenly panicking a little, feeling that he was not shouting too high, that can actually be discounted if the volume is large. No, I don't mean that. The inverted master looked stricken, portable vehicle-mounted multiple rocket launchers, and they only cost $20,000 apiece? Do you know how much this thing costs out there? Don't know. Lin Dong froze, thought he shouted high, feelings are shouted low but he still explained, after all, we are civilian goods well. And military industry certainly no way to compare. It's not a matter of comparing or not comparing. The inverted master looked oddly surprised, and then asked a seemingly unrelated question, do you know why there is such a high demand for gas canisters on my side lately? I don't know. Lyndon was curious, why? No, it was blown up. The inverted master shook his head, it did work well when the customer bought it back, but the problem was that it was too dangerous. Basically just shot out a couple of gas canisters and the bombardment immediately came from the other side. It's not like you don't know how much that gas can thing holds, it's too bulky. So all this time, they've been filling it with human lives. Speaking of which, the inverted master couldn't help but sigh. But there's no way around it, this is war, especially when the other side is aided by Eagle Sauce, and the difference in power between the two sides is too great. But with this multiple rocket launcher, that's a different story. After launching, immediately you can change positions, then recuperate, then keep fighting. In contrast, I'm afraid that multiple rocket launchers have more utility than candy canes. Hearing this, Lin Dong suddenly thought of something without reason. He asked in a rush. That said, since they have assistance from Eagle Jam, they should have an interceptor system, right? Wood sugar canisters and rockets. Of course there's an interception system, and it's highly accurate. The inverted didn't shy away from admitting it outright, but they can't afford to intercept it. Lin Dong froze. Cost. The inverted man explained, you think Eagle Sauce is free aid, don't you? What's the virtue of the white-skinned Anza? Also called weapons aid costs money, and a lot of it, and how does Eagle Sauce make money if it doesn't? How does Commissioner Smith get it? For now, things like candy canes and, as you say, multiple launch rockets are really short-range rockets. For interception, the Iron Dome system is usually used. But do you know what the individual cost of an Iron Dome system interceptor is? A single one would cost 40,000 to 50,000 cutlery, but how much is a candy cane? How much is a multiple rocket launcher? Offense is always going to be more effective than defense, and that's how war works. So it's definitely useful, just rest assured that the sales are definitely there. If the next batch of orders, gas canisters, or 5,000 it, that multi-barrel rocket launcher. Also do not need to test samples, special times, special treatment, first give me 50 to try the water, I think that this thing is very play space. Can you handle it, little plant manager? Seeing another large order, Lin Dong immediately agreed without saying a word. Production is definitely not a problem. I just don't know if you guys can still ship in on your end right now? This was actually one of the things that Lin Dong had been worried about. If something is produced but can't be shipped in, that's a problem. It's fine for now, the port and customs over here are still in the hands of the client at the moment. The inverted master laughed, don't worry, if the port and customs are lost, I'll definitely be the first to run, and my side is actually just the place where the conflict erupted. Eagle Jam's main support force isn't on this side, it's on old Israel's side, so the problem shouldn't be too big. Okay. Lin Dong nodded. The next installment arrives this afternoon. The pourer said. Porkoi, be safe. No. After hanging up the phone, Lin Dong finally let out a sigh of relief. On the one hand, the inverters were contacted and it was established that there was no problem with the subsequent export of the goods. And on the other hand, there was suddenly a large order in hand. With that comes order pressure. But for this, Lin Dong had expected it. After a moment of contemplation, he called Li Jianjun directly. Hey, Factory Director Li, there's something I need to talk to you about. It's that sample that you and Zhou Gong produced earlier, and it's ready to start mass production. Right. The Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory is responsible for producing the main body of the vehicle, and the modifications are given to the Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory side. Samples? It's okay, the customer is in a hurry and believes in our quality, so they don't need to test the samples. You don't have to go the modification route, just let the Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory produce pretend dumpers and you guys mount them directly on the car? It's also okay. It's a bit faster that way. 50 units produced within a month, Plant Director Li, no problem? Okay, then I'll trouble Factory Director Li about this. After hanging up the phone, at this time, Li Jianjun was at a loss. It even felt a little less real to him. You know, a month ago, the sales volume of the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory can only be described as disastrous, basically a month can only sell out less than 10 units. How long has it been since Lin Dong took over? Not only did they clear out their inventory, but now they're even pulling in orders. And 50 units at once. To be honest, producing 50 units in a month was indeed a bit challenging. After all, it was only some time ago that Lin Dong had drawn quite a few workers over. Still, Li Jianjun gritted his teeth and agreed directly. Too many orders is better than no orders. The big thing is to keep hiring. As long as there are orders, everything is fine. If I can't, I'll get the departments together. I'm in. We all come from a technical background anyway, so the big thing is to go back to technology. Even if we put our lives on the line, within a month, we have to make this order. Meanwhile, on the other side, it didn't take long after hanging up the phone for the inverted master to call in the follow-up payment. Looking at another huge sum of money in hand, Lin Dong couldn't help but be in a good mood. In just 1.5 months' time, the profits from the existing orders were actually enough to pay off all the loans of Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory. But of course Lin Dong wasn't so stupid that he would go and rush to pay it back. And now that the factory is up and running, there is no risk of bankruptcy. Even if the money is paid back early, the bank is probably not happy. Looking at the factory that was now bustling again, Lin Dong couldn't help but sigh for a while. Fruity. There are some. On the inverted side, a big event is happening quietly. That night, a secluded street. It was the dead of night and many people were already sound asleep. But in the dark, empty corner, a team of well-equipped, armed to the teeth special ops squads were moving quickly in one direction. The squad consisted of 5 men in a triangular formation approaching the concrete building in front of them. As the person in charge made a gesture in front of his chest, the 4 people behind him immediately stopped moving. Within minutes, several people were all wearing night vision. With a command from the captain, a concussion bomb was dropped into the room. With dull explosions, the 5-man squad rushed in one after another. There was a fierce exchange of fire. But the firefight didn't last long. Just a few moments later, the person inside was silent. Just as the crowd began to count the rooms, a soft eek broke the silence. Soon the tactical flashlight was turned on and the contents of the room were highlighted. Only to see that in the room, surprisingly, there were dozens of large and small empty gas canisters. And the gas tank in the corner, not far away, has had its tail welded on. Looking at the familiar thing in front of them, the crowd immediately understood. They subconsciously focused the glow of their flashlights on the tank. Instead, I saw 2 strings of Chinese written on the gas tank's canister. Nanyang Machining Factory. Contact telephone number, +8 6134 XXX. For a moment, all 5 members of the squad froze. The captain then dialed the radio, and after receiving a definite answer, he immediately took out his cell phone, snapped a picture, and then sent it back. Next day, afternoon. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon State is holding a press conference. The topic is about the evacuation some time ago. Although the evacuation operation was successfully completed, the warships did not leave, but received requests for help from other countries and once again went to the corresponding ports to assist in the evacuation of foreign citizens. Normally, this would have been a perfectly ordinary briefing, organized for the sole purpose of announcing the progress of the assisted evacuation. Until the follow-up press question period. A foreign media reporter immediately raised his microphone and started questioning. It has been reported that an intelligence service has now obtained the latest news about the cooperation between the Dragon State and local armed forces in the production of lethal weapons. May I ask the Foreign Ministry of the Dragon State whether this move proves that the Dragon State has already participated in this regional conflict or provided counterpart military assistance to a certain side? In the meantime, what does the Dragon State have to say about this photo? After saying that, the foreign media reporter took out a photo that had been printed out in advance, and then held it up high and showed it to everyone at the scene. And there, in the photo, is clearly a large, welded-tailed, explosives-laden gas canister. Meanwhile, on the gas canister's body, there was a familiar Chinese writing. Nanyang Machining Factory. Seeing this scene, for a moment, the scene was in an uproar. Chapter 25. The whole network is hot. Nanyang Machining Plant explodes in flames. The reason for the uproar in the room was also simple. Because this time, and in the past, it really wasn't quite right. At the outbreak of the conflict, a fleet of dragon warships sniffed and began evacuating. This is also the first time in the history of the Dragon Kingdom that a warship has been utilized to evacuate overseas. But something like a warship can do more than simply evacuate people. More, deterrence. It's called a tough ship. It was also because the Dragon Kingdom had behaved so forcefully this time that it had also triggered all sorts of unwarranted speculations in many countries. After all, for a long time, under the leadership of Eagle Sauce, he and his minions have always left no stone unturned to advocate the Dragon Country threat theory, trying to use this to discredit the Dragon Country. Of course, on top of that, internally they viewed the Dragon Kingdom with an extreme contempt. So this has led to the classic left and right brain interplay in many countries. 1, 3, 5, the Dragon Nation threat theory, 2, 4, 6, the Dragon Nation collapse theory, and on Sundays, the question will be asked, although the Dragon Nation has made progress and achievements in certain areas, what is the price? However, they began to panic when the Chinese printed projectile actually appeared. They just want to discredit the Dragon Kingdom, but they are afraid that the Dragon Kingdom will actually make a move. What kind of existence is the Dragon Kingdom? Although in the reports, the powers of the Blue Star countries were extremely disparaging, trying to portray the Dragon Kingdom as the backward place of the world, where the people were now living in poverty. But in reality, they knew exactly what level the present-day Dragon Kingdom was at in their hearts. Once upon a time, the Dragon Kingdom was deeply mired in internal and external troubles, and was shaken by the storm. Militarily, the strong ships and sharp cannons of the great powers blasted open the country's gates, and one war of aggression after another left the land of China devastated. Economically, the Dragon State, which was reduced to a semi-colonial and semi-feudal society, had its national industry ravaged and its economic lifelines clutched in the hands of the great powers. The industrial base is even weaker to almost negligible. Most of the manufactured goods rely on imports, jokingly referred to as foreign fire, foreign nails of daily necessities, everywhere highlights the old dragon country's industrial distress. The people are struggling in dire straits and the country is on the verge of collapse. But it's a country that, in just 100 years, has changed forever. First, they drove away the eastern invaders and cleansed the 100 years of national shame, then ended the internal war and unified the Dragon Kingdom, and then in the face of the eagle sauce armed to the teeth as well as the multinational allied forces, the Dragon Kingdom's army majestically, with great vigor, crossed the Yalu River, and by virtue of their tenaciousness and excellent tactics, frozen the northern battlefield in the freezing cold and snowy weather and thwarted the enemies. Conspiracy completely. When the Dragon Kingdom of his time was penniless, he was able to make Eagle Jam eat his words. And nowadays the Dragon country has been booming for decades, from the beginning of the agricultural country into an industrial country, from the beginning can only rely on imports, to the world's #1 exporter, a variety of heavy industry, light industry, high-speed development, the high-speed development of industry brings, and military, such as in recent years, a variety of warships, aircraft carrier formations have been under the sea. And because of this, other countries today, including those minions who used to bow down to Eagle Jam, have to rethink a question. If the Dragon Kingdom really intervened in this war, how much of their chances of victory would be left? So when that Eagle Jam reporter pulled out that photo, after a brief outcry, the crowd quickly quieted down. Everyone's eyes, subconsciously, focused on the spokesman of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon country, Delay Shuang, to get his next response. And Delay sharp froze when he heard the question. Because normally, this question is not really relevant to the topic of today's press conference. Granted, when he looked at the writing on it, and the object of déjà vu, he quickly understood. Delay Sharp then turned to the camera and laughed softly. Production of lethal weapons? Military assistance? By lethal weapon, I don't suppose you mean this gas canister? I think, as the official reporter of Eagle Jam, you should have a more professional standard, or at least distinguish between lethal weapons and civilian life forms. The thing in the photo in your hand is indeed a kind of pressure tank body for storing gas produced in the Dragon Kingdom, which is generally used in the lives of residents, such as boiling water, stir-frying, and cooking. And we in Longguai, as a major country in the global production and export of gas tanks, have corresponding products all over the world, including eagle sauce. Isn't it a bit nonsensical for you to call this thing a lethal weapon? Here, I must reiterate. The Dragon State's position on foreign affairs has always been very clear. The Dragon State insists on not interfering in the internal affairs of other countries, opposes confrontation by military groups, and does not engage in proxy wars, and in the recent situation concerning Yemen, the Dragon State has never provided lethal weaponry to any of the parties to the conflict. After receiving an accurate reply from the statement made by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, all the people present in the room also breathed a sigh of relief, and the farce was able to come to an end. However, the farce at the press conference did end, but this matter has caused a huge wave within the Dragon Kingdom. With the international situation in turmoil, as early as a few years ago, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China created its own account on major media platforms, and every once in a while, it would turn on live broadcasting or publicize the recent work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs by posting videos. So the account quickly amassed quite a following. And the photo in the hands of the Eagle Jam reporter quickly attracted the attention of many fans. Originally, at first, the crowd just assumed that this was another Eagle Jam tactic to smear the dragon, choosing to point the finger at the gas canisters as hard and deadly weapons. But cannot hold the curiosity of the crowd, so after learning the news, immediately there are good people, have to go over the wall to the extranet to find the video about the gas tank. As a result, the crowd was all dumbfounded. Because this gas canister is not really used for gas in foreign countries. Instead, it's for explosives. The key is Because both forces were secretly battling during this time, as well as playing psychological warfare, the extranet, with its videos of gas canister cannons, is full of them at your fingertips. So a lot of people have been downloading these videos and sending them back home. So over the next few days, various videos of gas canister cannons have appeared on the front page of major video sites. Soon, the gas tank of Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory, all of a sudden, became the focus of the Dragon Country. A small and mediocre civilian machinery processing factory within the Dragon Kingdom had produced something that had become a weapon that had appeared on the battlefields abroad. Especially on those videos, when the people saw the gas tank canisters printed in Chinese, were welded on the tail, and then were carefully staged on the tractor converted into a turret, just need to gently point the fire, the boom, directly flew out, the explosion power when it landed is comparable to the mortar, or even stronger than the mortar, just 3 gas canisters, can directly blow down a whole building. Everyone was dumbfounded. At that moment, underneath the major videos, countless netizens began to talk frantically. What the hell is this? No, man? Is this still a gas can? Instead of gas, it's dynamite, right? Is there a brother with a big hang to popularize the idea that a gas canister like that is equivalent to the firepower of what weapon? I'm guessing it has to be the equivalent of a 150mm howitzer? The power depends on the charge of the thing, but looking at the head, buildings can be blown up, so it's definitely not too powerful. But it's just not accurate enough, and the range is relatively close. No, why do we need accuracy and range? Not accurate enough to cover a dozen or so doors together, the range is close to hit the end can be directly bugger weapons directly thrown. How much is this gas tank worth? If you don't believe me, go to Taobao and do a search. Right. How much does this thing cost per round? What's the point of having precision power when you can just cover it with direct fire? It doesn't even need to be fragmented. It can even shock people to death. Wait a minute? What's in this? Why did that guy taste it just now? This white stuff, it's not sugar, is it? Cold knowledge, the addition of sugar can make the power of clay explosives turn over a notch. Sugar, this thing as a strategic material, is not without reason. I don't know. Is that really the one that cooks when you're hungry and shells when you're at war? However, this is just the beginning. When more videos were sent out, the crowd was shocked once again. Because this time, it's not just the gas tank. Taking out a clothesline and a pair of inexplicably dismantled parts from nowhere, the local poor old folks, in fact, hardwired it into a replica AK-47. The point is that it actually does work. And in addition to those, there were actually tractors with gun hose and launchers on their asses. There are also dump trucks converted to vehicle-mounted multiple rocket launchers. At that moment, everyone was once again in shock. No? What's all this stuff? Is this the same gas tank and tractor I know? Isn't this a mortar? Nice guy. Who the hell modified that? The dumper was converted directly into an adjustable angle clay launcher. Genius. Isn't this the broken four-wheeler we used to harvest wheat back home? How can it still play like this? A broken four-wheeler from a distance, scary at a 30-degree angle. Plow the fields in times of agriculture and attack the city in times of war. When the tumbler buckles, life and death are uncertain. And with the netizens talking about the video and the whole job. Soon, the attention of countless netizens was drawn to it. One time. Whether it was microblogging, or forums, or various group chats, all were brushing this matter. Like on Twitter, for example. Hashtag Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant hashtag gas cannon hashtag Foreign Ministry spokesperson Delay Shuang refuted Eagle Sauce reporter hashtag, and many other phrases, quickly rushed to the hot search. Its high degree of heat, appalling, just half a day time, directly to the top of the hot search. And underneath the words of this tweet, various pictures, videos, and the list goes on and on. At that moment, even many why do people call him the little factory manager? Isn't he just a kid? People's parents had a car accident, so the factory was left to him. The market is not good in the past few years, would have owed a few million, soon to be bankrupt. The results of people directly live hand-rubbing barrels, just to find a foreign customer, and then do it up chant. Good guy, hard to make a sunset industry into a sunrise industry, right? Glowing hot? You're really not saying this thing is physically glowing right now. A real, explosive product. Bankruptcy? Nah. Broken pieces. I finally understand why hawk sauce is so broken defense. This thing is indeed a civilian product, but the customer bought it, not civilian. Gas cans, arms dealers. Shocked. Is this the man who stands behind Yemen? Turtle, what king of war? Not so much the king of war, it really isn't arms after all. But at least it's a war hooligan. The point is that this thing is really civilian in theory, even Eagle Jam can't do anything with him. However, at this time, Lin Dong was still unaware of everything that was happening online. He is even less aware that today's Nanyang machinery processing plant has suddenly and inexplicably been pushed into the limelight. Because at this point, he's swinging for the fences. Sure enough. People lose motivation when there is no pressure. Today's Nanyang machinery processing factory has been completely on track. The factory has Yi Minghui, Zhou Yunxian, Li Jianjun, 3 people in charge. Production, design. Lin Dong cannot be inserted into the hands of the key as now all the workers to catch up with the orders of the period, as a man of leisure, and now even if Lin Dong into the production workshop no one cares. On weekdays, everyone treats you with respect as a small factory manager. But now? Excuse me, who are you? What's more important than an order? Don't hold up the shop and hold up the guy's work. So Lin Dong was just kicked out. Production of their own cannot help, the design is not needed for the time being. Live words are also thrown to Li Meng. Nowadays Lin Dong has nothing to do. There was no choice but to study the system in his free time during this period. The problem is that nowadays, he's a little torn. No. We're a civilian factory. However, just then, there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside the door. Soon, Li Meng shouted. Little plant manager. Are you there? Something's wrong. It's not good. Lin Dong froze, hurriedly got up, and asked, come in and say it, what is it? Has the live broadcasting room been blocked? No. It's our factory. Li Meng looked anxious. The factory? What else can happen to the factory? I just asked Mr. Zhou and Mr. Yi before, aren't they all operating normally? Lin Dong looked puzzled, is there a problem at the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory? Neither. It's our factory that suddenly hit the Weibo hot search. Li Meng hurriedly took out her cell phone, clicked on Weibo, and handed it to Lin Dong. Lin Dong took the cell phone and looked at it, directly people stupid. It's not. He himself just wants to get rich quietly and low-key. What the hell is this #1 Twitter hit? Chapter 26 Open Doors. Free trade. To be honest, for the explosion of Nanyang Machining Factory, Lin Dong really did not expect it at all. The point is, he simply can't imagine why a small mechanical processing plant in his family would suddenly be pushed to the first hot search. He had no choice but to click in and take a look. Then, his entire body was completely dumbfounded. Next. A classic state-of-the-art, resounding through the office. No, buddy? Come up here and just straight up give me the whole thing to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom, huh? To be honest, if Lin Dong was just shocked when he heard about the rush to the hot search, then right now, Lin Dong's entire being was in a state of 5 thunderbolts. The #1 Twitter hit is often there. However, it was mentioned as infrequently used by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon. You know, this is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom. The speaker's every move represents the attitude of the entire top echelon of the Dragon Kingdom. And there was no doubt that because of this incident, Nanyang Machining Factory must have been targeted as well. The only problem nowadays is it the police, or the state security, or the military that are on to you? Or all of them? But either way, it's definitely not a good thing. So Lin Dong quickly realized the seriousness of the matter. He shouted in a hurry. Quickly go and ask Mr. Zhou to come over. Just say something. Wait. You tell him about this directly. Oh, by the way, call factory director Li over as well, this matter has something to do with him as well. Although the only Chinese characters found on the gas canisters are now, it should not be too far from the time when Eagle Sauce discovers the 5 Chinese characters for Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory. And after learning the news, Zhou Yunxian quickly put down what he was doing and rushed to the office. As soon as they entered, an old man and a young man looked at each other and suddenly fell silent. Because the situation at hand was indeed something that neither of them had anticipated. A moment later, Lin Dong was about to open his mouth when Li Jianjun also hurried over. As soon as he pushed the door open, he yelled. Little plant manager. This is bad. Ugh. I've known for a long time that something was bound to happen if I messed up like this. It's true that it's an export, though. But what kind of region are they in? What do you buy these things back for? Wouldn't you not know? And what about that internally threaded seamless steel tubing? What with all the gun parts, would people not be able to tell if it was disguised like that? As a result, it's better now. Straight up big news. This stuff is profitable, but it's easy to get into trouble. Ouch. In fact, I don't blame you. It's also because I got carried away, thinking that as long as I can make money and revitalize the factory, everything is fine. Little plant manager, take my advice, why don't you quit now? It's not too late to stop now. At this time, Li Jianjun had a face of regret. Looking at him like this, even Lin Dong was a bit flustered. I thought that as a traveler, I hadn't seen any scene before. The results now look. It's a scene I've never seen myself. Because it's not like he's been poked directly to the level of the Foreign Office before crossing over. This is so scary. The point is that this isn't even a good thing, it's a bad thing. However, at this moment, Lin Dong still forced himself to be calm and looked at Zhou Yunshin, who was to the side, and opened his mouth. Worker Zhou, what do you think? This time, Zhou Yunshin was calm. He glanced at Li Jianjun, then shook his head and said, Personally, I don't think there's any need to worry about it, little plant manager. Actually, I was against it at first for what you did. But in the meantime, I've been running around the country and my opinion has been changed. Suffice it to say, I'm the exact opposite of Plant Director Li. I don't think we need to close it at all. On the contrary, critical times make it all the more important for us to expand. When these words came out, Li Jianjun was directly confused. And Lin Dong came to be interested and subconsciously asked. Oh? Why? Little factory director, do you know why this thing, white sugar, is a strategic material? Zhou Yunshin asked rhetorically. Lin Dong froze, subconsciously said, because you can fry earth explosives with fertilizer? As a matter of fact, white sugar has long been phased out in the military industry. The power of earth explosives is actually very limited. Our Dragon Kingdom didn't use this stuff decades ago. Zhou Yunshin shook his head. The main reason why white sugar is a strategic material is because it has too many uses. The first one is calories. Once war breaks out and there is a shortage of dry food, soldiers need calories to replenish their strength. White sugar is the best food to provide energy fast and effective, and it has a long shelf life and is not easy to go bad. The second one is that when you are injured, you can use white sugar to treat your wounds in an emergency, and also white sugar can be used to produce alcohol through chemicals. So as a strategic material, white sugar is a very tightly controlled material within the dragon. You go to the supermarket and buy it by the dozens of pounds, no one cares. But you're bound to get investigated if you're buying tons and tons of it. And we bought 60 or 70 tons of white sugar for the poorer in one fell swoop before, so guess why we were able to export it? When these words came out, Lin Dong directly froze in place. Because it was only at this point that he finally thought about what the problem was. Yeah. The previous purchases of sugar and fertilizer were all operated by Zhou Yunshin all the time. Normally, Dragon should have investigated this back when it purchased white sugar for export. So for Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory this period of time, the Dragon country should have long been well aware of the matter. It's just that people don't say it. And that says one thing. The higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom, in fact, had long since acquiesced in this matter. So Lin Dong subconsciously asked. All that white sugar we helped buy is actually registered? Right? Of course. Zhou Yunshin said, the Dragon country has always had a very strict white sugar quota. The so-called white sugar quota is the state mandatory provisions. The annual production of white sugar must give priority to the supply of domestic. The excess part can only be exported and exported areas. But in this case, I was filling out an application, but I also worried about whether it would not be able to export. The results are indeed seconds past though. Exporting Eagle Sauce are not so fast. Another one is. Ever since Eagle Sauce launched a tariff war against us, Longguo and yours have reached a zero tariff agreement. When these words came out, Lin Dong immediately understood. Tariff wars. Speaking of which, Linden is familiar. Why would Eagle Sauce start a tariff war against what is now the world's #1 exporter, denying imports of Dragon Nation's products? Normally, shouldn't it be good for Eagle Sauce that Dragon's products are good value for money? In fact, quite the opposite. Tariff wars are a last resort for Eagle Jam. Why? It is because the products of the Dragon Kingdom are beautiful and inexpensive, and the industry of the eagle sauce simply cannot be rolled. The so-called businessmen seek profit, cannot be rolled, no profit, no orders. Naturally, they will announce the shutdown of production, bankruptcy. To put it bluntly, it was rolled by the Dragon Kingdom. Just like the Nanyang machining factory before it. But the difference is, Nanyang machining was rolled to death. The Dragon domestic, there are other processing plant top, as usual, good quality and low price. But what if the various factories within eagle sauce are rolled to death, and when it comes to a critical moment, such as the deterioration of relations between the two countries, what if the Dragon Kingdom simply declares that all of its products will not be exported? It's easy to close a factory, but hard to reopen it. Because of this, eagle sauce can only launch a tariff war. The products of the Dragon Kingdom into the eagle sauce, you must raise the price, so that their people will not feel that the Dragon Kingdom's products are good and cheap, and the local factories are profitable because there is no tariffs, so they will not go out of business in this way. That is, under the premise of this tariff war, Dragon products can't be sold to eagle sauce and have to find a way to sell elsewhere. Like the old Harry Man, like the Belting Empire, like Camelot, and the rest of the world. In fact, the trick does work. Originally, Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant had no orders in the country, no competitive advantage, but as soon as the result of the country, this order is not clamoring? It's the use that seems to have gone a little off the rails. However, there was still one thing Lin Dong couldn't quite figure out. That's not right either. Even if our country secretly acquiesced, but only acquiesced, and will not give us support. After all, we are not a big enterprise, just a private small factory. This you don't understand. Zhou Yunshin Hamdan Hod, let me ask you, guess why the warships were used to evacuate the foreigners at that time? Lin Dong froze, protect your fellow man. This is only one aspect. Zhou Yunshin shook his head. Have you forgotten that decades ago, when eagle sauce was industrialized, we closed our country? What method did they use to pry open the door to? But if the dragon is not allowed to make money without fear, then the dragon knows a little bit about punching in ammunition. If you can't, there's the Eastwind Express, mission accomplished. Thinking of this, Lin Dong instantly gained confidence. After a moment, he made an immediate decision. Be that as it may, let's keep a low profile. So we have to make a statement first. After all, we in the Dragon Kingdom have always had to be about a division. We must bite the bullet and say that the export is a civilian product. It's just that the customer went back and modified it himself. It has nothing to do with us. Hearing this, Li Jianjun, who was on the side, also nodded. Apparently, this time, he was convinced as well. However, he was now beginning to worry about something else. Wait. Little plant manager. I suddenly realized something. This time it's such a big deal, a lot of domestic machinery processing factories will not also notice that this is profitable, so come to get a piece of the pie. If that's the case, the back is probably going to roll again. However, Lin Dong was not the least bit worried about this. He shook his head and said, no way. The poor is close to the local armed forces, he's kind of a dealer and a monopoly kind of guy. And the local armed forces have taken full control of the harbor. Products from other factories, they just can't get in. So I think Chuka does have a point. Our factory, indeed, should expand its production scale. Because according to the current situation, I estimate that soon there will be customers from other regions who will have to come to us to place orders. So everyone be prepared. Worker Zhou, find another way to stock up on materials and goods. Plant directorly, the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory side, but also properly expand the scale, especially at present are several popular products, production capacity should be pulled up. As for the public opinion side, I'll handle it. After saying that, the people once again led the way. At this time, Lin Dong was silent and registered a microblogging account. After providing relevant proof to the station staff, an account that was officially certified soon came out. The account name is Nanyang Machining Factory. Not much longer. In the microblogging hot search, first words suddenly appeared at top microblogging named Party Response. The content is as follows. At Nanyang Machining Factory. This type of product is indeed manufactured and exported by our factory. The product corresponding to Figure 1 is a galvanized welded steel pipe for low-pressure fluid transport, which is the daily use of water pipes. Figure 2 corresponds to a product that is a steel welded cylinder for LPG, which is also known as a gas canister for everyday use. The product corresponding to Figure 3 is a wheeled tractor produced by the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory, part of the same group. When the buyer purchased, it was clearly stated that these products would be used for laying gas pipes, laying water pipes, storing gas, farming, etc. The production of products in our factory meets civilian standards and the export process is completely legal and compliant, and we have no knowledge of the subsequent conversion of the products into weapons, and will not be held accountable in any way for this matter. The only thing that is clear is that the quality of our products ranks among the best, with good quality and low price, and can be redesigned and processed according to customer needs, so we welcome customers who need to order from all over. Only the officials are allowed to set fire. No one is allowed to light the lamp. Ah shucks. Isn't it disgusting, eagle sauce? Laughing my ass off, I thought it was a slur, but I didn't realize it was a big. So the small days went straight to plugging the national fortunes and stealing Pearl Harbor. Of course, where in those little days could I have imagined that because of this, I would have eaten 2 of the most powerful mushrooms in the world at that time directly. And because of that. Once World War II was over, eagle sauce was sure of one thing. Whoever holds the oil has world hegemony. So in 1974, Eagle Jam made a deal with Camel to require that global oil be settled only in knife and music. In other words, every country in the world, but who wants to buy oil, must look for Eagle Jam in exchange for knives and music. Knife music hegemony, henceforth, was born, and Eagle Jam entered its golden age. However, Eagle Jam forgot one thing. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. When the oppressed people unite, it is about to be that Eagle Jam is no match. And Dragon has seen the opportunity to use a different, non-hegemonic approach to cooperation, attracting more global customers. So, the world bidder eagle sauce for a long time, the Dragon country a call, the countries have responded, even the largest oil supplier of eagle sauce Camel country, but also gradually reversed. Because no one is born wanting to be someone's slave. It was against this backdrop that Hawk Jam desperately needed to redefine itself with a war. Camels are definitely out. But there are other areas. So there was that proxy war not so long ago. It's just that the plot seems to be going a bit differently than what Eagle Jam expected. At first, they had thought that with their support, this war would be devastating and won without any effort. But they overlooked one thing. While the Hawk Jam had all sorts of advanced weaponry, their opponents, however, had a will of steel. As the Dragon Kingdom saying goes. Barefoot, not afraid to wear shoes. When the soldiers on crutches appeared in the parade, Eagle Jam also finally realized what kind of army this was. Soon there will be no ships and cannons, but still a torrent of steel. In the beginning, the forces supported by Hawk Sauce did have an advantage, after all, with the weapons provided by Hawk Sauce. The Slipper Army, on the other hand, only had replica AKs and other homemade weapons, and there was a huge disparity in firepower between the two sides. However, when those gas canisters were pushed out, the situation of the battlefield immediately changed. Gas cans are certainly not accurate enough. But they're powerful enough, and they're big. 3 gas tanks to a building. With enough firepower, there is no need for accuracy. Blow it up and be done with it. Anyway, with the barrel, it's hard to fly backwards. The point is that this group of people, long ago, held the determination of certain death. Even knowing that soon after the gas canisters were fired, the Eagle Jam shells would immediately come flying. But they are still righteous. For a while, the situation was at a stalemate. And those inexpensive, surprisingly numerous gas cans that have been modified in various ways are a nightmare for eagle sauce. Intercept, right? Blood loss. You don't want to intercept it, do you? Also a loss. A good crushing inning was hardened into a tug of war. Normally, there would have been a way for Hawk Jam to do something about this situation. There is no industry in this area. So whether it's seamless steel pipes, or gas tanks, or water pipes, they must have been shipped in by port. Eagle Jam just needs to control the harbor. But the thing is, the situation just has such a coincidence. It wasn't long before Eagle Jam's carrier formation departed. The Dragon Kingdom's formation also departed. Straight to the Red Sea. Port of call. Begin evacuation. And after the evacuation, there was no rush to leave. It has also been helping other countries evacuate people. Take for example the Brothers of the PA. Looking at the Dragon Kingdom warships docked in the harbor, Eagle Jam's carrier formation froze and didn't dare to take half a step forward, only forced to wander in the Red Sea. Why? Because Hawk Jam is just bad, but not stupid. It's okay to bully those poor buddies, but if you really dare to go forward and force your way closer, that would be provoking a war. So Eagle Sauce could only watch as the warship docked for the duration of the time that a number of fully loaded merchant ships, under his watchful eye, delivered their cargoes. Subsequently, an alarming number of gas canisters, whistling again, appeared at the same time, along with more weapons converted from dump trucks and tractors. Especially that vehicle-mounted multiple rocket launcher. The tipper is cocked, fired straight up, and run after the shot. Looking at this strange tactic, for a time, the officials of the Eagle Sauce Defense Department responsible for the region, the hearts of all rose an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as well as fear. This tactic, so familiar. The enemy advances and I retreat. The enemy is stationed and I am disturbed. I will fight when the enemy is tired. The enemy retreats and I give chase. Isn't that guerrilla warfare? And the inscription on the gas canisters seized afterward seemed to confirm their thoughts. It's just that Eagle Sauce couldn't have imagined it. This time, whether it was Longwa or that factory that produced and exported these things, it was surprisingly very hardcore. To summarize, civilian products. It has nothing to do with me. And because of that, after seeing the response to that tweet, Eagle Jam conducted an emergency meeting overnight. In the Pentagon office. The head of the situation in the Middle East is having a field day. Damn you, Dragon Nation. And talk about civilian products. This is clearly a weapon. The key you export even so. You also exported it so cheaply. These people are so poor that they can actually buy so much. They even export sugar and fertilizer to them. What is this if not a weapon? With the Dragon Nation's constant support, at this rate, it's impossible for us to get a hold of the local harbor. No way. Something has to be done. In the face of his outburst, the people in the office kept their heads down and didn't say a word. Because in fact, everyone knows all about it. Is that thing a weapon? Could be. Or not. Rather or not, it depends on the power of the Dragon Kingdom. So for Eagle Sauce, it's an unanswerable proposition. Because this outrageous maneuver is not even a conspiracy. It's the Yang scheme. Nay, the situation is sticky at the moment. Soon, the Pentagon made its decision. That night, the Eagle Sauce Ministry of Foreign Affairs released a statement on its official website, as well as on the Dragon Kingdom's Weibo, at the same time. Admin of Foreign Affairs of the Freedom and security cannot be traded, we will defend justice and peace. This message is out. The whole country is in an uproar. Tramp. It's starting again, isn't it? Before it was laundry detergent, now it's gas cans instead? Ha! In my opinion, Eagle Sauce is full of the world's biggest KB molecules. It's magic, after all these years, Hawk Jam is as shameless as ever. The more these moments come, the more you have to believe in your country. After saying that, Lin Dong hung up the phone. And after receiving an affirmative answer, Zhou Yunshin had a number in his heart. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yunshin glanced at the crowd of workers who were also waiting for the results, took a deep breath, and then roared. Keep doing it. Meanwhile, on the other side. After hanging up the phone, Lin Dong sat in front of his computer and was also constantly paying attention to the news on the internet. The heat was already starting to go down at the home plant. After all, with Twitter, people are really just looking at it for the fun of it. Once the heat went down, the crowd forgot about it. However, Eagle Jam has done the last thing she should have done at this exact moment. That would be rubbing salt in the wounds of the Dragon Kingdom. How dare you put out a rant about attacking a merchant ship? It's like blatantly asking the Dragon Kingdom to cede land and make reparations on an international level. So, unsurprisingly, the whole internet blew up again. And this time, it's no longer a spontaneous discussion among netizens. Soon, the CCTV News, the major official TV stations, came down and began to report on the matter one after another. At the same time, all the major platforms, the words about Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant, have also been on the hot search and headlines. Acting at the same time as the Dragon media, there are also Dragon executives. That night, 10:30. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom immediately responded to the matter. In response to the recent unfounded accusations and threats made by the Lighthouse State against enterprises of the Dragon State, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon State solemnly declares the following. First, the allegations of the Lighthouse State are completely inverted hegemonic logic. The so-called supply of lethal weapons to specific armed forces by enterprises in the Dragon State is purely a fabrication and a thief's cry. The gas tanks and water pipes, tractors, harvesters, and agricultural vehicles exported by the Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant are all internationally accepted civilian products with clear uses and legal formalities, and even the United Nations Commodity Trade Statistic database is clearly labeled as. Your hands are stained with blood, so who are you to tell Dragon Enterprises how to run their legitimate business? Thirdly, the government of the Dragon State, the Lighthouse State, will pay a heavy price for its stupidity if it persists. 1,000 words in a strong tone. And along with this announcement came a simple statement from the Dragon Defense Ministry. The Ministry of Defense of the Dragon State. Starting from the next day, our aircraft carrier formation with battle groups will go to the Red Sea waters to carry out escort missions to protect the vital interests of the enterprises and people of the Dragon State. For once, it wasn't just the country that blew up. For a while, the entire international community was in an uproar. As for the reason for the sensation, it's simple. Eagle Jam wants to make an example of him. And the Dragon Kingdom. On the other hand, we have to protect our calves. Chapter 28, The Co Can Go, and I Can Go. It's well known. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Defense of the Dragon Kingdom are two extremes. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has always been about a division. So in general, the more words, the bigger the thing. The Department of Defense, on the other hand, is the exact opposite. They have always adhered to the principle that as long as they can do it, they will never push you more. So the Dragon Defense Department, on the other hand, the fewer the words, the bigger the story. And this time, the rare simultaneous statement of both sides has basically shown the world the official attitude of the Dragon Kingdom. This time, Nanyang Machining, I bailed. Let's not talk about eagle sauce. Even if Jesus came, it wouldn't work. And these two pieces of news quickly reached the ears of the people in Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant. It so happened that at this time, Li Jianjun found Lin Dong with the latest drawings of the modified dump truck. After learning this news, Li Jianjun directly froze on the spot. He did think that the official manhwa would back up Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory, such as giving pressure in the international arena or something. But he never expected it. This time, the attitude of the Dragon Kingdom, surprisingly, would be so tough. Surprisingly, a carrier formation was used directly to escort the ship. Such a strong attitude is unheard of. So after learning this news, Li Jianjun's brain went straight down. After all, from an economic point of view, using an aircraft carrier fleet because of a private enterprise with a size of at most tens of millions of dollars is definitely a deal that will lose money to grandma's house. In contrast, the only explanation is, this time, the Dragon Kingdom is using this incident to thwart Eagle Jam. The political gains from this operation far outweigh the economic gains. It was only after a long time that Li Jianjun finally came out of his shock and then said, I didn't expect it. At this time, Li Jianjun admired Lin Dong to the core. The country actually really stepped in. Small factory director, it seems that this time, we did bet right. It's not exactly a bet. Lin Dong nodded and replied. So the small factory director was sure before? Li Jianjun was curious, why? It was Gongzhou's words that made me think of one thing. Lin Dong lightly laughed, Plant Director Li, haven't you thought of one thing? If you can't even keep your own merchant ships. So all over the world, who else dares to do business with our Dragon Kingdom? Anyone would be worried that the shipment they paid for would be intercepted by eagle sauce in the middle of the journey. In that case, Hawk Jam's purpose, wouldn't it be accomplished? In other words, if our country doesn't make a move, then the trade war, it's already lost. And hearing Lin Dong's words, a bitter smile spread across Li Jianjun's face. Actually, I thought about it. It's just that what I didn't expect was that this time, we'd be so hardened officially. After all, that's eagle sauce. Once upon a time, even if we were bullied, we could only break our teeth and swallow them in our stomachs, enduring humiliation. Back in the day, Lin Dong could actually understand Li Jianjun's thoughts. After all, in Li Jianjun's time, Eagle Jam's self-proclaimed world lighthouse, the world's #1 military power, was indeed too intimidating, and even the Dragon Kingdom could only look up to others. But who would have thought? In just a few decades, the Dragon Kingdom has been transformed and is able to fight hard against Eagle Jam. Facing Li Jianjun's sentiments, Lin Dong just laughed. Plant Director Li, times have changed. Yeah. Li Jianjun lamented, times have changed. Right, small factory director. Li Jianjun finally remembered the main thing at this time. This is a new type of all-terrain vehicle that you asked me to design before. It can cope with a variety of complex terrains, and the tires are. Oh, there's no need to show me this. Lin Dong waved his hand. Show it to Zhou Gong, he's familiar with this area. All right. Soon, Li Jianjun immediately held the drawings and went to find Zhou Yunshan. Seeing Li Jianjun's back as he left, Lin Dong hadn't had time to breathe a sigh of relief. The call came in from the pourer. As soon as Lin Dong opened the phone, he heard the inverted master directly zero frame starting hand. Ouch heck. This tramp's only a few days to see how I'll give dry on the hot search ah. Do you know about this? Eagle sauce this wave of horse frame a few bull actually said that we are engaged in lethal weapons. I am not just smuggling some gas canisters? As to be so petty? Fortunately, this wave of the Dragon Kingdom has come down hard. Carrier battle groups are dry out. This is good. I guess directly bam a moment, those few jumped the most joyful stinky fish and shrimp all pressed into the pot. There's one thing to say, we're just doing a little business, to say great, or the country ah. This is too damn high profile. Hearing this series of big ballast flavored like a barrage of spit from the inverted master, Lin Dong almost didn't tense up. His shock, though, was truly understandable. After all, on the surface, he was just a smuggler, not representing any power or country. So after the pourer's excitement had passed, Lin Dong then opened his mouth and asked. Ha? Porkboy, why do you have time to call today? Oh, I have to thank you guys for this. The pourer said. Ha? Thank us? Lin Dong froze. Because of your previous batch of ruthless goods. The inverted master explained, my client's side, tactically has gradually stepped into the right track, although it is piled up with human life, but I have to say, that vehicle-mounted multi-barrel rocket launcher is really powerful, directly to the opposite side of the dry mute, especially a few days ago after I received the goods, the client directly to a wave of raids, more than a dozen vehicles at night directly pull over, directly a round of flanking, the opposite side of the interception. System was almost scrapped. So things aren't so bad on my end. It's just a shame that the opposite side got rattled and resorted to unconventional means that night. The special operations forces were on it, uprooted a couple of strongholds and workshops, and then they found those gas canisters. But the small factory director your heart is also really big, actually dare to direct contact information and factory name to print on it, afraid that others do not know, right? Being told this by the inverted master, Lin Dong suddenly felt a bit weak, but he still forced himself to be calm and coughed lightly. Ahem. I'm just producing gas tanks. What am I afraid of? Ha! You're afraid you're sure the country will step in this time. The inverted master laughed and scolded. But after flirting a bit, the inverted master immediately straightened up. The main reason I'm calling you this time is to discuss two very important matters with. When the inverted master said this, Lin Dong also immediately got serious. You say. First, there's the issue of subsequent payments. The inverted master sighed, that's actually bad news. What's wrong? Lin Dong frowned slightly. Previously I was making direct payments to your factory from a bank in Switzerland. The inverted master said, as a result, I was sanctioned by Eagle Jam, and my account was frozen. When these words came out, Lin Dong froze and subconsciously asked. I thought Switzerland was a permanently neutral country? Where a lot of the world's rich people have accounts? Oh, permanent neutrality? Joke. The inverted master sneered, it's just one of Eagle Sauce's dogs. Truly again. Being reminded by the pourer like this, Lin Dong also suddenly thought of something. I did hear Zhou Gong and the others talk about it before. Many years ago, the machinery industry of the Dragon Kingdom would import some high-precision machine tools from Switzerland, especially 5-axis linked machines. But then Eagle Sauce, fearing the speed of the Dragon Kingdom's development, started a trade war. And Switzerland, as a lapdog, immediately stopped exporting high-precision machine tools to the Dragon, wanting to use this to hit the Dragon's manufacturing industry. Just guess what Switzerland didn't expect. The people of the Dragon Kingdom have always fought for their breath. Since we can't import it, we'll develop it ourselves. So it didn't take long for domestic high-precision 5-axis linkage machine tools to be developed, completely free from the control of other countries. In addition to high-precision machine tools, the same is true for shield machines. So the inverted man was really not wrong in this statement. What a permanent neutral country! Just one of Eagle Jam's dogs. Soon after, the inverted man continued. It's also thanks to the fact that I ran fast, I didn't lose much this time. It's just that it might be a bit of a hassle to pay you guys back there. So I thought about it and came up with a compromise. Right now, on my side, the knife music is definitely gone, and I'm not comfortable using the Dragon Kingdom coin because as of now, the Dragon Kingdom coin isn't a globally accepted settlement currency, and the influence of the Eagle Sauce oil dollar hegemony is still there, so I'd like to use bartering as a way of trading. Originally, I was rich in oil here, but this war was originally. He thought for a while, then asked. So? Who do you want to introduce me to? Had ha. The inverted master smiled evilly, Minister of Energy of the Yemeni state. As Secretary of Energy, it makes sense to import energy-related gas tanks and water pipes, doesn't it? The corners of Lin Dong's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Granted, Lin Dong didn't rush to agree. There was no way around it, the matter was so important that it was better to discuss it with a few people in the factory. Soon the crowd was once again present. This time, even Yi Minghui came over. And when informed of the news, the crowd's reaction was surprisingly consistent. Gold and ruby settlement? It's not like it won't work. After all, both of those things, there's actually a market for them in the country. And the Dragon Kingdom and Yemen have a zero tariff treaty, and now without a middleman. Our profit margins, in turn, are higher. I think it's okay. And if it's the Minister of Energy, we're kind of trading in the open. It's also justifiable internationally. I feel the same way. However, although we all felt that the approach was feasible, we were stumped on the candidates. Because of the heavy production task at the moment, whether it is Nanyang Mechanical Processing or Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory, it is the time when there is a shortage of people. Yi Minghui goes without saying. He's basically living in the factory now. Once the production line has any problems, he will immediately jump on it, trying to solve the problem by all means, to ensure that the production line can run at full power all day long. As for Zhou Yunqian, he couldn't walk away either. Whether it was the design of the product, or the improvement of the product, or the ordering of materials, or the purchase of sugar and fertilizer, or even just all the matters related to the export of the product, he was in charge. So he certainly can't walk away either. As for Li Jianjun? Although the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory is now in Lin Dong's hands, and Li Jianjun is also a small factory director, but this is not the same as he has already gained Lin Dong's trust. No way. Yi Minghui and Zhou Yunqian both came out to support Lin Dong at a critical moment, while Li Jianjun did not. Otherwise Lin Dong wouldn't still be calling him factory director Li right now. The thing about the plant manager is that it is indeed an honorific, but sometimes, it's just that. For a while, the room was a bit of a headache. However, right at this moment, Lin Dong suddenly opened his mouth. Oh, that's actually a good problem to have. Anyway, at this stage, the factory is getting on track and everyone is busy. But I don't have anything to do right now. Why don't I run it myself this time? Only, when Lin Dong said this, he was immediately met with unanimous opposition from several people. No way. This is not good. Although we're not in charge of production now, we all know in our hearts that you're the backbone of the factory. If it wasn't for you, both of our factories would have closed down. Now that you're gone, if something goes wrong again, who's going to make the decision at the critical moment? Right. Little plant manager. You have to think twice about this matter. And you know, now that Eagle Jam is watching very closely, their carrier formation is still hanging around over there. If they know you've gone over there personally, they might even pull some dirty tricks. And you just said that people have started playing special operations over there, so what do you want us to do if something happens in the middle of this? In my opinion, there's no need to go there personally. Why don't we let them send someone to us to talk about it, and let them find someone to send over the subsequent payments? Why should we, as the supply side, take such a big risk? However, across from the crowd's worry, Lin Dong just suddenly laughed. Hearing Lin Dong's laughter, the crowd was a bit baffled. But then, Lin Dong was heard speaking faintly. If the co can go, I can go. Again. He's the only one with a carrier group in Eagle Jam? He's the only one with special operations forces? Don't forget. Our country has them too. It's been used before in the evacuation. If Hawk Jam really had that much guts, it would have done it by that time. Instead of the way it is now, only daring to give a verbal warning. The more they clamor, the more it proves they have no backbone. So I don't really think Hawk Jam is that bold to take a shot at me in front of the Dragon Carrier battle group. Everyone, there's no need to say more, this matter is decided. Chapter 29, What's the pattern? It's clearly a preset rag groove. Seeing that Lin Dong was so insistent, the crowd could only stop there. However, although he agreed, Zhou Yunshan still put forward conditions. I have no problem with you wanting to go over there and talk business in person, little plant manager. But you have to promise me 3 things. First, you'll have to get Old Dun to go with you. Old Deng is my old comrade in arms, and I'm relieved to have him around. Secondly, this time when you go over to talk about business, you must be going on the international trade merchant ship. The merchant ship is mixed up with fish and dragons, and you are going to bring back a batch of valuable goods this time, so you absolutely can't take it lightly. The King of Hell is good to see, but the kid is hard to deal with. So it's imperative that you bring some security personnel from the country with you. I'll find a way to connect you when the time comes. That's okay, right? Hearing this, Lin Dong only thought for a moment before immediately agreeing. Okay, I promise. After all, he also knew that Zhou Yunshan was also looking out for his own safety. You do have to be careful when you're out and about. With that he asked. And the third thing? It's actually not a big deal. Zhou Yunshan laughed. I was thinking that since you're going over there this time, let's do something along the way. Recently Yi Minghui, together with me, has revamped the production line again and produced a new type of gas tank. Didn't we have a gas canister before with a tail, double-decker construction, filled with ammunition on the inside and steel balls on the outside? It's powerful enough, but there are actually a lot of faults from customer feedback. One of the biggest faults is that it's too heavy. While powerful enough, distance is a big problem, and the lethality against the enemy comes mostly from shockwaves, not fragmentation. It's okay to hit enemies inside buildings, but if it's flat ground, the kill radius is still not enough. Then after I had some time, I discussed it with an old war veteran who gave a suggestion. Then I took the gas tank and changed it to a single-story structure. Hearing Zhou Yunshan's words, Lin Dong could not help but stare. No need to break pieces? No, to be precise, it shouldn't be necessary for the customer to fill the steel balls as broken pieces themselves. Zhou Yunshan took out a drawing and said, the outer layer of the gas tank, itself, is the broken piece. Look, little plant manager. We carved out a prismatic pattern of quads and hexagons all around the outside of the gas tank. After saying that, Zhou Yunshan placed the drawings on the table, while carrying a gas canister from the door and walked in, before snapping and placing it on the table. As Zhou Yunshan said, the style of this gas tank in front of you is really the only one on the market. The rest of the gas tank had the same specifications as the original, both in terms of diameter and height, the only difference being the prismatic pattern etched all around the tank. Not only that, but those patterns are still recessed into the body of the can, probably a few millimeters or so. And looking at these patterns, Lin Dong almost subconsciously blurted out. Preset rag grooves? Several other people in the office froze at this statement. Li Jianjun on the side even asked subconsciously. Huh? What's this? Do you know why it used to be wooden-handled grenades and then grenades were used? Lin Dong took a deep breath and replied, it's because the fragmentation effect of grenades isn't very good, and between fragments and fragments, they would collide with each other, resulting in not enough power. But with this thing, it's a different story. When the explosion occurs, the outside material expands and fractures under the blast pressure, and the ripples and grooves, which become crack guiding paths, reduce the localized strength, causing the shell to preferentially crack along the grooves, and then boom! The broken pieces would then fly out in all directions evenly, rather than colliding with each other and reducing their own power on their own. The moment these words came out, the people in the office all understood and simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air. Holy! Wouldn't that thing be a, big fragmentation grenade? And now that we've changed from a double-layer structure to a single-layer structure, our production costs have dropped by a large margin. The power is even higher. This is good stuff. Looking at the new gas tank in front of him, Lin Dong was directly happy. Nice guy. Crossing over, the system is a bit of a chicken, but the people around him, on the contrary, all look like they are open. This thing is too mean. So he agreed without hesitation. Okay. In that case, bring an extra batch over. This time it's to discuss the order with the Minister of Energy, and beyond that, find a way to get me a translator. It's better to be able to let customers experiment with the effects of our products first. In the meantime, just as Zhou Yunshan was making all the preparations for Lin Dong to leave the country this time, the international scene at this time is also in turmoil because of this. Because anyone with eyes can see the extraordinary nature of this matter. It looks like a simple conflict, but in reality, It's a big showdown between Eagle Jam and Dragon State on foreign economic policy. Why? At one time Eagle Jam tied knife music to oil while harvesting the world's economy. Take for example the several financial crises around the world where Eagle Jam was the culprit. And so much so, the Dragon, with its quality products and massive infrastructure, wants to take its place. In other words, it's the world's oldest and second oldest at arm wrestling. Whoever has the most power, the smaller nations that are still teetering on the edge will defect. And because of that, the eyes of the international community, of almost every country, have gathered. It was on the same night that the Dragon Kingdom made its official statement. In addition to the Pentagon, emergency meetings were held overnight at the Palace of the Camel King in the Persian Gulf, the Federal Ministry of Defense building at Fort Bernhardus, the Burrell Hexagon building, the Department of Defense headquarters on Whitehall Street, and the Pentagon, without exception. For a while, there was a mountain of rain. And at the same time, inside the Dragon's Kingdom, all preparations were also being made in earnest. That night, a submarine base in the South China Sea of the Dragon Kingdom. A blinding red warning suddenly flashed, and the base was put on full combat readiness. 2 hours later, full boarding. 3 Type 093B nuclear attack submarines carrying multiple tactical ballistic missiles slid quietly out of their berths under the cover of night. Next day, afternoon. After re-emphasizing safeguarding sovereignty and regional stability at a press conference, the Dragon's Ministry of Defense then announced that it would jointly hold a routine military exercise in the relevant waters of the Red Sea, which will include aircraft carrier formations, destroyers, and submarine forces. In the meantime, the Dragon Nation's CCTV news channel began extensive coverage of the military exercise, and for the first time, footage of a military harbor was made public on the air. The image shows the Type 055 destroyer leading the way as the core of the formation, leaving the harbor, while behind the destroyer, the Dragon Nation carrier group follows closely behind. However, for all of this, at this time, Lin Dong didn't care much. It's not that I don't care, but it's useless if I do. So he's still honestly ready for anything. It's a good thing that Zhou Yunshan is a rare all-around talent. With his help, the various procedures came down quickly. Not only that, but translators, security, accountants, a whole team was brought along. Even Lin Dong felt that it wasn't a bit too much of a fuss. But Zhou Yunshan thought otherwise. Things are different this time, and safety comes first. That's the way it is in business. It's time to save, it's time to spend, and it's time to be prepared for anything. Anyway, you're going on a big business deal this time. Hearing Zhou Yunshan's words, Lin Dong nodded and agreed. Good. By the way, where's old Deng? Should be there soon, he'll be there with later. The following afternoon, Lin Dong then finished the formalities and boarded the cargo ship. It's different than expected though. Lin Dong was a bit of a novelty when he first boarded the ship, but it turned out that within a few days, he started to get tired of it. After all, there's nothing but sea out there. No seasickness though, which is actually a blessing. However, just when Lin Dong thought that the journey would be smooth, the unexpected came. Shortly afterward, just as Lin Dong was resting, an alarm suddenly sounded from the cargo ship. Hearing the alarm, Lin Dong immediately climbed out of bed. As soon as he went out, he saw that Tang Ziyuan had already taken out his binoculars ahead of time and was looking towards the distance with a grave expression. And beside them, 2 tall men, who were holding rifles, stood by the side of the 2 men with a vigilant face, constantly roaming the surroundings with their eyes. Not far away, the crew of the cargo ship, moreover, began to place a circle of barbed wire, arranged on the side of the ship. Seeing this, Lin Dong frowned slightly and asked, "Old Deng, what happened?" "Pirates," Deng Ziyuan said. "Really?" "Nonsense, of course it's true." Tang Ziyuan handed Lin Dong the other binoculars and said, "Haven't you heard of Somali pirates? It's active in this area. Crazy this group of people." Lin Dong said, "Don't they know that this time our ship is escorted by a carrier battle group? Carrier battle groups are for defense against Eagle Jam, not specifically against pirates, and they're so poor that they're using these little rags to rob, so you'd think they'd still care a little about the international situation? We'll still participate in the great power G. Aim for a bit?" Tang Ziyuan flirted, "And the sea is so wide, so many cargo ships here, where do they know who we are? Anyway, just come to try it, can grab it and earn, can't grab it even if." Hearing Tang Ziyuan's words, Lin Dong also finally understood why Zhou Yunshan insisted on letting himself bring security personnel. It's true that the little ghosts are hard to deal with. Meeting this situation for the first time, Lin Dong was inevitably a bit nervous. After all, even though he was a traveler, he was still a child in his own body, and anyone could take him or her at will. He asked in a rush. So what does do now? Tang Ziyuan waved his hand and said, let's go to the bridge first, the captain is over there. After saying that, Tang Ziyuan led Lin Dong to the place with the best view of the entire ship. At this moment, in the bridge, Lu Haidao, the captain of the Tsangzhou ship, was frowning tightly, holding a telescope and looking at a few small black dots not far away. Captain, how's the situation? Tang Ziyuan asked. It's a bit strange. Lu Haidao frowned. This group of pirates seems to have come prepared. With so many ships, they're favoring us. Probably just lucky. The number is not right. This time the dinghy came a lot, almost 20 ships. Lu Haidao shook his head. Generally speaking, there will not be so many pirates appearing together. It is estimated that this is staring at us. When these words came out, Tang Ziyuan immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. He hurriedly pulled over Lu Haitao and asked, could it be us this time? It's unclear for now. Lu Haitao shook his head. Let's see what happens first. However, as soon as the captain's words left his mouth, his face changed violently. No good. This group of people, they're coming for us. Not far away, those small black dots suddenly increased their horsepower and came straight towards the Tsangzhou. For a moment, the faces of the people in the cab changed a little. Although the Tsangzhou ship has its own armed, but after all, it is only a cargo ship, not a lot of pleas, today suddenly faced with so many pirates, more or less a little overstretched. And the pirates' dinghies are so light and fast that it's basically impossible for a cargo ship to get away from them. That's why Lu Haitao called the shots at the first opportunity. Inform the crew to take shelter in the safe compartments. Keep yourself safe from stray bullets. Radio. Soon, one of the crew members handed Lu Haitao the walkie-talkie. In the next second, Lu Haitao immediately called out in the channel. This is the Dragon Nationality Cargo Ship Tsangzhou. This is the Dragon Nationality Cargo Ship Tsangzhou. Currently located at 11 degrees 58 minutes north latitude, 44 degrees 32 minutes east longitude, encountered about 20 armed skiffs approaching. The other party is suspected to be carrying automatic weapons and is maneuvering towards our ship at high speed. Requesting naval convoy support. Repeat, request naval convoy support. However, on the radio channel, there was no reply, and Lu Haitao's plea for help was like a mud cow in the sea. And the pirate skiffs, not far away, were getting closer and closer. Through the binoculars, Lin Dong could even clearly see that the group was carrying AK rifles. Seeing this, Lu Haitao immediately roared. Get security ready. Prepare to meet the enemy. Don't let the pirates board. For a moment, everyone on the ship tensed. However, just at this critical moment, there was a sudden current murmur on the channel, followed by a clear Mandarin answer, and the beeping of the ship's equipment could be faintly heard in the background. Attention Tsangzhou, this is the Dragon Navy Escort Formation, it has received your distress signal. Immediately turn on the ship identification system. In order to safeguard the safety of your ship, please immediately make a precise turn to the northeast and maintain the current heading speed. Our formation helicopter has taken off and is expected to arrive at your ship's position in 5 minutes. Please organize personnel to hold the bridge. All unarmed personnel evacuate to safe cabins. Do not directly confront the pirates. The words were met with a simultaneous sigh of relief from the crowd at the driver's desk. Meanwhile, on the other side, above the pirate skiff, looking at the huge and incomparable but slow as a turtle crawling Tsangzhou cargo ship in front of them, a group of pirates on the ship raised their rifles in their hands and roared excitedly. However, just then, not far away, however, came the roar of helicopter propellers. Chapter 30. Wouldn't that be more right? When the straight 20J appeared in the visual range of the moment, not far from the pirates, all dumbfounded. To know, straight 20J is the current main helicopter of the Dragon Navy, both sides of the short wing hanging anti-tank missiles, rocket nests, the hatch rack rapid-fire machine guns. The belly of the aircraft also hides the machine gun. In this kind of horror of firepower, those pirates holding AK rifles, along with the dinghy they are riding on, is just like a papier-mâché. Because of this, at the instant of seeing the helicopter, all the pirates around immediately scattered, all fleeing from here as fast as possible. Just a hover of a helicopter can be so powerful. And that, in a nutshell, is the terror of aircraft carriers. In the cab, looking at the group of pirates who were raging 1 second and then directly collapsed and fled for their lives the next, Lu Haitao was almost pissed off and laughed. These Yakuza, they run really fast. It's also thanks to the formation escort, otherwise this time, I guess we'll really have problems. Hearing Lu Haitao's words, Lin Dong couldn't help but be curious. Captain, have you often met pirates before? Nowadays, Lin Dong had long been a celebrity, so when he first boarded the ship, Lu Haitao recognized Lin Dong, and when he heard Lin Dong's words, he replied with a smile. Sort of, but it's usually a small group of pirates. What about an escort? Was there one before? Actually there is, the Dragon Kingdom Navy has always had escort missions. Lu Haitao replied, it's just that usually it's basically a destroyer, and the sea is wide, previous escorts weren't as close as this one. And just then the call came over the radio channel again. Sangzhou, the naval carrier formation called. Sangzhou's ship received, go ahead. Lu Haitao immediately responded. Hello Sangzhou, this is the Dragon Navy carrier formation, our formation is on your left chord, are you able to see me visually? It's too far away to be seen visually for now. Lu Haitao turned his head to look, his eyes squinted slightly, then replied, with binoculars, I'll be able to see a few white dots. Hello Captain, my formation will officially start escorting you from now on, and I'll clear a few things with you now. First, your ship's call sign is A1 and my formation's call sign is 11. You will report every 4 hours if the ship and surrounding sea conditions are normal. If there is anything out of the ordinary, please call on the channel promptly. Second, my formation will escort you 10 to 20 chains to your left rear, and I will notify you on the channel when the escort is over. Thirdly, our formation will send a skiff close to your ship with our reporter on board, and we ask for your ship's assistance in boarding. Do you copy? Roger, Roger. Listening to the discussion between the two, both Lin Dong and Lu Haitao could not help but stare. Reporter? But it's also true that for something this big, it's definitely necessary for a reporter to publicize it. After all, it's rare for our Dragon Kingdom to have a high profile this time around. It won't work without a high profile. Lin Dong shook his head. In the past, it was the lack of strength, so it can only be low profile, but now the strength is sufficient, and then low profile. I am afraid that there are a lot of people who have a good scar and have to forget the pain. In the past, we did not have an aircraft carrier, but now. What we want is to fight a fist open, lest 100 fists come. The two of them chatted idly for a few moments before they saw a small boat, the Sangzhou, sailing not far away, and on the top of the small boat, there was also a bright red flag of the Dragon Kingdom hanging, so it was very bright. Seeing this scene, Lu Haitao then gave a greeting and went to make preparations for assisting in boarding the ship. It just so happened that Lin Dong was fine, so he followed over to take a look. Within a short time, 3 small, dark-skinned, slate-skinned flat men boarded the Sangzhou with 2 men. These 2 were clearly different from the other 3. One of them wore glasses and carried camera equipment, while the other was dressed very formally and looked like a journalist. As expected, as soon as they boarded the ship, the other party immediately greeted the crowd. Hello, my name is Wu Snap, I'm a reporter from CCTV News. While saying that, Wu Snapdragon lit up the work permit Li in his hand for the crowd to see before he continued. The main reason for this visit is to shoot some footage for promotional purposes. Of course, apart from that, I have an unspoken request. Just can you interview the captain of the Sangzhou and... Speaking here, Wu Snapdragon paused, and with a glance, he saw Lin Dong in the crowd, and then said, "This little plant manager." When these words came out, Tang Ziyuan on the side immediately froze, while Lin Dong pointed at himself and asked, "Me? You know me?" Now up and down the Dragon Country, as long as you like to surf and eat melons online, I'm afraid there aren't many people who don't recognize you. Wu Snapdragon lightly laughed. Small factory director, don't forget, you were live broadcast, and then after the matter became big, basically every news number will quote the video of your original live broadcast as material, and now you're in the Dragon Country, but a household name Now everyone knows that the Dragon Kingdom has a young and talented young factory manager Hearing this, Lin Dong showed an embarrassed look on his face and subconsciously touched his nose as he replied. That? Also just do a small business, make a living. Just to take the business abroad and still discussed eagle sauce, that's the skill. Wu Snap laughed, but by the looks of it, eagle sauce shouldn't have the guts to do it, and only dares to encourage some pirates to come over and harass them. Alas, it's a pity. Ha? Pity? Unfortunately what? Lin Dong froze. Why do you sound like you're expecting something to happen to me? Ha? You still don't know? Wu Snap looked at Lin Dong with a surprised expression. His expression suddenly became a bit strange. Then why did you personally come to escort this shipment? Lin Dong also froze. I said, isn't that bull? I'm coming over to talk business. What else do you think? It was Teng Ziyuan, who was on the side, who couldn't stand to watch and opened his mouth to ask. Aya, reporter Wu, don't sell yourself short, it's not like you're on the air right now, so just say it. I thought you guys knew about it. Muttered Wu Snap, then asked rhetorically, say, do you guys know about the Han ambassador? Han ambassador? Lin Dong looked puzzled. I've heard of it, why? This incident, to put it in a small way, is indeed our Dragon Kingdom carrier formation escorting a merchant ship on an escort mission. But if we talk about the bigger picture, do you think? Is deploying such a high firepower configuration this time just to escort the merchant ships? To put it bluntly, if something does happen to your ship this time, then this time, it will turn out to be an emissary from our Dragon Kingdom, lost in the Red Sea. Guess what happens next? As soon as these words came out, the look on Lin Dong's face instantly froze. The biggest advantage of the continuation of 5,000 years in China is that no matter what, similar events can be found in history. There is no need to tell you what the consequences were when the Han envoys were killed in all the dynasties, right? It was recorded in the Book of Han, the biography of Su Wu. South Vietnam killed the Han emissaries and massacred them into 9 counties. The King of Wan killed the Han emissary and headed the county north of K. At that moment, Lin Dong also finally understood. What is the role of Han history in the history of the Dragon Kingdom? That's never firing the first shot, but will force the enemy to shoot towards themselves. Take for example the present-day Nanyang machining plant's nose-stomping do-gooding of Eagle Sauce. Not only does the product have to go over, even the boss had to go over there himself. Acting is such arrogance. In the eyes of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, this. And looking at the way Wu Snapdragon had broken his defense like that, the people present couldn't help but laugh. No way. Times are different. In the past, when threatened by Hawksbane, most people would probably still be scared and still be nervous. But, well, looking at the thing not far away, Lin Dong always felt not quite right. He always felt. It's something that hasn't been widely used, and it's probably not because of a lack of technological breakthroughs. Rather, because it was used in the wrong place? It's like gas tanks? Thinking of this, Lin Dong suddenly froze. Wait a minute? Gas cans? If anything, gas cans are civilian to military. So this drone, can it be converted from civilian to military as well? The disadvantages of this drone are range and weight. But that's from an industrial and agricultural point of view. If it's in the military, there are only 2 options. First, power. Second, cost. The more powerful, the lower the cost. It is easy to be favored by the market. Just like the gas tanks. So the moment he saw the drone, a bold plan suddenly popped into Lin Dong's mind. What if strapped some bombs to this drone? Small drones are just as big as a palm. Bundling that kind of grenade, medium-sized drones should be able to carry some weight. You can bundle a mortar, and if it is the kind of agricultural, pesticide-spraying drones, it is not likely to even be able to tie on the family's gas canisters. Granted, Linden quickly dismissed the drone gas tank option. Nope. Gas cans are not. It's too bulky. The advantage of drones is that they are stealthy and fast, and if you add weight to them, it doesn't pay off. The first 2 options, maybe they're actually feasible. No way. I have to find a way to try when I get back from this favor. Thinking of this, Lin Dong became a little impatient. Nonetheless, right now, Lin Dong could only put the matter on hold for a bit and deal with this batch of orders first. And with the carrier fleet escort, the Eagle Sauce and Goat, so along the way, there was no more mistakes, and even less ungrateful pirates dare to offend. A few more days apart. Just when Lin Dong was about to die of boredom, Tang Ziyuan's words immediately made Lin Dong excited. Little plant manager. Look. There are so many boats out there right now. It should be the harbor soon. After being reminded by Tang Ziyuan, Lin Dong also walked out carrying binoculars. Indeed, as Deng Ziyuan said, the surrounding waters were bustling today. There were even a number of ships just a short distance away, right behind the Tsangzhou. Taking a look around with the binoculars, Lin Dong suddenly opened his mouth. They all seem to be looking at us. It's still true. Tang Ziyuan, who was crouching on the deck, nodded. People are running up on deck. Say, what are they yakking about? I don't know, I guess I'm envious that we have a formation escort. Little factory director, I dare to bet with you. Tang Ziyuan, who was on the side, similarly took the binoculars and took a look, then said, "This is definitely not an envious expression." That's the look of scowling, scorn, fear and dread. Old Dun shook his head. "Oh, wouldn't that be more right?" Linden said. "Ha?" Old Deng froze. "If they're not afraid, then didn't we develop our navy for nothing? Wasn't the aircraft carrier built for nothing?" Lin Dong put down his binoculars, patted the squatting Deng Ziyuan on the shoulder, and said, "Aircraft carrier battle groups are never envied, but feared. The barbarians and the beasts are also beasts, fearing might but not virtue. We in the Dragon Kingdom don't follow the Eagle Sauce's example and will not take the initiative to participate in or start a war, nor will we engage in any world hegemony. As long as they want to be decent, the Dragon Kingdom will make them decent. But if they don't want to be decent, then the Dragon Kingdom will have to help them be decent." And just then, Lu Haitao's voice came from the ship's radio. Attention all crew, this is the captain's cabin. We have entered the waters of the Gulf of Aden and expect to berth at the port of Hodeidah in 4 hours. All departments are to be in docking readiness immediately." After hearing the broadcast, Lin Dong and Tang Ziyuan raised their heads at the same time and looked into the distance. The destination of this ocean voyage has finally arrived. Chapter 31, The World Returns to the Heart, Sticky Face and Open Big. Before saying goodbye, Lin Dong and Deng Ziyuan once again came to the cockpit and met Captain Lu Haitao. Seeing Lin Dong arrive, Lu Haitao took the initiative to greet him. "We're almost there, so be ready to get off the ship when you do. But the return trip will probably be delayed, almost the day after tomorrow. After unloading here, I'll have to make a run to the Gulf of Aden to unload and load over there." Both Lin Dong and Deng Ziyuan understood Lu Haitao's words. After all, that's what ocean freighters do, every trip has to be full or you lose a lot of money. "That's fine, then thank you Captain Lu for the back, I'll have to continue to trouble you later." Tang Ziyuan arched his hand and said. "It doesn't bother me, ha 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 ha." Lu Haitao laughed cheerfully, "And speaking of which, it shouldn't be you guys thanking me, but rather me thanking you." "Ha? Why?" Deng Ziyuan froze. "Isn't that nonsense?" Lu Haitao was delighted. "Have you guys forgotten why the Dragon Kingdom sent out an aircraft carrier battle group this time? For ocean shipping to be escorted by an aircraft carrier battle group, my old Lu's life is worth it. I can brag about this for the rest of my life. And don't you guys see anything wrong?" Speaking here, Lu Haitao raised his hand and asked, "Look behind our asses." Lu Haitao suddenly changed the topic, making Tang Ziyuan a bit puzzled. He looked in the direction of Lu Haitao's finger, but only saw many freighters that were the same as that Sanzhou, and didn't notice anything wrong. At the critical moment, it was Lin Dong who realized something was wrong. He subconsciously opened his mouth. "This sea is so wide. Why are all these freighters crowding toward us?" Once these words came out, Tang Ziyuan also finally reacted. He slapped his thigh and said, "Right. You're still the sharp-eyed little plant manager. I thought it was going to dock before, that's why I was all crammed in. As a result, now that you're saying this, I just saw, how come all these boats are crowding towards us? They're not going to up again, are they?" After saying that, Tang Ziyuan showed a nervous expression. After all, before he came, he had given his comrade Zhou Yunshan a pat on the back that he would absolutely ensure Lin Dong's safety on this sea voyage. However, when he heard Tang Ziyuan's words, Lu Haitao on the side laughed. No, you've got it all wrong. It's not like they're trying to screw up, they're trying to get their hands dirty. Dabbing in the light? Tang Ziyuan froze. What light? What has happened over here during this period of time, you guys should know about it as well. Lu Haitao explained, the shipping lanes and the oil have caused this place to become a place of war, but where there is profit, there is war, so during this period of time, this area is very chaotic, and didn't Eagle Sauce issue a restriction on the importation and exportation of weapons before? But it's not like they've been double standard for a day or two, banning others from importing while they keep shipping weapons in themselves. No, ever since the Yemeni war broke out, both sides have basically just torn their faces off. The Yemeni armed forces even started launching missiles directly at the merchant ships carrying weapons inside, and Eagle Jam suffered heavy losses this time. It can't be helped, after all, even Eagle Jam can't use an aircraft carrier to transport basic weapons and ammunition, right? That's why many merchant ships now don't dare to go inside at all, for fear of being injured by mistake. Look at that freighter next door, it's been circling here for days, it's just afraid to go in. And then saw us coming, so they dared to follow us in. Because they know that the only way to get in is to follow a cargo ship with the dragon flag on it, so that it won't be recognized as an Eagle Sauce cargo ship and won't be attacked. So you see, those 1 or 2 dozen freighters back there are all waiting for us. Now you know why, say, this thing, I can blow a lifetime of awesome, right? Eagle Sauce's stars and stripes is no longer good, and all over the world, only our dragon nation's red flag is good. Even Teng Ziyuan couldn't help but suck in a breath when these words came out. Mainly, he hasn't really seen this kind of picture. At the time he was in the army, the Dragon Kingdom can be very scornful of Eagle Jam, and the concept instilled is that Eagle Jam is very powerful, and if you want to protect your family and defend your country, you must be ready to sacrifice at any time, even if it's 3 for 1, it's still earned. But how many years have passed? The offense and defense are different. For a moment, Teng Ziyuan's eyes suddenly became a little moist. And right at that moment, the reporter, Wu Snap, also suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Watching the scene, he suddenly shouted, Wait! This scene is good! This scene is good! All the freighters are waiting for a freighter flying the red flag of the Dragon Kingdom to come. This image, this intention. Great! This could definitely write a story. Get it on camera. Speaking of which, Wu Snap suddenly muttered to himself. No way! I have to think of something apt to describe this scene. Eagle Sauce hegemony, despite the high force, because of the usual style of the white-skinned Anza, the world revolts. In contrast, the Dragon Kingdom, which seeks common ground and seeks common development, has in turn gained the support of many people. What's it called? At the critical moment, Wu Snapdragon, who was a reporter, suddenly got stuck, and his whole face was wrinkled together with a sad face. And coldly, Lin Don, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth. The world is coming together? The moment these words came out, Wu Snap's entire body instantly became agitated. Yes, yes, yes. That's a good word. That's a good word. It's the world coming together. Proletariat of the world, unite. Resist imperialist hegemony. Long live the great unity of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, long live the great unity of the people of the world. After saying that, Wu Snap immediately wrote these 4 words on his book and then said, By the way, little plant manager, a word with you. I'm coming with you guys this time. One of the reasons I came over this time was to cover the carrier battle group formation, and the second was to serve as Yemen's war correspondent. When these words came out, Lin Dong was first stunned, then reacted. That's fine, we'll be back together just in time. No, I won't go back for a while. Wu Snap smiled, I'll stay here for a while. Not going back? Teng Ziyuan, who was on the side, frowned, this place is very dangerous, and this matter, do your parents know about it? I don't know, if they know, they will definitely oppose it. Wu Snapdragon honestly replied, so in fact. I also want to ask you two to do one thing, that is, when you return to the country, can you help me to take this letter, bring it back, and send it to my parents, the address I have already written on it. This thing is not right. Looking at the envelope handed over by the other party, Teng Ziyuan did not take it. Because having once been a soldier, he knew exactly what kind of move it was. This letter, in all likelihood, is the last word. It's just too dangerous for an unarmed reporter to cover the news in a war-torn area. So after a moment of silence, he couldn't help but advise. Just report some of it, there's no need to take such a big risk, your parents would be worried if they knew. And the identity of war correspondents is very special. On the surface, although protected by international law, but the bullets are not long-eyed, even if you have an accident, our country can only mediate through diplomatic means, after all, nominally, we have all been evacuated, it is difficult for you to get protection here. I know, but there are things that someone has to do. Wu Snap smiled sagely, if I didn't report it, who would know what Eagle Sauce is really doing in this land? And who would understand why we keep fighting back against Eagle Sauce's hegemony? Little plant manager, people are forgetful. 37 years ago, my grandfather and his comrades, using bamboo poles and tar paper, built the Dragon Kingdom's first position post in the frontier seas. At that time, the post was only 10 square meters, the supply ship could only go once every 3 months, and ship patrols were a luxury. At that time, the total displacement of our country's naval vessels was only 1/20th of that of Eagle Jam, and weapons and technology were even more backward across the board, so Eagle Jam's aircraft carriers came when they wanted to come. And leave when they want to. 24 years ago, the Eagle Jam reconnaissance plane illegally intruded into our waters, and the Dragon Kingdom fighters rose up to intercept it, only to be rammed by the other side, eventually destroying the plane and killing the people, leaving behind only the phrase "I can no longer return, please continue on," and the Eagle Jam's reconnaissance plane, without permission, not only forced landed at our airport without permission, and even destroyed all the video footage at the time. After the forced landing. In the end, there wasn't even a word of apology. How stifled were we then? But it was under these circumstances. The Dragon Kingdom began to develop warships, aircraft carriers, and fighter jets at full strength, yet it was still criticized by many as being laborious and meaningless. The reason for this is not because the history is too far back, the people of that era did not experience war, and they simply cannot realize the significance of the saying that if you fall behind, you will be beaten. But history is too far away and reality is very close. Only if I report on it, then everything the Dragon Kingdom has done will make sense, and those who question it all will know exactly what will happen if they don't defy Hawkjam, fight for their freedom, and struggle. A man has to die, or lighter than a feather, or heavier than a tai. I have chosen this path and I will follow it to the end. And looking at Wu Snap's attitude was surprisingly so resolute, the people in the captain's room were all a bit moved for a moment. Lin Dong then sighed and said, "Okay, I promise." After saying that, Lin Dong took the envelope in Wu Snap's hand and carefully put it away. "Thanks," Wu Primrose said from the bottom of his heart. Just then, a shout came over the radio channel from the carrier formation. "This is the Dragon Navy, this escort has ended, subsequent time, my formation will still escort in this area, if you need help you can page me, Sangzhou, have a nice voyage." Sangzhou's ship received. Lu Haitao picked up the radio and replied. With the departure of the carrier battle group, the Sangzhou soon managed to moor in the port of Hodeidah. After a complete breakup with Hawksbane, the port of Hodeidah today has been completely taken over by local government forces. So the inverted cadre, along with the local armed forces, had been waiting in the harbor for a long time. Just after passing through customs, Lin Dong and his group's documents were just handed over, and someone soon greeted them. The man in the lead was holding a rifle and wearing a tactical mask, and when he saw Lin Dong appear, he directly gave him a bear hug without saying a word. "Ego Small Factory Director. Waited for you for a long time. How come you came at this time, ahahaha?" Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Dong immediately recognized the other party. "Ha? Pourquoi? Right. Ha 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 ha, it's me." The inverted master laughed. "By the way, who are these people?" "This is war correspondent Wu Snap, this is my driver Lao Deng, and the other few are security." Lin Dong introduced them one by one. "Welcome." "Forget it, to be honest, in fact, this hellhole, I am not welcome to a few of you, and you guys surely know why, ha." The inverted master joked, "But it's a blessing to be able to arrive safely." "Are you still comfortable with the little plant manager? Let's see if we should go to business tomorrow, or should we go over there today?" "I'm okay, I didn't get seasick." Lin Dong knew that the situation was urgent now, so he spoke up, "Just go over there today. By the way, poorer, this time, in addition to the last order, I've brought a few new samples over, why don't you help bring them to the customer to take a look at them as well?" "No problem." As soon as the words left his mouth, the inverted master whistled, and immediately a few big men around him started to go dock the goods. The inverted man himself took a few people and went straight to a bulletproof military jeep. Along the way, the inverted master didn't open his mouth much, but kept an eye on the caravan to ensure safety. On the contrary, Lin Dong was a bit interested at first, but as a result, he became more and more silent as the caravan went further and further away. Along the way all the ruins, the trauma of the war is manifested here to the fullest, some people crying in the ruins digging for loved ones, some people face numbly holding the child's cold body, some people in the garbage heap struggling to find food to survive, some people in the constant screaming and wailing from the misery, but cannot get any medical treatment, can only be waiting for the death of the original place. It's too tragic. This is war. Even though Lin Dong had already prepared himself mentally, he was still shocked by the scene in front. As soon as he saw Lin Dong, the other party immediately greeted him with a smiling face. The smile on his face was even a bit humble and flattering. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong felt a little heartbroken instead. What was rotten in the Dragon Kingdom was a lifesaver in their eyes. For a country without any industrial capacity, whether it's a gas tank or a tractor, this kind of industrial product is definitely out of their reach. And with the help of a translator, Lin Dong probably sort of understood the general meaning of those words Sama had just said. Thank you for traveling so far and for your previous dedication to providing us with assistance despite the risks, and in defiance of the Eagle Sauce weapons ban, you and your country will be our friends forever. Thanks. Lin Dong politely gave a thank you. This time I brought a new batch of samples. You guys can try out how it works before we talk business. Okay, let's go to that hill over there then, just so we can get a better view. Sama said. And looking at the place where Sama was pointing, Tang Ziyuan, who was on the side, frowned slightly and immediately came to Lin Dong's ear and warned. Little plant manager, don't promise. This position is too exposed. We won't be able to run away once we're bombed. Deny it. But unexpectedly, as soon as Tang Ziyuan's words fell, the inverted master on the side laughed. Don't worry. If you put it in the old days, this position would definitely not work. But no problem today. Trust me. Hearing this, Tang Ziyuan froze and subconsciously said. Give me a reason or I'll never agree. Don't worry, the grounds will be here soon. The inverted master glanced at the time and replied, it's coming. The words of the inverted master just fell. Not far away, a few small black dots suddenly appeared in the sky. And as those little black dots appeared, a roar resounded through the sky. Soon the black dots became clearer and clearer. It was only at this point that Lin Dong finally recognized what those black dots were. The fat and round black dot at the head of the group was clearly the Dragon Kingdom's recently developed strategic transportation aircraft, the Yun-20, and following behind the Yun-20 were the J-10C fighter jet and the Air Alert 500 early warning aircraft. If the carrier battle group was the strongest force of the Dragon Navy, then this was the strongest force of the Dragon Air Force. And as the Cargo 20 approached, the hatch suddenly opened and a large number of airdrops were dropped, which soon opened the parachutes they carried and began to descend towards a specific area. Looking at this scene, Tang Ziyuan on the side was directly confused. Wait? This one? You guys haven't watched the news lately? The inverted master wondered, you didn't know about something so big? I don't know. Lin Dong shook his head, poor signal on the ship. Let me briefly explain the situation then. Some time ago, Eagle Jam was so defeated on this side that they thought of starting a war on the other side as well, to reduce the pressure on this side, so old Israel started a war next door, with large-scale airstrikes causing great casualties, and they also specifically targeted hospitals and schools. With the displacement of the local population, and a shortage of food and water, medicines were in short supply, and the war was subsequently recognized by the United Nations as a humanitarian disaster. But old Israel thinks it has Eagle Jam's backing, so a few days ago it made a blatant international statement that they will simply destroy anyone who dares to send supplies to the region. Well, and then both the old Maoists and the Dragon Kingdom, they sent strategic transport planes to airdrop humanitarian supplies directly. The old Maoists next door are on record as saying they had better pray for the safety of our strategic transport aircraft, or else even if it crashes because it hit a bird, the old Maoists will immediately launch a missile. It is true that the Dragon Kingdom did not say anything, just silently sent fighter jets and AWACS escort, as well as put the landing site, determined in the old Israel's capital airport. And, of course, airdropped a bunch of humanitarian supplies to our side in the process. Once the inverted master's words came out, Lin Dong completely tensed up. The old Maoist is putting up a tough fight, but the Dragon Kingdom is the one that really doesn't talk about martial arts. I hear you want a warning to destroy anyone who dares to send supplies? As a result, not only did the Dragon Kingdom have to airdrop humanitarian supplies right in front of you, but they also had to forcefully land at the airport of your capital city. What's this? It's clearly a faceplant. Lin Dong even began to suspect that all the fighters and AWACS escort planes were sent. You wouldn't have gotten permission before landing, would you? No wonder the inverted master said that Eagle Jam would never dare to come bombing today. Who dares to die at this time? Shaking his head, Lin Dong's mood finally improved a bit, so he nodded in agreement. Alright, let's go over there then. And not far away, looking at the gas canisters carried up by his men, the inverted master directly froze in place. He then pointed to the densely patterned gas canister not far away and asked with a sharp intake of cool air. Wait? Little plant manager, this thing wouldn't be the sample you were talking about, would it? No? The pattern, shouldn't it be? Seeing that the inverted master seemed to understand, this time Lin Dong didn't bother pretending and directly opened his mouth to admit it. That's right. This is the gas tank with the preset breaker grooves. Our engineers eliminated the double-layer structure and replaced it with a single-layer structure, while weakening the canisters so that they become broken pieces on their own, maximizing the effect of the canisters and the explosives loaded in them. Maximize the power. Our engineers made a simple estimate. The breaking power of this sample is at least 3 or 4 times greater than the previous product. This time when I came over, in addition to these, I also brought 2,000 sniper rifles with all kinds of accessories. Sniper scopes, then, is to find a domestic factory making binoculars customized special models. You guys split the binoculars into a single barrel can be. The effect is certainly not as good as military products. After all, this thing in the country actually belongs to the category of toys. But at the very least, there's enough to go around. And with Lin Dong's explanation, the interpreter not far away immediately translated it to Sama as well as the few people around him. After hearing Lin Dong's words, several people also directly exploded. Chapter 32, Raise the price? No. I'm going to lower the price. What? More powerful than the gas canisters before? Really? Can the sniper scope problem be solved as well? Can you try it in a hurry? We want to see the power. Even if it's not a military item, it should be enough. We're so short of such things now. Soon after, Sama came over with a serious look on his face and said, "Please join me behind the bunker. I've sent someone to test the new samples, so everyone wait a moment and be safe." After saying that, Sama waved his hand, and immediately some of his men drove to the foot of the mountain and set up. This test was different from the previous one. It was able to be clearly seen that after all this time of honing their skills, the group had become quite proficient with the gas tank cannons, and were setting them up extremely quickly. The range isn't quite the same as before though. This time the pre-sighting point was not far away on flat ground, and around the pre-sighting point there were many dummies, and scrapped cars, etc., arranged. Soon the voice came over the intercom. "It's already set up. Release. Next." Boom. At the foot of the mountain, a dull and shocking roar suddenly rang out, as if it was a thunderbolt exploding from the flat ground, instantly breaking the silence around them. The round object loaded with launching charge, wrapped with strong thrust, like a discharged cannonball, flew towards the vicinity of the pre-sighting point at a very fast speed. At this moment, Lin Dong, the inverted master, and several people from Sama were hiding inside the sturdy bulletproof car. The atmosphere inside the car was tense and depressing. Their eyes were fixed on the movements outside the car, and through the thick bulletproof glass, they raised their binoculars and watched with unblinking eyes. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the upcoming explosion. Soon the gas canister touched the ground with a whistling sound, and the delicate detonating fuse in the head was instantly triggered. In a flash, a blinding firelight flashed as if day had descended, followed by a loud bang. The scene was immediately filled with smoke, and thick smoke quickly rose up, enveloping everything around it. It took a long time before the smoke slowly cleared under the breeze. What met everyone's eyes was the large crater at the explosion that was as deep as a black hole, as if the earth had been torn open in a hideous gash. And not only that, in the surroundings of the big pit, those originally neatly arranged dummies, at this moment almost all of them were cut to pieces by the broken pieces flying out in all directions. Some of the dummies had their arms blown off, others had their bodies torn apart and fell to the ground in pieces. Even the bodies of the scrapped automobiles around them were covered with densely packed gouges. Many pieces of broken pieces like sharp daggers, directly from the body through and through, leaving a shocking hole, highlighting the enormous power of the explosion. So after seeing this scene, the people present all sucked in a breath of cool air. If this stuff wasn't used for testing but for real battlefield environments. Within shrapnel coverage, if there is no cover, or if the cover is not strong enough, it is expected to be difficult to find a whole person out. The pourer, in particular, couldn't help but smack his lips. I'm dropping a turtle. Is this nifty really just in the realm of civilian goods? The power is too damn scary. What 3 or 4 times bigger? I think the power should be 7 or 8 times bigger than before. The killing range of this buster is too fierce. It feels almost as good as the old American missiles. As a matter of fact, even Lin Dong had not expected that the power could be so great by merely changing the structure. Sure enough, it's better to have a professional do this professional thing. Now the only thing that makes Lin Dong feel sorry is that these things, there is no test conditions in the country, to here although there are added tests, but it is too far away, and it is difficult to make timely adjustments. Otherwise, Lin Dong was certain that after conducting many trials, he could definitely maximize the power of this thing. Of course, the samples Lin Dong brought this time were not just gas canisters. There are also sniper rifles with sniper scopes, and improved all-terrain vehicles from the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory. The sniper scope works, although it's a little less interesting at distance, which is better than nothing. It's this ATV, on the contrary, that has a problem. After driving around a few times, the inverted man was straightforward. Small plant manager, this stuff may not be very applicable in our area. In fact, the effect is quite good, able to go over the mountains, but this is a tropical desert climate, arid and little rain, the terrain is single, such a good thing, use it in our place. Pity. This thing has plenty of horsepower, it's good at getting out of traps, and it's actually better suited for swampy, forested areas than it is here. You see, transportation over here is still mostly pickup trucks, because pickup trucks are actually enough. Hearing the inverted master's words, Lin Dong nodded as well. As a matter of fact, he had thought of this very thing before he came. The reason why he still brought this over was mainly for another thing. I know, I didn't bring this here to sell this, but to test it. Experiment? The inverted master was a little puzzled. Later, you guys tie a rock to the car's gas pedal and beat the steering wheel to death to keep the car spinning in circles, and then take an AK and strafe this car to see what extreme conditions it's in before it stops. Okay. The inverted master thought for a moment, nodded, and agreed. The afternoon passed quickly. Whether it was Sama or Linden, both got the numbers they wanted. So the two sides began the negotiation session. Actually, negotiation is not a very accurate description. Because without waiting for Lin Dong to speak, Sama hurriedly stated, "These are great today. We need these so badly. Especially that candy cane. I hope we can continue to work together in the presence of our good brothers." The good brother Samar spoke of was no other than the poorer. While hearing Sama's words, Lin Dong hesitated and opened his mouth. This time this gas tank, in terms of selling price. At these words, Sama hastened to express himself. "We can raise the price. Though we don't have sword and music now, we still have gold and gems." Little factory director. You can completely rest assured above the price. It was obvious that Sama was really in a hurry this time. Even the words small factory manager are pronounced in Chinese. But yeah. In his opinion, the poorer was now about to run away, and once this order was not negotiated, then their subsequent war would be passive. So for Sama, he had to find a way to get a chance to work with Lin Dong. However, looking at Sama in such an eager manner, Lin Dong shook his head and then said, "No, Mr. Sama, you are mistaken." But unexpectedly, when this was said, Sama thought it was something else, and became even more anxious, and hastened to express it. "As long as you are willing to provide us with these goods, small factory manager. Requirements are notwithstanding mentioning me. We will definitely find a way to fulfill you." Looking at the other party in this manner, Lin Dong was also somewhat helpless. Although there is an interpreter, this language barrier is still not very convenient. So he hastened to say, "No, when I said sale price, I didn't mean I'd raise it. Instead, if you follow up with a large order, I think I can offer you some discounts. I can give you a 10% discount on these gas cans, which is 90% of the original price." When these words came out, Sama and a group of other people were directly confused. Huh? Not a price increase? Instead, a price cut? What's going on here? This is because, in their opinion, the original gas canisters were less powerful and had no patterns on their surfaces, whereas the current gas canisters, not to mention having patterns on their surfaces, are much more powerful. So much so that the cost must have gone up as well. So it should be a markup either way, right? How can the price be lowered? But it's not Samar's fault. How could they have understood the industry of the Dragon Kingdom in the context of a country that did not even have basic industries, where there was no way to have a stable supply of electricity, and where high-ranking government officials could even only ride motorcycles to work? But it's just as well not to understand. Otherwise Dragonland wouldn't be known as Industrial Cthulhu. For Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory, the cost of producing such gas tanks, in turn, is 30% lower than before. Although the new gas tanks add an additional process of surface breaking, the reduction of one layer of structure reduces the use of raw materials by 1/3. Moreover, under the efforts of both Yi Minghui and Zhou Yunshan, Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory has changed out not only the sample, but also semi-automated operation. So for Lin Dong, the new samples are in turn cheaper, with a bigger profit margin for himself. Of course, as a businessman, if there is a larger profit margin and the customer still takes the initiative to ask for a higher price, Lin Dong of course begs for it. Just along the way, seeing the scene here, Lin Dong still changed his opinion and finally decided to take the initiative to open the mouth to lower the price. First point. Poor guys are really poor. But he can't fall. Once they fell, then there would be no one to discuss Eagle Sauce's cargo ships in this area of the sea, and Eagle Sauce would be able to waltz in and deliver weapons to the forces they were supporting, and when that happened, the Dragon Kingdom's interests in this area would surely be damaged as well. Although the Dragon Kingdom does not participate in proxy wars and only does business, if the Eagle Sauce takes control of this area, there will definitely be no business to do, and their own business will definitely have to be yellow. Lin Dong still understands the reasoning that you can't do everything to catch fish in the long run. As for the second point, although Lin Dong had given up short-term benefits, he was aiming for something bigger and wanted to put in a long line and catch a big fish. Like this moment. When they heard that Lin Dong actively chose to lower the price, Sama's group of people were first a bit incredulous, then they became excited and hurriedly opened their mouths to ask. Small plant manager. Is this true? It's true. Lin Dong smiled, but then added, but I also have conditions. What conditions? Just ask. Sama asked. 3 conditions. Lin Dong stretched out 3 fingers and slowly said. First, from now on, special types of goods like this can only be supplied by me. You can't purchase them from other manufacturers within the Dragon Kingdom. This is the prerequisite for me to give you a favorable price, and it was also one of the conditions of the previous cooperation between the poorer and me. Of course, I don't care who you ship them to or how you use them, there's only one thing anyway, just oppose the hegemony and fight for independence. Secondly, apart from these, the other goods you need, such as grain, sugar, fertilizers, etc., I'll be your agent, and we'll find a way to procure them for you at home and ship them all together by sea. Third, I need to sign a 30-year cooperation contract with you. If the war here is over and you need to develop basic industry and agriculture, prioritize cooperation with us, and at that time, we will not only provide you with products, but also technical and personnel support. Are these 3 conditions acceptable to you? At these words, Sama looked thoughtful. On the side, the inverted master had a slight grin at the corner of his mouth, and then he muttered in his heart. Hey, this kid. That's a lot of nerve. Not bad for a tough guy who dares to live stream his hand rubbing the internal threads of a steel pipe. It's hard not to be a big man just with that operation. These 3 conditions of Lin Dong seemed simple, but in reality, they contained benefits that could be much greater. The poorer's previous cooperation with Lin Dong was only for a portion of the business. And what Linden wanted this time was all business. In a nutshell, Linden wants a monopoly. And it's a monopoly on the whole of Yemen. It's not even just Yemen. It also includes the entire Middle East. Maybe other people are not clear about Lin Dong's thoughts, but the poorer who has been running business here for years has a good feel for it. Nowadays, all kinds of wars are going on over the Suez Canal, and all the forces are pulling at each other, and the canal section is very narrow in comparison, and these goods will cost a lot, not to mention that they are very insecure if they go that way, and if a big freighter suddenly docks, won't other people be able to tell at a glance whose handiwork this is? Eagle Jam will definitely be there to make a mess when the time comes. But if the cargo is unloaded from Yemen's harbor, the situation is different. The sea is wide and safer here, and it's able to keep a low profile, and Eagle Jam doesn't have many eyes here, and after unloading the cargo here, it then ships the rest of the Middle East overland via small pickup trucks of. So in comparison, Lin Dong's operation of this hand may seem to reduce the price and earn less, but in terms of the order volume, may be able to double several times. Or even dozens of times. Because at this stage in the Middle East, it's not just here in Yemen that needs this kind of gas tank. Other areas are also needed. And it's all one roll. That would be 2. This also means that one would have to expand production to more than 10 times its original size in order to meet this demand. So upon hearing this number, Lin Dong directly froze in place. And the inverted man on the sidelines seemed to have expected this. He shrugged and said, Little plant manager, now do you know why I called for you to come here in person? This kind of business, it is more than I can handle. After all, I as a second-hand dealer, I need to advance money, but this scale, I cannot afford to advance. You're not doing business with a client, a company, you're doing business with a country, a region. In fact, that amount is all still conservatively stated by Sama. These things are consumed here at a much faster rate than you might think. Because there's a lot of stuff that you guys don't get to see reported. And aside, Sama nodded in reply. No way. We do need these things. The war here has been completely ignited by imperialism, and there's no way for each and every one of us to stay out of it. My brothers are still fighting in blood, and we must support them in any way we can as well. In addition to these gas canisters, there are various imitation gun parts, binoculars, and assorted materials previously supplied. Well, is it okay? Hearing Sama's words, not only Lin Dong, even Tang Ziyuan behind him could not help but suck in a breath. He subconsciously whispered in Lin Dong's ear. Small plant manager, can your plant's output be met? This matter should be extremely careful. Want to make a phone call now, and discuss with the old week? However, in the face of Tang Ziyuan's reminder, Lin Dong took a deep breath and whispered. It's certainly not achievable at this stage. But there's always a way to reach it. If we can't handle it, they'll have to find someone else. If you miss this opportunity, you may never have this opportunity again in your life. After saying that, Lin Dong began to do some calculations in his mind. A gas canister, 400 knives, 10% discount, 100,000 a month, that is 36 million knives, and then remove the cost, a conservative estimate, a month of profits are able to hundreds of millions of dollars. For a gas tank, that price can be astronomical. For Sama, however, the money was absolutely worth every penny. Because every time it comes over at the same time as this big order, there's also the Dragon Kingdom's escort formation. While the convoys would not get involved in any war, just like today, the Eagle Sauce would not dare make a move on the harbor while the Dragon's convoys were still nearby. 200 million for a major power's protection and a whole lot of weapons at the same time is certainly worth the business. So whether it was for Lin Dong or for Sama, it was a solid deal. Because of this, even though his own production capacity could not be reached nowadays, Lin Dong still decisively nodded his head and agreed. Yes. Even if we don't have the conditions, we have to create the conditions. Don't worry, we will immediately expand our production scale and guarantee your output. Seeing that Lin Dong had agreed, Sama was relieved. With that, he clapped his hands. Immediately, someone brought Lin Dong to a hidden gate. Sama looked at Lin Dong and the few people behind him and then said, Little plant manager, only you and I can enter here, no one else. As soon as these words came out, Tang Ziyuan behind him immediately became anxious. No. It's fine, Sama wouldn't be that stupid. The pourer on the side said, then gave Lin Dong a wink. Seeing this, Lin Dong also understood. Now that the two sides had reached an agreement, they were sort of tied to a grasshopper on a rope, and unless Sama was crazy, there was no way he could take a shot at himself. So Lin Dong waved his hand and directly followed. It's okay. As the door was slowly opened, inside was a deep tunnel. Sama led Lin Dong into the tunnel and then came to a warehouse. The warehouse door was then opened, and a stale odor came over the room. The sight that met his eyes made Lin Dong subconsciously hold his breath, even his eyes immediately straightened. The contents of the warehouse may seem simple, but they are shocking. In fine, though, there are just two kinds. First of all, there was the gold, the pieces of gold bricks neatly stacked, emitting a cold and dazzling luster in the dim light, layered on top of each other, almost piled up into a golden hill. The edges of the gold bricks are extremely neatly cut and each one has a standard size. And next to the gold bricks were rubies as bright as blood. That huge number made Lin Dong can't help but be staggered. Never in his own life had he seen such an amazing convergence of wealth. It's true what the pourer said. It's poor here, but it's a country at least. The size of a country is no joke. Even if they are poor, they are definitely not a company that can be touched. Now do you know why I didn't let them in? Sama said as he looked at the gold and gems in front of him and took a deep breath. We are in a different situation than you are. For us, these things are scrap metal, and no matter how valuable they are, they can't be turned into weapons, food, fresh water, medicine, much less protection for our families. But for you guys, that's not necessarily true. There's no guarantee that one won't be tempted to be greedy in the presence of these things, so you have to be extremely careful. When the time comes, we'll send someone to escort these things to your cargo ship, and the shipping containers have been camouflaged, so this operation must be kept secret. And because of the circumstances, I have another request, which is why I asked you to come down privately. As it stands, Hawk Jam has blocked all of our bank accounts here, and we can't get out of these things. That's why I hope that you can help us ship it into the Dragon Kingdom and help us out by exchanging it for the Dragon Kingdom currency, so that we can subsequently continue to do business with your Dragon Kingdom. In return, we can give you a 15% draw when the time comes. What do you think, little plant manager? Hearing Sama's words, Lin Dong also finally understood that he only allowed himself to come. This matter is indeed non-trivial. The point is that amount is just too big. Still, he subconsciously asked back. So you're not afraid I won't keep my word? And hearing Lin Dong's words, Sama just sighed and said, afraid, of course. It's just that. Nowadays, this is the only way we can go. Instead of waiting for these things to be snatched by that group of bandits, I'd rather take a gamble. After all, nowadays, only the Dragon Kingdom is helping us. Hearing Sama's words, Lin Dong also understood. Everyone nowadays feels that this action by the Dragon Kingdom is simply a way to protect its calves and preach free trade. It was indeed the best option if you shipped these things out through yourself at this time, and then exchanged them for Dragon Kingdom coins, and then for weapons. The open road, the dark road. But Bladejoy won't have to think about it, the inverter's accounts are gone, let alone theirs. He glanced at the amount of gold and gems. A conservative estimate of the value of this cargo is feared to be over $3 billion. Even with the pumping, it's enough to make a killing on its own. Besides, this money. Subsequent probability is also exchanged into Dragon Country currency and their own business, a large part of it will also enter their own pockets. So he thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay. I promise. With the verbal agreement between the two, Lin Dong was quickly sent back. Seeing that Lin Dong came back in one piece, Tang Ziyuan also finally breathed a sigh of relief. Got a deal? Little plant manager? Negotiated. Lin Dong nodded. The offshore time is the day after tomorrow, right? Right. Then stay here for 2 more days. Lin Dong glanced at the sky, then turned his head to look at the inverted master and spoke, Inverted master, next to go and have a chat? Okay. The inverted master grinned, tossed the rifle in his hand to his men, and followed. Soon the two of them came to a secluded place, and seeing that no one was around, the inverted master finally took off his mask and took a hard breath, saying, Damn, suffocating old man. Speaking of which, what are you going to do next? Lin Dong wondered, are you going to stay over here, or? Do not stay. The inverted master reached out and touched his head, saying, I don't dare to, you may not believe me when I say it, I'm already on the wanted list of several organizations in Eagle Sauce, so I don't dare to stay, and I want to figure out how to make a run for it. Then go back together? Lin Dong raised his eyebrows, once we get on the ship there will be a Dragon Kingdom formation escorting us, even Eagle Sauce will definitely not dare to make a move, we can definitely return home safely. No ha ha ha. Inverted master laughed, I am used to mix outside, and this business is doing smoothly, the profit is so big, let me go back certainly not accustomed to, now I just do not dare to stay here, but here do not stay master, have their own place, I'm going to go to other places to see go. Oh? Lin Dong suddenly became interested, where are you planning to go? Wherever there's chaos, just go. The poorer said, isn't that what second-hand dealers do? There's money to be made in chaos. You're going to run to Africa? Lin Dong asked. Hey! You kid, you're pretty smart. Nonsense. The oil of the Middle East, the mines of Africa, one is the blood of industry, the other is the bones of industry, the big countries must fight for a place, it is impossible not to mess up. Lin Dong skimmed his mouth, but the gas tank technology on my side is already relatively mature, is there any interest in helping us run a run when the time comes? Good man, still want me to sell for you guys, right? The inverted master was happy, but it's not impossible, anyway, there's money to be made. However, right at this moment, Lin Dong coldly and suddenly asked. So? Our country's plan is to start with oil and then ore, right? Old Australia is Eagle Jam's lapdog, not good for pulling the strings, but Africa, like here, is a poor brotherhood colonized by Eagle Jam. Has a lot of potential for development. It's really a good entry point to start over there. In fact, it's not that the Dragon Kingdom doesn't want to do business with them, it's just that because there are many small countries with unstable regimes, hell knows if today's top brass and tomorrow's top brass will be the same, and the Dragon Kingdom never interferes in the internal affairs of other countries, so it's not a good idea to intervene. And because of that, there is a need for some merchants to sell some special things over there, so that they can fight for a big or small king, stabilize the regime, and then the Dragon Kingdom can go back to business. Right? And how do I remember? The Dragon Country Domestic and Specialized Infantry Academy, those good buddies in Africa, every year will people over for further training to come. The expression on the poorer's face instantly froze when these words came out. Next. You can't say anything nonsense. The inverted master waved his hand in a hurry, I don't have any special status, I'm just an ordinary, mediocre, second-rate trafficker. Doesn't represent any background or power. Ah, I know, of course I know. Lin Dong shrugged his shoulders, revealing a harmless expression. You know about children's words, right? Speaking of a brat like me, can a brat's words then be true? And I'm just a mediocre manufacturer of industrial and agricultural implements, just exporting some gas canisters. What kind of weapon is not a weapon? I don't know anything about it. At these words, the two men fell silent directly. After a moment, both men let out a heartfelt laugh at the same time. However, seeing that Lin Dong seems to have guessed something, the inverted master did not bother to hide it anymore and said directly, "Anything else you want to ask, just ask." "Well, I actually do have something else I want to ask." Lin Dong cocked his head and thought for a moment, then said, "I actually have an idea. Do you know about domestic drones? In fact, the drones in China are basically used by the small ones to do aerial photography and the big ones to do pesticide hunting. But I think it has a lot of promise on the battlefield. It's like putting a drone out there with a grenade or a small shell attached to it, and when you get to a designated location, just drop it. Boo! There's also an extremely fast one called a traverser, and this one can also just crash right into the target. Boom! Do you think it's set up?" While speaking, Lin Dong opened his cell phone and played the image of the reporter who Snap released the drone at that time to the inverted master. And looking at the small, compact, and extremely fast drone on the screen, the inverted master came to be interested. "Ha! This thing, it's so fast. Much faster than a normal person can travel. Not only are they fast, but they are crucially stealthy and actually hard to spot on the battlefield. And if it's flying, it can also deliver precision strikes to enemies behind cover. There's one thing about this thing, if it was actually modified and put on the battlefield, it would be very effective indeed. It's an infantry killer." However, when he said that, the inverted master once again showed a look of regret. But alas! This thing fierce indeed, but not for here. Chapter 34, Another Empty Glove? Hearing the inverted master's words, Lin Dong froze and hurriedly said, "It's not really expensive. It's not a matter of whether it's expensive or not." The inverted master sighed and said, "First of all, this drone should use electricity, right? Here, there's no industrialization, there's no stable energy facilities, and in a lot of places, even electricity is a luxury, so power is a big issue. For another thing, this stuff is a lot more technical than a firearm, than some gas can. If it's a gas tank, a gun or something, the guys over here might know a little bit more, barely enough to repair it, or even hand rub it. But it's something that people over here just... I estimate that this war should be fast approaching as well, and I'm afraid that it won't take more than a year before it breaks out, and if the situation worsens again, I'm afraid that it will only take half a year. And in the Udon region, which has a special climate, perennial permafrost and dense vegetation. In the winter, when the temperature is extremely low, the soil is frozen to a particularly slabby consistency, making it difficult to dig even trenches, and in the spring, when the temperature rises and the frozen soil melts, but the moisture can't run off, it turns into mud and swamps, and movement can be very inconvenient. In this case, the kind of troop carriers your factory developed earlier should be able to be put to great use. Even more so with drones. It's a plain area over there, so the bunkers must be mainly trenches, and the vegetation is dense, giving the drones natural cover. The point is, whether it's the old Maoists or the U, they may have an average industrial system, but they have a complete energy system, which are left over from the last century, and there are a lot of technicians. So, little plant manager, you see what I mean? Hearing the inverted master's words, Lin Dong did not show any surprise. In fact, the inverted man's thoughts coincided with his. The only difference was that although Lin Dong knew that there was a high probability that Old Mao and Old Wu would have another nasty battle, he wasn't sure exactly when it would happen. Maybe it's this year, or maybe it's next year. Or even a couple years from now. But the poorer gave himself away. For the prediction of the battle formation's posture, Lin Dong of course trusted the inverted master more. Isn't that bull? This was the guy that people ate with, and Lin Dong didn't dare to challenge it with his interest. But Lin Dong hesitated and asked anyway. If, indeed, war breaks out over there, the attitude of the side above? Attitude? What attitude? The inverted master was amused. Hasn't it always been said? Our Dragon Kingdom doesn't meddle in any country's internal affairs, we only do business. However, when he said this, the inverted master drew a sudden turn and whispered. Sentimentally, we should support the old Maoists because they are in a cooperative relationship with us and are facing a dilemma similar to the one we had back then. That's why the old Maoist can't go down if he does, our northern regions are in danger. Yet, in terms of national strategy, we shouldn't be too supportive of the old Maoists. Because he can't be too strong either, and if he is too strong, our north is just as dangerous. The short answer is, only a half-dead old Maoist is a good old Maoist. If Eagle Jam and NATO sanction the old Maoist, our complete industrial chain in the Dragon Kingdom is perfectly capable of topping it, and he can't die. So, be prepared to eat from both ends. This time, don't follow the example of this side of the monopoly, and watch out for the cartwheel. Hearing the inverted master's words, Lin Dong also immediately understood. To put it bluntly, the odds are that the state's strategy over there is bloodletting therapy to turn the two sides into a long-term tug of war as much as possible. This is actually the most lucrative model for war. As long as both sides keep consuming, then the orders will keep coming. After thinking about all this, Lin Dong nodded and said, I see what you mean. But for business over there, you guys will probably have to run it yourselves. The inverted master waved his hand, but the old Maoists are known for their treachery, and they are quite discriminatory against our countrymen, so you have to be careful when you go over there to do business. Don't worry, when the time comes, I will definitely bring people there as well. Lin Dong laughed. Besides, if it really comes to that time, it will be them begging me, not me begging them. Okay, good luck and keep in touch. You stay safe too. After exchanging words with the poorer, the two parties didn't stay here too long. Even though there is a dragon country sitting on the ground, there is still a certain amount of danger here after all. So early the next morning, Sama sent someone to escort Lin Dong to the harbor with the inverted master. Along with it, there were about a dozen large pickup trucks. Inside the things on the surface, in fact, is some local specialties, such as honey and so on, but in fact. All understand. Returning to the harbor once again, it was still calm outside, although he couldn't see it, but just by taking a look at the current state of the harbor, Lin Dong knew that the Dragon Nation's convoy formation, in all probability, hadn't run far. Otherwise the group wouldn't be so disciplined. The Sangzhou arrives tomorrow, so Lin Dong will stay here for another day. But Lin Dong was in no hurry. It's a good time to take this opportunity to discuss the matter of expanding production with Zhou Yunshin, who is in the country first. After the call was made, it wasn't long before Zhou Yunshin's surprised voice came from the other end. Little plant manager. Is everything okay over there? Fortunately, everything went well. Lin Dong laughed. I guess so, this time you have made a big mess. Say out you may not believe, this period of time, every day can see you on the hot search, say do you know? Our factory's official account on various platforms, the total number of fans has exceeded 2 million, the last time you stayed that little girl. Is the one surnamed Lee? You really don't say, her professional knowledge is really no, but the operation account is a good handoff. Hearing this, Lin Dong awkwardly touched his nose and said. Actually. Guessed it. Certainly not a guess. Although there wasn't much signal after going out to sea, the system kept suggesting that the popularity value was rising, and it was going up at a very terrifying rate. So Lin Dong could guess roughly. But he's curious. Didn't we agree that the heat would pass quickly? Why do you get to be on the hot seat every day? Strange. To this, Zhou Yunshin didn't answer directly and only laughed. You can see for yourself later. Isn't there another day off? That said, surely it's not just about this matter that you're calling out of the blue, little plant manager? Seeing that Zhou Yunshin had guessed it, Lin Dong was not ambiguous and directly admitted it. Yes, there are indeed more important things to discuss with you. Then do you need me to call out to them? Zhou Yunshin asked. Not for now. Lin Dong thought for a moment and shook his head, just relay it for me. First things first. Expansion. As I recall, as of now, our factory, only 2 plants have their production lines open, right? My idea is to restart all the 2 production lines that were previously idle, within a month. Keep the Nanyang machining plant running at full capacity. The production line has all been changed to that of a new type of gas tank. It's the sample you asked me to bring earlier. For this matter, I have to trouble you, Mr. Zhou. Whether it's the workers, the production lines, the machines, the materials, the midway transportation, or the exports, you're going to have your hands full. But laborer Zhou shouldn't do everything himself. Find a way to recruit some people to help. Isn't our office building still empty? It's also time to restore that building to its former glory. When these words came out, Zhou Yunshin was first stunned, then he understood and asked. Little plant manager, you pulled in a big order? Pretty much. But? Small factory director, are you sure you want to open up all those 2 production lines? Zhou Yunshan did some mental math, then said, "You have to think clearly, things like production lines, as long as they are turned on, they have to run all the time. Once there are no orders, they will lose money. Now we have 2 lines, each month almost able to produce 8,000, INE Minghui, and then find a way to change the production line, each month 10,000 no problem, if then open. That can be 20,000? Are you sure that site can eat that much production?" And in the face of Zhou Yunshan's questioning, Lin Dong couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head, uttering the same words the inverted master had uttered to himself earlier. "Mr. Zhou, we are not doing business with a particular client, a particular company. We are doing business with a country, a region. Tell you the truth. Even if we get those 2 production lines out, our production is still not enough. The subsequent number needed each month over here is 100,000. As soon as Lin Dong said this, Zhou Yunshan on the other end of the phone violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air, reacting in the same way as Lin Dong before, directly exclaiming in shock. "How many? 100,000? Yes, 100,000. Lin Dong said, "So worker Zhou, you have a second task. In addition to restarting the other 2 production lines, we have to find a way to expand production. We must reach this capacity of 100,000 gas tanks." When these words came out, Zhou Yunshan immediately made a mistake. He said in a rush, "The small factory director. Of this 100,000 gas canisters order, from when, have to be delivered by the standard? 3 months later." Lin Dong said. "Alas! You're confused, little factory director." Zhou Yunshan suddenly said, 3 months is not enough time for an expansion of this scale. It must take at least half a year. Restarting the line is easy, it'll only take a week at the most. But a new production line is the equivalent of a new factory? First fix the plant, then the machines get in, then you recruit, then you can produce. Although we recently this time to earn quite a lot, but you have to expand to the scale in one breath. This is absolutely impossible. There is absolutely not enough time, or money, for that matter. Small factory director, the heart is not enough to swallow the elephant. It's too big a step, it's easy to pull the egg. I don't think this can be done. Do you remember what happened in real estate in the first few years of our dragon country? The original richest man in the dragon kingdom has stormed to the top of the heap in just a few years. That's the reason. Too big a step, and as a result, when the money chain breaks, the chain reaction comes full circle. That's why I'm against blind expansion." While hearing Zhou Yunshan's words, Lin Dong was happy. How else can you say you trust Zhou Yunshan? Because he really is looking out for himself all the time. After all, this is the kind of thing where many people get swept away by a sudden big order, and once they're stopped, they're likely to take it out on the other side. Behavior like Zhou Yunshan's was definitely considered a thankless task. However, Lin Dong was prepared for Zhou Yunshan's concerns. He laughed softly. "Worker Zhou, take it easy. That's actually the second thing I'm going to discuss with you. Of course I know that blind production doesn't work. That's why from the very beginning, I wasn't prepared to go into production, I just restored all the production lines of our Nanyang machining factory." When Lin Dong said this, Zhou Yunshan was even more confused. "And what are you going to do with the remaining production of?" Cough. Lin Dong coughed lightly. "Worker Zhou, have you forgotten something? Our factory has pulled in big orders from abroad during this time, and it has indeed been revitalized. But the other factories within the dragon country can still be in deep water. They were no better off than we were at the time. So, unexpectedly, however, upon hearing this, Zhou Yunshan's attitude became even more resolute. "That's even worse. Small factory manager. You don't think you want them to produce for us, do you? This will never work. Because as I recall, the business you're talking about with that side is a monopoly. A business like this, letting other factories meddle in it, would absolutely explode. Let's say they suddenly defaulted on the contract, causing us to default, and then contacted our customers privately, thus kicking us out. Little factory director, the mall is like a battlefield, there can't be any mercy. You can't be kind and think about giving everyone a piece of the pie, they won't appreciate our kindness." In the face of Zhou Yunshan's reminder, Lin Dong's expression became increasingly strange. Only after Zhou Yunshan finished speaking did he finally said quietly, "Shogun. I also did not say that I want to share the list to them all. Aren't you forgetting something? Have you forgotten how we got our branch factory, the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory? When these words came out, Zhou Yunshan's body stiffened violently. Next. His startled voice suddenly came from the other end. Small plant manager. Are you going to empty your gloves again? Chapter 35 Expansion. Annexation. New markets. New industries. The moment Zhou Yunshan said this, Lin Dong suddenly felt a little bit weak. He stated in a huff. Ahem. So what? How can something in business be called an empty glove? That was clearly me saving people from the fire. I couldn't see the brothers' factory suffer, so I chose to help them carry some of the debt so that they could get out in one piece. And in the face of Lin Dong's babbling, Zhou Yunshan just looked at him with a smile and then said, Okay, I get it. I'll go from one to the other and sort out the eligible processors, and I'll go ahead and ask them if they're interested. Priority is given to finding those with high debt ratios, close to the port, and with production lines similar to what we have now. If so, let's go over and talk about it in detail then, when you're back home. Seeing Zhou Yunshan agree, Lin Dong also heatedly smiled. This matter, which he had left to Zhou Yunshan, was very reassuring. Still, he didn't forget to go on to add. This matter is of the utmost importance, and it must be ensured that in 3 months' time we will be able to increase the size of our gas tanks. But that's just the first thing. The second thing is to find a way to set up a foreign trade company. We're going to be the general agent for Yemen's imports from the Dragon Kingdom, in other words, like what we had before, sugar, fertilizers, and some medicines, medical supplies like alcohol, gauze, etc. We're going to help Yemen get the goods in the country, and then we're going to ship them by sea, along with our goods. However, once Lin Dong said this, on the other end of the line, there was a direct silence. For a moment, even Lin Dong froze. He even thought there was no signal. So subconsciously asked. That? Weekly worker? Can you hear me? Hey. I can. Sixth, help me investigate the domestic drone market, and likewise find a few engineers in charge of drones to come over. I'll have great use for them when I return. Lin Dong's words were like a succession of cannons, not giving Zhou Yunshan a chance to catch his breath at all. And on the other end of the phone, Zhou Yunshan's breathing was getting heavier and heavier, and when he heard the end, he had even started sweating on his forehead. Although the tasks arranged by Lin Dong seemed simple, in reality, each one of them seemed like a heavy bomb that exploded in Zhou Yunshan's mind. Why? Because there was something in Lin Dong's words. Other people might not be clear about the meaning of these seemingly breezy words of Lin Dong, but it was impossible for Zhou Yunshan to be unclear. Direct contact with the central bank? Have someone from the central bank send someone straight to customs? But any lower volume, do you think the central bankers will pay attention to you? Why did Lin Dong leave the country and go over there in person to talk business? Wasn't it just a business settlement to change the knife music to gold and gems? Combined with what I just said. To set up a foreign trade company, and at the same time become Yemen's general agent for importing goods in China. Zhou Yunshan guessed the truth of the matter almost instantly. The central bank of the Dragon State has always had abundant gold reserves, and in recent years, it has been purchasing gold from the outside world, and it is the largest buyer of gold in the world today. So the odds of having the central banks come over is that this is a maritime shipment that's going to bring back a lot of gold. And most likely a country's gold reserves. And the likelihood of Yemen choosing to exchange his gold for Longwa currency is very high. Nowadays, the world pattern is in turmoil, the eagle jam is all over the world everywhere, only the dragon country is sitting steadily, not moving, and the country has a complete industrial production chain, the economy is very stable, so the dragon country coin, without a doubt, becomes the most perfect safe haven currency. In other words, even if Yemen is gone, this money can still be exchanged for a large number of industrial supplies and materials in the Dragon Kingdom still. This is the safe haven currency. As for the gems in the back, well, that's not saying much. If you only have a few gems, the price is what the person says it is and will definitely cut it. But if you have a container of gems, that's a different story. Because the former means you're just the retailer and the latter this means you're their supplier. As for the last two requirements, Zhou Yunshan understands it better. When a plant reaches a certain size, how is it going to expand? First, the expansion of this plant. Just for example, all 4 production lines of the Nanyang machinery processing plant are pulled up. Second, annexation of plants of the same type. Take for example Lin Dong's earlier comment about empty gloves. Third, create new markets. For example, let the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory go over to the old mausoleum for research. Fourth, enter a new industry. For example, the next area of drones. In fact, Jo Yunshin had expected these steps and should not have been so surprised. But he was surprised that it was too fast. Normally, an expansion of this magnitude is at least a 5-year cycle, and it may even take 10 or 20 years. As a result, how long did it take Nanyang Machining Factory? From a near closure in the beginning, it has expanded in just under 6 months. This rate of expansion can only be described as crazy. So after hearing Lin Dong's words, Jo Yunshin subconsciously wanted to remind Lin Dong again that he must be careful and not take too big a step. But on second thought, he held those words back. Others may not be able to do it, but Lin Dong may actually be possible. Because he has created a miracle that other private machinery processing plants in the country of Dragon do not even dare to think about. Moreover, certainly has some financial support after becoming an agent of Yemen. So Jo Yunshin, after a moment of silence, slowly pulled out a quick-acting heart-saving pill from his pocket and threw it into his mouth, then took a sharp, deep breath and said, "Okay. Promise to get the job done." After arranging everything out, at this time, Lin Dong also finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the inverters have gone, reporter Wu Snap has penetrated deep into the Yemeni hinterland and begun to report on the local war dynamics. So nowadays, Lin Dong basically had nothing to do but wait with Tang Ziyuan and a few others for the Tsangzhou freighter to dock tomorrow. However, looking at the several people not far away who were heavily armed and appeared to be Yemen's elite, Tang Ziyuan still asked with some curiosity. Them? Ayo, worried about our safety, so he came over to escort us. Lin Dong then babbled. After all, Lin Dong still understood the reasoning of not revealing his wealth, and the reasoning of a brocade coat at night. For example, the $3 billion worth of gold was actually disguised as a couple of freezers, which looked no different from freezers from the outside, but in reality, if you opened the outer shell, you could see the full of gold bars hidden inside. Of course, when it comes time to return home and go through customs, these gold bars will have to be taken out to go through the normal customs declaration process. It wasn't until then that Lin Dong finally had time to glance at the domestic news reports. And it's a shock not to look at it. It was only at this point that Lin Dong finally realized why he had been on the hot search. The reason is simple. Because this time, his line of travel almost perfectly fits the big moves in the world at this point in time in the Dragon Kingdom. And the action is as big as it's ever been in 100 years. In fact, it wasn't as if Hawkmaster hadn't come to stop himself. Rather, it simply can't be stopped. In less than a week after Lin Dong departed with the Tsangzhou, the carrier battle formation of the Dragon Kingdom was harassed by the approach of the Eagle Jam carrier battle formation. Then the Dragon Kingdom's 055 destroyer decisively went out alone for nearly 100 nautical miles to close in on the Eagle Jam's carrier fleet, turning on the early warning radar and chasing the whole thing. During the period, the Eagle Sauce carrier formation and sent 2 F-18 carrier aircraft flew over the 055, make a dive posture, trying to achieve the effect of intimidation, but unexpectedly the 055 directly opened the missile hatch, fire control radar on, directly locked the Eagle Sauce fighter, scared 2 F-18 hasty escape. Eagle Sauce's carrier formation then electronically jammed the 055 again, only to be suppressed by the full force of the Dragon formation's 815A electronic reconnaissance ships. Although the thermal war had not started, the electronic war between the two sides had broken out, and almost all the weather stations in the area around the relevant sea area were scrapped that day. To describe it in metaphysical terms, two great powers fought, and the fight wore out the great Tao. And the result is, with the help of electronic warfare, the 055 destroyer disappeared right off Eagle Sauce's radar and then crossed Eagle Sauce's entire carrier formation. And then that famous scene was born. Good news, radar invisible. Bad news, seen with the naked eye. The two sides exchanged blows, and the Eagle Jam carrier formation was defeated and had to flee. But this time, after being provoked several times, where would the Dragon Carrier Group battle group let them off so easily? Then there was the 055 destroyer's 20-day long close-in drive, which froze and ousted Eagle Sauce's carrier formation from the waters in question. After this battle, the 055 destroyer, because of its single knife to the meeting, forcing back the Eagle Sauce carrier formation feat, happy to mention the Sword Guard, an 815A electronic reconnaissance ship also more than a Naval Street Sneak title. The global winds, then, immediately changed. First, the cargo ships of various countries invited the cargo ships of the Dragon Kingdom to form a platoon in the waters of the Red Sea and enter the harbor together. Then it is the face of the old Israel's threat, the dragon and the old Maoist rare at the same time state, and sent a strategic bombardment fighter's remote airdrop of humanitarian supplies. The dragon even directly chose to land in the old Israeli capital of the airport, and the opposite of the old Israel before relying on the backing of the hawk sauce, but now do not even dare to put a fart. Of course, these reports were not in real time, but were reported at intervals. And in the images of these reports, old Israel is just bad, not stupid. If this really dares to stop, guess what that formation following the transporter is for? Dragon Nation, I don't know, I didn't see the blocking control, I thought it was a speed bump. We're all flying hard. Not sure what's going on, talk to my 055 if you need anything. It's fine, just turn on radar and shine it on me, just try it, it doesn't. Having a strong motherland behind you is more useful than anything else. At least, he can make you feel what stepping on a horse means to be fair and free. But just then, Teng Ziyuan, who was on the side, also received a phone call afterward. After hanging up the phone, he suddenly walked over to Lin Dong with an embarrassed face and then opened his mouth. That little plant manager. Lin Dong looked up and said, "What is it, you tell me." In fact, it's not a big deal, there is a matter of request. Deng Ziyuan lowered his head and opened his mouth. That is, I said before, my family's oldest three is not also engaged in the drone-related industry. Well, in fact, he is engaged in the agricultural large drones. A few years ago when the drone technology only began, they are still quite profitable, but the back of many large companies are also into the line. Like his small company, it is difficult to have survival space. No, they just called, their company shouldn't be able to hold out any longer, so he and a few of his partners have decided to break up as well. You seem to be quite interested in drones before, small plant manager. Shall we? Little factory director, give my oldest three a chance when the time comes? Let him try out for the factory? Upon hearing this, Lin Dong was stunned. Without waiting for Lin Dong to speak, Teng Ziyuan hurriedly added. My oldest three is not very old, only 27 or 88 years old, technically he must be over the top, he is a doctoral student of 985, it's just a pity that he has the technology but not the business acumen, or can he play with the capital A? But you can rest assured that the small factory director, as long as you give him a chance, he will definitely do it seriously under you. If he doesn't listen, you can just fire him directly. I have absolutely no problem with that. Hearing Teng Ziyuan's words, Lin Dong cried and laughed a little as he hurriedly explained. That's not what I meant. I just didn't think it could be so coincidental. Old Deng, truth be told, I just said on the phone with Mr. Zhou that I need a group of technicians to work on drones. But Zhou Gong specializes in mechanics, not electronics, and I'm still having a headache about it now. As it turned out, the sleep had just come, and a pillow was brought to me. In this case, you hurry to contact him, and don't say that he's under me, just let him report to Zhou Gong when he's free. The treatment is good, and it's best if he can similarly pull in a group of technicians who can work on drones. At that time, I'll directly let him be the factory manager over there. What do you think? Chapter 36, I'm a sucker? However, upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Teng Ziyuan was startled and hurriedly waved his hand. Make no mistake, make no mistake. My oldest has some technical skills, but he really doesn't know anything about pipe mills. If we make him the plant manager, something will definitely go wrong. I'm grateful for the little factory director's love, the position of factory director should be forgotten, I'm satisfied to be able to let him come to the factory as an engineer. However, in the face of Teng Ziyuan's concern, Lin Dong only smiled and said meaningfully. Problems? Then let him have it. Which factory started with smooth sailing? Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant, Red Star Agricultural Machinery Plant, how powerful was it back then? What happened to them? It's only when something goes wrong that you can identify the problem and go about fixing it. So don't be afraid to go wrong. I now really need to know how talent to manage. After all, old Deng, you should also be clear, engaged in our production this line, and other industries but completely different. Just relax. Hearing Lin Dong say this, Teng Ziyuan hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and agreed. Okay. Then I'll thank the small factory director on behalf of my oldest. I'm calling him to report to old Chow. Looking at this appearance of Teng Ziyuan, Lin Dong could not help but shake his head. Pity the parents. Of course, the reason why he chose to pull in old Zhou's son, on the one hand, was because of his technical ability. After all, engineers with academic qualifications and work experience are indeed the talents that Lin Dong needs nowadays. As for the other side, Only technology, not management, is a good thing for Lin Dong, on the contrary. After all, such a person is called a technical bull, doing things without distractions, focusing on technology, not very deep heart. What's not to like about being able to recruit someone like him and sell a favor along the way? After arranging all this, Lin Dong also relaxed and began to wait for the Zhangzhou to dock in the harbor, and then return together. It was different from Lin Dong's leisure. On the other side, Zhou Yunshan, who had gotten the news, was once again busy. Nanyang Machining Factory, Office Building. This area was once almost completely abandoned due to the poor efficiency of the plant. But nowadays the place is once again bustling with activity. The other day Zhou Yunshan didn't just call out for people to redecorate the inside, he also reorganized the various districts. The topmost floor was the management's office, except for Lin Dong's factory director's office, including Zhou Yunshan himself, as well as Yi Minghui, Li Jianjun, and others, who all had separate offices here. Of course, the newly renovated office, Zhou Yunshan used the most, Li Jianjun second, Yi Minghui seldom come, he still likes to stay in the office of the production workshop, only need to open a door to see the various working groups. In his own words, "As soon as you pass from here, you can see at a glance who's slacking off." Of course, on top of that, a few floors below, there are not only large and small conference rooms, but also finance, human resources, legal affairs and so on. At first, when Nanyang Mechanical Processing was small, Zhou Yunshan took care of all these jobs by himself, but now that the scale is expanding, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, it is impossible for him to take care of it by himself. So after obtaining Lin Dong's consent, while expanding the factory, Zhou Yunshan was constantly recruiting people. He originally thought that it would take a while for these people to come in handy, but he didn't expect to have a use for them now. In the office, Zhou Yunshan, who had just hung up the phone, pondered for a moment and directly shouted at his secretary. "Get everyone except the production line, yes, everyone, to the big conference room for a meeting. Supervisor Yi has to come too." "Right. Let's say I said so." Not much longer. In the big office there were 20 or 30 people sitting, looking up, it looked very crowded. Above the main seat, Zhou Yunshan glanced at the time and then said, "Everyone settle down, I know it's time to get off work, but this matter is very important, everyone wait a minute, those who stay for the meeting tonight will get an extra day of overtime pay at the end of the month. Folks who should be checking in with their families right now, if you just can't get away, just go ahead and the follow-up minutes will be sent to you." However, upon hearing Zhou Yunshan's words, none of the crowd left. "Just kidding. Bullwinkle certainly doesn't want to work overtime. But as long as the overtime is paid enough. That company is my home. Who wouldn't be happy to be able to have a company like this that is spreading money around like crazy in an ever-profitable company when it's so bad out there right now in terms of the job climate?" But just then, the door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Dressed in a work uniform and covered in grease, Yi Minghui pushed his way in. As soon as he entered the door, he didn't care about anything, let alone if there was anyone, and directly cursed. "I say, old Chow. You'd better be up to something important. Or else I'll have to be done with you. I'm still fixing the machine. You're asking me to come over for a meeting at this time? What if it delays production?" However, in the face of Yi Minghui's angry voice, Zhou Yunshan did not get annoyed, but smiled. "It's okay, you can stop worrying about production at this point." When these words came out, Yi Minghui froze. "Ha!" At once, he had an ominous feeling in his heart. I had heard before that the small plant manager was going to be over there in the next few days to start talking business. And now all of a sudden, don't worry about production? It's not like the deal fell through, is it? He asked in a rush. Later? The little plant manager contacted you today? Yeah. Zhou Yunshan nodded. Finished. Yi Minghui's face immediately changed, and then rushed to Zhou Yunshan's side and asked in a low voice. Really talk down? However, he did not expect that when Yi Minghui said this, Zhou Yunshan directly laughed out loud. Looking at Yi Minghui with such a grave expression, he couldn't help but be amused. It's broken down? What's broken down? How could it fall apart? Do you think I said for you not to worry about production at this point because there are no orders? Ha? Then because of what? Yi Minghui was confused. Because at this moment, even if you let yourself go up to production as well, you definitely won't be able to catch up with the number of orders needed. Zhou Yunshan patted his shoulder and comforted him, 100,000 gas canisters a month, what's the point of worrying about it now? You won't be able to catch up even if you don't sleep for 24 hours, you might as well think about how to expand production. The moment he heard this number, Yi Minghui's entire body was dumbfounded in place. This time, however, before he could speak, the others in the conference room, however, grabbed the opportunity to blow up. Wait? How much? No, is this gas can actually selling this well? Isn't that crap? Haven't you seen the news? The stuff our factory produces is no ordinary gas canister, it's a household item here, but in the Middle East, it's a weapon. They even call it a candy cane. And it's rumored that the young factory director went to Yemen this time to personally talk business with the top brass there. Now it seems that the business should be a success. But the problem is, with the size of our factory, it's unlikely that we can produce 100,000 gas canisters a month, right? Yeah, this order is really big, but can we really eat it? I'm afraid that if we don't reach that production, we'll have to pay liquidated damages, won't we? Just then, Zhou Yunshin suddenly clapped his hands and said, "Quiet. Everyone. This time I've asked everyone here to discuss how to expand production. What has been made clear is that from tomorrow, the main part of our factory, that is, the Nanyang Mechanical Processing Plant, the remaining 2 factories, will be fully restarted, when all the production lines of the 2 factories will be changed to production lines for the production of new types of gas tanks. The people in the production department are in charge of this, and the people in the manpower department are in charge of continuing to recruit. And it takes a skilled hand. Guys, what's the problem?" "I have no problem with that either." Zhang Nan, the head of the Human Resources Department, nodded. And Yi Minghui, who had now become the head of the production department, only at this time did he finally wake up from the shock. He let out a bitter smile and then said, "As long as there are enough people, I'm fine with it anyway." "But 100,000 a month? Even if our factory's production lines were fully open, we wouldn't be able to reach this output. It would take 5 of our factories to reach this output. Old Chow, are you sure you can fix this? Not only do we have to solve it, but we have to solve it within 3 months, because after 3 months, it will have to be delivered at 100,000 gas canisters per month." Zhou Yun took a deep breath, "So that's why I'm having this meeting. I'll talk to the small plant manager on the phone and settle on a direction for now. That would be acquiring other machine shops. Scaling up production through asset and debt transfers. It's just like our sub-factory, Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory. But this thing is estimated to be very difficult. After all, these factories are many people's many years of hard work, so we have to trouble you all, find a way to help organize our province like this machinery processing plant, especially those who are in debt more than one, about to be insolvent, on the verge of closure of the machinery processing plant, and then I will find a way to go to talk about one by one." But unexpectedly, just then, a voice suddenly came from the corner of the conference room. "That? Joe Factory Manager, I think you may be wrong in this approach." At these words, the crowd in the office instantly fell silent. It's that time of the year, and someone actually dares to question the strategies of the 2 major factory managers? Crazy. The crowd subconsciously followed the sound and seemed to be curious as to which of the bold and presumptuous people actually dared to talk nonsense at this time. Then the crowd saw the corner, a girl with a thin figure, wearing black framed glasses, at her chest. There was also an internship license plate. It should have only been here for a short time. For a while, many people in the office secretly shook their heads and sighed. It's only been a few days since your internship. How dare you be so insolent? How dare you criticize the factory manager? I'm afraid I'm going to offend a lot of people now. I guess I'll have to get out once my internship is over." However, to the crowd's surprise, not only was Zhou Yunshin not half annoyed, he instead came to be interested and said, "Oh? What's your name?" "Jiang Yun." The girl replied. "Alright, Jiang Yun, tell me your opinion." "Factory Director Zhou, I think that we shouldn't go after the factories that are about to become insolvent, but rather the ones that are barely still running and have assets greater than their debts." Jiang Yun pulled his hair back and said, "For those factories that are insolvent, even if they transfer their debts out, there's no profit to be made. At best they're just getting rid of a mess, so the more such factories there are, the easier it is for them to ask for a lion's share of the money. On the contrary, those factories whose capital is greater than their debt will feel that they are profitable if they are acquired, and although the profit is not much, at least it is better than losing money all the time in their own hands, so they look forward to their factories being acquired more. It's really just the same thing as learning. Before an exam, if a person knows that they are so far behind that the odds are that they won't pass the exam even if they do revise, the odds are that they won't bother to revise. Instead, those who aren't too far behind are more willing to review. When Jiang Yun said this, even the knowledgeable Zhou Yunshin froze. Nothing else. Because he realized that what this little girl in front of him had analyzed was indeed very reasonable. People are actually pretty easy to swing for the fences. As long as the pendulum is swinging, there are no weaknesses. Those factories which are already insolvent are indeed likely not to follow the procedure and choose to be acquired at normal prices, and are instead more likely to be lionized. It's like the poor students who are so far behind that they're more likely to opt for cheating tactics than reviewing and taking a big gamble. Thinking of this, Zhou Yunshin couldn't help but be interested in the little girl in front of him. He nodded and said, "Your analysis makes sense, but it's just an analysis, the reality will certainly be different. Even if your analysis is right, the difficulty of acquiring it will certainly still be." "You still don't know about this, factory director Zhou?" Jiang Yun's expression suddenly became strange. What is it?" Zhou Yunshin subconsciously asked. Jiang Yun glanced at Li Jianjun, who was not far away, and wanted to speak. And when Li Jianjun, who had been silent for a long time, saw this, he smiled and waved his hand. "But there's no harm in saying that. I'm not the factory director anymore. I'm just an employee under the small factory director. I'm just grateful for the small factory director's love and honor me." After receiving the reply, Jiang Yun cocked his head and thought for a moment, then said, "It's really because of what happened at the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Plant. A few months ago, the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory was acquired by Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory in a big fuss. In fact, everyone was wondering at the time, thinking that Red Star Farm Machinery Works would take a leap from there. However, these months have passed, the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory not only did not have half a point of improvement, and even a lot of employees have been transferred to the side of the Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory. And because of this, many factories in the outside world are talking about the fact that the acquisition of the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory by the small factory director at the beginning was definitely a wrong decision, because he simply did not have the ability to save it, as exemplified by the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory in the past few months. But for many processors, similar to the Red Star Agricultural Machinery plant, think differently. Because by this example, they are even more convinced that a plant like this one cannot be saved even by someone as powerful as a small plant manager, and they certainly can't save it themselves. In fact, there have long been a number of factories are inquiring to see if they can be the same as the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory was acquired by the Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant. Once these were Jiang Yun, I'm curious about one thing. And how do you know exactly what those plants are thinking? Facing Zhou Yunshin's question, Jiang Yun merely shrugged and said, "Oh, I'm not going to lie, my family has a factory, and my dad has been thinking about how to sell the factory to you guys in the last few months to stop the losses in time, so that's why I applied for a job with you guys." When these words came out, both Zhou Yunshin and Yi Ninghui's eyes widened at the same time. Both of them did not expect such a reply. Nice guy. The commercial spies are here. The point is that she actually admitted this? That's too honest. And after Zhou Yunshin was silent for a moment, he then asked tentatively, "So, you know what we're going to do now? Your family's factory, is it still for sale?" "Sell it." "Why not sell?" Jiang Yun face puzzled. "You can pull the order, that is your ability, deserve you to get rich, our family and cannot get your orders, the factory put is also continue to lose, now sold a little less profit is better than a loss, right? After the sale, let my father directly retire, every day nothing to do, fishing and so on, how comfortable. Besides, my family factory sold, I will not be the second generation of the factory, it is considered unemployed. Isn't this just the right time to come to your place and work in peace? Of course, it would be nice to give me a little commission. If I can negotiate a deal later." Hearing Jiang Yun's request, Zhou Yunshin cried and laughed a little. Although it is true that this matter is a little too strange, but it is undeniable that for Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory, Jiang Yun does have a great use. Not just because of her personal abilities, but crucially her connections and channels. Through her to contact those factories that want to be acquired, it will surely be twice as effective. So Zhou Yunshin agreed without hesitation. "Don't worry. The commission is good. As long as this matter can be accomplished. In the meantime." On the other side, Lin Dong, who was about to go to bed, suddenly received a call from Zhou Yunshin. A moment later, he suddenly frowned. Lack of money? What? I'd become an ingrate? Chapter 37 Passengers are God, understand? However, after hearing Zhou Yunshan's explanation, Lin Dong was a little bit in tears. That's true. One is really an ingrate now. The problem is that this ingrate, himself, still has to be. Otherwise, the production afterward will certainly not be up to par. Of course, the grievance wasn't that good. Because the last time Lin Dong's empty-handed acquisition of the Red Star agricultural machinery factory with a promise of a dividend had long been rumored in the industry. As Jiang Yin analyzed, at first they all thought that the Red Star agricultural machinery factory was lucky, but the result was that there was no movement for several months, so the people felt that the Red Star agricultural machinery factory was clearly being cheated. And because of that, subsequent acquisitions, the promise of dividends certainly doesn't work. These businessmen aren't cuties. Will definitely all choose to ask for cash when the time comes. So now there's a new problem. That's money. And it's quite a lot of money. And it's not an asset, it's liquid money that can be transferred at any time. Zhou Yunshan also estimated on the phone. Although our factory is making a lot of money in these months, but the factory production line, raw materials, recruitment of workers, new products, all is money, although there is still some left on the books, but it is still far from enough, this gap is too big. After all, this is a tenfold expansion in one breath. And I'm afraid it's more than 10 times as much if you add in what you said about going over to the old mausoleum to research and open a drone factory. We can indeed lend a little more on the bank side, but the real estate industry thundered a few years ago, and now the banks are starting to wimp out and can't lend much. As it stands, acquiring a 10 million asset level machine shop, even if we take on the liabilities, would still require about 2 million per plant. We need to acquire at least 10 more of these factories to barely reach the required production scale, which means that right now we still need $20 million in working capital. Small plant manager, you see? Hearing these words, Lin Dong also fell into deep thought. $20 million in liquidity? It is important to realize that even factories with assets of several $100 million do not necessarily have a liquidity of $20 million. So it's simply impossible to come up with this amount of money just based on Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory's earnings in the past few months. But for Lin Dong, money wasn't really a problem. As long as he returns home with Yemen's gold and sells it to the central bank of the Dragon, he'll have money himself. $3 billion worth of gold, with a 15% drawdown for yourself, you'd get $4.5 billion for yourself just by helping them sell it. But here's the problem. Time is running out. Ocean freighters are not fast. If the weather is good and fast, it will take about 15 days. If the weather is bad, I'm afraid it will take a month. Now that he was in a special position, every country in the world was watching him, and it was unlikely that he would be able to return to his country by any other means. But for the current Lin Dong, what was most lacking was time. Thinking about this, Lin Dong also had a bit of a headache. At this moment in time, he also finally realized Sama's words. Now you're sitting on a mountain of gold and you can't get anything. Unless it was possible to transport this golden mountain back to the Dragon Kingdom. But just then, Lin Dong had a flash of light in his head and suddenly had an idea. Wait? Cash? Worker Zhou, you'll go ahead with the loan tomorrow. $35 million in direct loans. When these words came out, Zhou Yunshan was directly startled and hurriedly said. Huh? Didn't you hear what I just said, little plant manager? You can't lend that much. And loans are required for asset valuation. Our factory itself now has a few million in loans, and the Red Star side also has a few million in loans, so it's simply not possible to lend so much. It would be thankful to be able to lend us another 2 million. No. What I'm talking about is not mortgaging our factory. Lin Dong shook his head and said, I'm currently signing a contract with the Yemeni Ministry of Energy with a total value of more than $1 billion, and if I remember correctly, a large contract like this can be used as collateral. Of course, the bank probably wouldn't dare recognize such collateral. So this time, no banks. Worker Zhou, find a way to contact Nanyang City Investment and say that we are now expanding our production and need a large amount of bridge funds to borrow for a month. They should borrow it. And hearing Lin Dong's words, Zhou Yunshan immediately understood. The so-called urban investment, to put it bluntly, is the governments of various regions take out some of the revenue from the local finance and use it to make money from investment in the name of the government. In fact, when real estate was prevalent, bridge funding was very popular, and many city investors also made a lot of money as a result. Until the real estate thunderbolt. But unlike banks, the major banks are well funded, and even if real estate has a thunderstorm, there is a top on top, so the follow-up just needs to tighten its pockets and not lend easily. However, the city investment is required to be self-financing. So the more this happens, the more they need avenues to make money. And short-term legal loan sharks with annual interest rates of 15% or more and monthly interest rates capable of reaching 2% are what they need most. Thus, Jo Yunshin resolutely agreed. Okay, I'll be there first thing in the morning. Next day, noon. The cargo shipped Sangjo is in port again. 5 hours had passed and the cargo was loaded and about to be ready for departure. Quite a few of the crew are already aboard. Lin Dong was the only one who had not yet boarded the ship. Not far away, Captain Lu Haitao glanced at his watch. 10 minutes had passed since the agreed time, but Lin Dong still looked like he wasn't ready to leave. By now some of his men had come over to inquire about the departure. Captain, the scheduled departure time has passed, you see? Wait. Must wait. Lu Haitao took a handkerchief, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, passengers are not in a hurry, what are we in a hurry for? Passengers are God, do you understand? Wait. If he doesn't get on board, we can't set sail. Aye. Captain. But just then, Lin Dong's cell phone suddenly received a text message. It's from Jo Yunshin. The content of which is also simple. The contract has been received, verified without objection, Nanyang City Investment Center bridge funds have been approved, the total loan amount of 40 million, the time is 1 month, the monthly interest rate of 1.5%, the plan is normal, all is well, do not miss. Looking at the message in his hand, Lin Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then raised his hand and waved it in all directions. In the next second, not far away, a group of heavily armed Yemeni militants had made way. It was only after witnessing Lin Dong and Deng Ziyuan's group all boarding the ship that the group lowered the gun pointed at Lu Haitao's head. Lu Haitao ran onto the boat almost as if he were fleeing. And Lu Haitao, who boarded the ship again, looked at Lin Dong and then laughed awkwardly twice. That what? Small factory director, you only came over a few days' time, how do I feel, you are already mixed with people It's not exactly familiar. Lin Dong was a bit puzzled, but they do seem to respect me quite a bit. Where is this respect This group of people is close to writing on their faces. To help you block bullets, Lu Haitao muttered. And Teng Ziyuan, who was on the side, smiled and said. Then think about it differently, if decades ago, our country also met such a businessman, who was not only able to cross the heavy blockade line, but also able to provide a large amount of food, medicines, and weapons. To our dragon country, do you think he would be respected? When these words came out, Lu Haitao immediately understood. He laughed bitterly. Seems so. In spite of this, Lu Haitao was very generous and quickly put this matter behind him. And with his command, Sangjo officially embarked on the return trip. The return trip was quite smooth this time. Half a month later. Only 1 day's sailing left until we return home. At this time, the Captain Lu Haitao, in accordance with the provisions of the international trade documents, all submitted to the customs. The next morning, the Sangjo then sailed into the bonded port area of the Longwa customs, and then began to unload its cargo. While unloading the goods, various departments of the customs and excise department also began to carefully open the boxes of goods to check whether the goods and declarations are consistent. Of course, this process is quite cumbersome, and a freighter with a huge amount of cargo loaded will take a lot of time to complete the inspection. And at the same time, outside the harbor, a few Central Bank of the Dragon State personnel in Western clothes had been waiting outside for a long time. In fact, even though Jo Yunshin had contacted them half a month earlier, the Central Bank still didn't care about this transaction, and even gave a very uniform response. Hello, according to the relevant laws of our country, our main responsibilities are to formulate monetary policy, maintain financial stability, and supervise financial institutions, so our central bank is not directly involved in commercial gold buying and selling transactions. So what you're saying about letting us go to customs to meet people involved in business transactions is basically unlikely. No way. After all, Jo Yunshin had only contacted as a deputy factory director of a private enterprise. And in the view of the central bank, even if a private enterprise with a total volume of only $10 million has gold, how much can it have? It's not that central banks don't trade gold, it's that they don't go for small volume gold trading. So Jo Yunshin's request was quickly and politely denied. Until yesterday afternoon. Shortly after that, Sangjo's declaration was submitted to customs. Customs Clearance Management Office, the internal system on the screen, suddenly appeared a column of blinding red, although only one of the columns, and the type of declaration is also very simple, but Suyu responsible for the duty is still directly confused. After all, she had been working here for almost 4 years now, and this was the first time a situation like this one had happened. In the customs system, the red color means that the order is a very high-risk order. So after a brief moment of shock, Suyu didn't hesitate and ran directly to the section chief's office, running and yelling at the same time. Section Chief Chin. Section Chief Chin. Something big has happened. Come and take a look. Upon hearing Suyu's voice, Section Chief Chin in the office then walked out with a displeased look on his face and then said, "Staggering. What the hell is going on? Our Customs Clearance Management Office is only responsible for the approval of customs declarations. What can go wrong? What a fuss." And after hearing what Section Chief Chin said, Suyu just shook his head and said, "Red list." When Suyu said this, Section Chief Chin was also confused. Red signal? Isn't that an extremely high-risk order? Typically, only having something of high value and great amount of money will trigger this warning. The problem is that, normally, cargoes of this size usually have long been cleared with the relevant domestic organizations and will go through a special channel instead of the ordinary channel. So the Chin section chief did not care so much, directly ran all the way, came to the computer, began to scrutinize the customs declaration. Looking at the contents and numbers on it, he was outright confused. Weight? Raider? Gold? 7.27. Tons? Not kilograms? This can't be a bug in the system, can it? No way. Suyu shook his head. I went to look for the records and there is indeed this customs declaration. So they filled in the wrong type of cargo? Or filled in the wrong weight unit? Chief Chin was still a bit unconvinced. And Suyu, who was on the side, shook his head once again and replied. I called and verified and their captain said that the filling was correct. When these words came out, Section Chief Chin and the surrounding circle of staff who were watching the scene, all of them sucked in a breath of cool air. As for Section Chief Chin, even his hands began to tremble. If the price they filled in is correct, then 7.27 tons of gold must be worth at least 5 billion or so according to the current gold price. How can such a large batch of gold not have any wind at all? Hurry! Call! Find the central bank. Ask them if they've been trading large quantities of gold lately. It is impossible for any exchange in the country to eat gold trading at this level. Only the central bank can eat it. Right. What's the name of this freighter ship? Sangzhou. In the meantime, seeing that Sangzhou ship to the post time is getting closer and closer, the central bank side is still delayed response, at this time Zhou Yunshan anxious like ants on the hot pot. After all, it wasn't just anything else, it was a large amount of gold. Even if the law and order in the Dragon Kingdom was good, running around with something worth billions of dollars was always a risk. All he decided to struggle a little more and proceeded to make a call to the central bank. This time, however, the other party was a different person. Just as Zhou Yunshan was about to open his mouth to explain the situation, the other party asked ahead of him. By the way, is the gold you mentioned on the Sangzhou freighter? When these words came out, Zhou Yunshan froze. How did you guys know that? Indeed. Customs just came on the phone, asking if we have recently acquired large quantities of gold. Saying that someone over there has written on the customs declaration, a batch of gold worth more than 5 billion. $5 billion? Zhou Yunshan's eyes suddenly widened, and his entire body felt as if he had been struck by 5 thunderbolts. Although he did have the thought that Lin Dong would bring back a large amount of gold. But he didn't expect it to be such a big batch. And the man on the other end of the phone didn't notice anything wrong, just said to himself. For an amount of gold like this, we'll send a working group there when the time comes. Why don't you leave a phone number? I'll dock with you at that time. Also, it's okay, but I can't make the call on this one, you'll have to wait for my boss to arrive. Oh, what's your boss's phone number? Where is he? Can he arrive tomorrow? He is on board that Sangzhou. Okay. Then we'll rush there overnight and contact you when we arrive. After hanging up the phone, at this time Zhou Yunshan looked out the window at the still brightly lit Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory. He fell into a deep daze. I have worked hard all my life, and this factory was only $10 million in size at its peak. As a result, the small factory director this shot. It's only been a few months? Straight back with $5 billion worth of gold. Of course, Zhou Yunshin also guessed that this batch of gold came from. The odds are that Linden is just someone's agent. But even so, it was a height that countless people could not reach in their entire lives. This night, Zhou Yunshin completely lost sleep. Chapter 38. Who says a cannon can't be an agricultural machine? The day of the arrival of the cargo ship Sangzhou. Zhou Yunshin, who was wearing a pair of dark circles under his eyes, called Lin Dong in advance. It's just that the difference is. Though the call went through, an old man and a young man suddenly fell silent. A moment later, Zhou Yunshin fiercely took a deep breath and suddenly opened his mouth. Small factory director. Although you did say that you brought back a batch of gold, you didn't tell me that this batch of gold was worth 5. Okay, come on. Lin Dong nodded. He is comfortable with the central bank. Although the 4 major banks are also state-owned banks, they are still mainly profit-oriented, but unlike the central bank, which is not profit-oriented but ensures the smooth operation of the domestic economy. In other words, the big 4 are just brothers, and when it comes down to it, he may give you a hand, but he may also kick you out of the way and eat you out of house and home. But the central bank, that's a real mom, she will really step in whenever someone threatens the economy of the Dragon Kingdom. For example, some time ago, the Eagle Sauce is thinking of triggering the financial crisis again and harvesting the whole world, and the result is that the central bank has stepped in halfway to block it, and the result is that the Eagle Sauce has not harvested anything good, and the Dragon Country has taken this opportunity to make a fortune instead. If it was just a manufacturing crush, Eagle Jam wouldn't be in such a hurry. Of course, this is all beside the point. The central bank and customs are both present, and Lin Dong is naturally not afraid that this gold will not disappear. So he said hello on the phone. By the way, does customs know about this? It was customs that notified the central bankers to come. Zhou Yunshin said helplessly, I didn't even call out the people from the central bank in the beginning. Then talk to the people at the central bank and see if they can negotiate with the customs people to come inside and inspect the goods directly, and I'm also going to do the procedures for the crew to enter the customs soon on my side, so we'll talk together after they've finished inspecting the goods. Okay, I'll ask. At the customs entrance, a black commercial vehicle is parked quietly. Around the business car stood several staff members dressed in dark formal attire. These staff members, all with straight backs and stern eyes, are very smart and capable at a glance. The middle-aged man standing at the front was even wearing a straight navy blue suit, which outlined his figure in an exceptionally upright manner. Even on his wrist, only a simple silver wristwatch was exposed, and his gaze behind the lenses was but the customs officers are not surprised by this kind of lake. The forklift soon came over and transferred the contents. It wasn't until forklift tried to lift a freezer out of it that the accident happened. This is Yemen's National Gold Reserve? And looking at Wu Mingyuan, who had guessed the truth in just an instant, Zhou Yunshin couldn't help but marvel. People who can make a name for themselves at the central bank are really wise beyond their years. You guessed it so quickly? He wasn't prepared to hide it, though, and nodded in acknowledgement. The odds are. If it is the National Gold Reserves, then this amount should be right. After all, the Middle East side of the former is still brilliant, rich in oil. Well, that thing is worth money, only a pity. But Wu Mingyuan didn't continue to lament. Instead, after checking purity and specs, they just started shaking people down. Within a short time, several escort trucks drove in, and after the crowd calculated the weight, they began to load the trucks in batches. 2 hours later, all the gold weighed. The customs side also verified that there is no error. For the release of formalities, all the gold is also all loaded. However, the crowd didn't leave. Because everyone was waiting for the main man of the day to come over and do the paperwork. That's right. It's Lin Dong. However, this time, Lin Dong was slow to show up. For a moment, both Wu Mingyuan and Zhou Yunshin couldn't help but frown. Why isn't it out yet? Normally, crew entry procedures shouldn't be this much trouble, right? It can't be that something happened, right? Zhou Yunshin's expression suddenly became anxious. I just called and no one answered. And not far away, the cold sweat of the customs staff is coming down. The customer's gold worth $5 billion is placed here, but the person can't be contacted when entering the customs. If something goes wrong, the customs will be in big trouble. So immediately someone said, rest in peace, both of you, I'm going to make a phone call and ask. Actually, this time, something did happen to Lin Dong. The process actually went well in the beginning. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to enter the customs, the check-in lady glanced at Lin Dong and then at the documents in his hand, and then took the phone and... Next. Behind a group of plainclothes hunks directly surrounded, the leader of the man is even directly took out the documents, said. We are from the 14th Bureau. We received a report that your company has a batch of goods, suspected of banning the export of dangerous goods. Please come with us. After that, without waiting for Lin Dong's consent, he directly invited him to an office. Before going in, he even asked Lin Dong to hand over his cell phone. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong was somewhat baffled. 14 innings? What 14 innings? The 14th Bureau of the Ministry of Public Security of the Dragon Kingdom, simply put, it is the Anti-Smuggling Bureau of the General Administration of Customs, the middle-aged man in front of him explained. So? I've committed a crime? Suddenly I'm captured here? You know in your own heart what you've committed. The other party sneered, do you still need me to remind you? Lin Dong cocked his head and thought for a moment, but he was still a bit baffled. According to reason, this time, although a large number of gold shipped in, but that is a formal channel law, and is in customs report law. Normally, it has nothing to do with smuggling, okay? But unexpectedly, just then. Instead, the other party suddenly slapped a couple of photos on the table and said angrily. And play dumb. Then you tell. What the hell is this thing you're preparing to export? A clear-eyed person can tell what this stuff is at a glance. And you had the audacity to put it in the customs declaration. Not only did they declare it, but they had the audacity to say it was farm machinery. And as Lin Dong picked up the photo, he immediately understood. Only on the photo, it was the vehicle-mounted multiple rocket launcher that had previously been shipped to Yemen through customs. It's just that what he doesn't understand is that at that time, customs had already passed, and now he was actually recruited by the General Administration of Customs Anti-Smuggling Bureau on his doorstep? Although he didn't quite understand the situation at hand, Lin Dong didn't panic in the slightest and glanced at the photo before saying with a flat face. That's right, so they approached us to customize such a device to fire rainfall rockets, no problem, right? So it's okay for me to declare this as farm machinery, right? After all, this thing is really for agricultural use. This statement was made. The other side was straight up awkward. Chapter 39, A Sudden Explosion. In fact, for Huangjin, he had no choice but to invite Lin Dong over for tea all of a sudden this time. The Anti-Smuggling Bureau of the General Administration of Customs, also known as the 14th Bureau of the Ministry of Public Security of the Dragon State, is indeed theoretically under the joint leadership of the Customs and the Ministry of Public Security, but in reality, as early as a few years ago after the restructuring of the 14th Bureau was completely under the leadership of the Ministry of Public Security, and the Customs could not intervene at all. The reason is actually quite simple. In doing so, it prevents customs insiders from monitoring and stealing. One could even say it's white. Part of the job description of the 14th Bureau, among other things, is to investigate the interior of customs. Because of this, even though Lin Dong's goods had already passed through the Longhua customs, the 14th Bureau didn't buy it and continued to come over to check. Of course, if Huangjin himself had a choice, he certainly wouldn't have come to take over this mess. Why? The reason is simple. Someone has reported it to the 14th board. Someone has to look into it. Otherwise it doesn't fit the process. But the problem was that the current Lin Dong was a big name in the Dragon Kingdom. Once something goes wrong during that time, public opinion will surely explode, not to mention the fact that you will be messed up by then. And even after finding out what's wrong, there's not much credit. So in the meeting, when the people heard this thing, those who usually face the smugglers, ready to go up to fight for their lives, but all stammers up, not a word. Then, this resolute but very dishonorable and easily offended task fell to Huangjin. No way. Who let him have no background and no qualifications? So when he came over, Huangjin had already thought of a strategy in advance. First of all, an investigation is a must. And to take people away with a very serious look on their face in front of everyone. This creates a setting where the 14th Bureau is ironclad. But the punishment is certainly not dare to punish, only to knock knock knock. Why the hammering? Isn't that bull? With a turret that big sitting where it is, who's going to believe you when you say this thing is an agricultural machinery export? In the words of Huang Jinlai, who was spouting off to a few of his men earlier, it's civilian, not arms. He could at least disguise himself. Isn't he exporting broken gas cans, exporting internally threaded seamless steel tubing, and that pile of gun parts all disguised? Don't we know that? I know. It's just that the country didn't explicitly prohibit the export of this stuff anyway, so they turned a blind eye. And it turned out to be great now. Not even acting. I'm just going to shoot my mouth off. Isn't that making it hard for us? You even after splitting up, the past and then welded on, but also better than a whole past. I'm so convinced. No way. I'll have to criticize this kid severely later. He's so unruly. He doesn't know what he's doing. Obviously, before he came, Huangjin had thought of a punishment for Lin Dong. He did not even dare to drink 3 glasses of wine as a penalty. At most, he could criticize him a few times and tell him to pay attention later. Only, Huangjin never expected it. Before he could even open his mouth to criticize and remind, he was directly blocked back by Lin Dong's few words. Artificial rainfall rockets. Farming indeed. Hearing Lin Dong's words, Huangjin couldn't help but stare blankly, his entire body confused. Nice guy. So this thing actually explains itself? It seems like a bit of a stretch, but when you think about it, it makes perfect sense. There's no way to even pick out any faults at all. It can't be helped, haven't they already admitted it? This is indeed a canon. But the farm guns. It has absolutely nothing to do with the military. As for how the customer uses it, that's the customer's business. Ahem, I forgot to introduce myself, my name is Huangjin. This time come over to investigate it. Truthfully, is someone reported your products have problems? In fact, we've seen the product a long time ago, and if it's true that it can't be exported, your freighter won't even make it out of the harbor before we stop it. But people reported it, so we still have to go through the process. Small plant manager, don't mind, haha, we have no choice. After hearing Huangjin's explanation, Lin Dong's hanging heart released a sigh of relief. So that's what this is all about. But he soon realized the problem. Someone reported it? Who is the whistleblower? Don't ask, this certainly won't tell you. Huangjin said in a serious tone, but your factory, or try to pay attention to it, can be low-key, or to lay low. After all, people read is more right and wrong. Your factory is now rich, the country does not know how many counterparts want to get you off the stage, and then take your place. Got it, thanks for the reminder, Officer Huang. How about this, let's also give the people outside a show and stay here for a while. Huangjin glanced at his watch and said, go out in 10 minutes, and I'll be able to write my report a little better then. It's okay. Lin Dong thought about it and agreed. But idleness was still idleness, so Lin Dong simply started asking other questions. By the way, Officer Wong, can I ask something? Tell me, I'll answer you if I can. Products like the ones we have this time are exported to those regions so that they won't be checked? Lin Dong glanced at the photos on the desktop and asked, as I recall, some products, whether they can be exported or not, also have a great deal to do with where they are exported, right? Theoretically there is no such restriction, but practically there is. Huangjin nodded. What regions do you want to export to? Is there a limit in Africa? No restrictions, feel free to exit. What about the old hairy man side? Can't export. Why? Lin Dong froze, a little stunned at this answer. Old Maoist is too close to us, there is a border. Huangjin said, it's not that I'm afraid that Old Maoist will use this against us, but Old Maoist side is not tightly managed, and it's easy to mix in all kinds of messy people, and if they get a large amount of this kind of stuff, it'll have a certain impact on our border security, so this definitely won't pass. Besides, the Old Maoists don't lack these things, do they? That's true. Lin Dong nodded. What about the drones? A drone? Huangjin froze. Which kind? Small, aerial, large, agricultural, all of them. Are there any restrictions on exports? I haven't heard of it. There shouldn't be any restrictions, right? Huangjin cocked his head and thought for half a day. The old Maoists shouldn't need this kind of thing either, right? What? You guys want to make something in this area? Oh, that's just the plan for now. Anyway, you remember one thing, the state checks these things, the main just one thing, is that you export these things, will not jeopardize national security. Huangjin said, for example, if you really want to export drones, the most important thing you should think about is not how to do a good job with the drones, but to think about, after exporting this thing, how to make sure that these things won't be taken by other people against their own people. So it is. However, just as the two of them, Lin Dong and Huangjin, were chatting furiously. But it was the rest of the people who were also waiting at the customs that were getting anxious. The news that Lin Dong had been taken away for investigation spread quickly. Almost at the same time, Customs Section Chief Qin, the central bank's Wu Mingyuan, and Zhou Yunshan all began to make phone calls and look for connections, wanting to understand the specifics of the situation. But surprisingly, this time, both the central bankers and the customs people have hit a wall. Instead, it was Zhou Yunshan's side that got the news first instead. Ever since Lin Dong helped the Municipal Public Security Bureau crack that homemade clay gun case earlier, Zhou Yunshan has been harboring Chen Yangyan's phone number. So this time, he didn't hesitate to call. And Chen Yangyan, deputy director of the Nanyang City Public Security Bureau, called to ask about the situation the first time he learned of the news. It had to be said that although it was in a different bureau, it always belonged to the same big system, so Chen Yangyan quickly gave a reply. "Oh, all right. I asked around, and the comrades from the 14th Bureau went over to him to find out what was going on. It's not a big deal, it should have something to do with the items you exported. I guess it's just a bit of normal questioning. After all, if it's true that if you're guilty of something, it's not this kind of battle. Just wait, it shouldn't take more than an hour." Hearing this, Zhou Yunshan also breathed a sigh of relief. Fruity. Not long after Zhou Yunshan had just hung up the phone, Lin Dong called. "What's wrong? Worker Zhou? Several calls, I had a bit of a thing just now." "Oh, alright, hit your phone did not pick up," asked the customs side, "said you were taken away for investigation, scared me, or the city bureau of the Qin Bureau to help me inquire, said there is no problem." "How long has this been going on? What's all the fuss about?" Lin Dong shrugged. The export was reported, so people came over to find out what was going on. No big deal, just going through the motions. "Fussing? You say that lightly." Zhou Yunshan said without a trace of anger, "Something worth $5 billion is sitting here and you've been taken away for investigation, who can't be nervous? The people from the customs and central bank next door are more nervous than me, alright." Seems to be really Lin Dong was a bit embarrassed and said, "It's fine, I'm coming over now." Okay. Soon, Lin Dong arrived at the scene of the gold transaction. At this time, the three parties were all gathered at the scene, waiting for Lin Dong to come over to trade. Zhou Yunshan briefly helped introduce the crowd and soon entered the trading session. The bank is very efficient and gives. The key is Lin Dong's connections. This time, he brought a country's gold reserves, which were exchanged for foreign currency and dragon currency. This means that another country joining the dragon country currency settlement system. And that step happens to be the foreign policy of central banks today. Back in the day, Eagle Jam was all over the world settling with knife music and establishing knife music hegemony. It is this very step that the Dragon Nation seeks today. Let's get more countries to decouple from knife and music and then internationalize the dragon currency. Over at the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory, plant director Li and the engineer have been sent over to the old Maoist site to do research, and Li Meng has followed. Drone words. Our Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory side now has too many people, the place is too narrow, he can't exert himself, so I've arranged for people to go over to the Red Star Agricultural Machinery Factory, and use a few abandoned factory buildings to do it first, and that side used to be for agricultural machinery, to test the machines, so the site is especially wide and very suitable. But Lao Deng, you don't blame me for talking too much. Your family Lao San technology is there, but do things a little fearful, this and you are really a little like And when Tang Ziyuan heard this, he could only smile helplessly. Yes, that's why I let him come to you guys to study and learn. It's not good if he's always like me, he doesn't have much of a future. It's fine, if you're timid now, you'll be timid later. Lin Dong laughed. So, little plant manager, are you resting now? Or go back to Nanyang Machinery? Or go to Red Star Agricultural Machinery? Zhou Yunshan asked, or go to the new factory we acquired to take a look? Let's go to Red Star Farm Machinery first, I want to check out the drones first. However, Lin Dong's words had just fallen. Outside the car, not far away, there was a sudden loud bang. Boom! Just at the moment the sound rang out, Tang Ziyuan directly killed the steering wheel to the right and quickly drove in the opposite direction, while Zhou Yunshan, who was inside the car, directly protected Lin Dong behind him. But luckily, the loud noise didn't affect the few people in the car. It wasn't until Tang Ziyuan had already driven to a safe location that several people came back to their senses and looked towards the source of the sound. Not far away, on the 6th floor by the window, there was a violent explosion. The blinding firelight rose up to the sky, like a fire dragon breaking free from its cage, crazily devouring everything around it. The huge airwave formed a shockwave, spreading in all directions at an astonishing speed, and wherever it went, the sound of glass breaking rose and fell, and some billboards, garbage cans, and other objects on the roadside were overturned to the ground under the of the airwave, making a loud. And upon arriving, he couldn't help but frown at the scene that was a mess. The firefighting has gone out of the way. Good thing firefighting is fast. I think. This stuff, it's more like someone producing counterfeit products under our factory's name. This group of people, don't they know that our factory does produce gas canisters now, but they are all produced for export? And hearing Lin Dong's explanation, Chen Yongyan probably guessed the situation. He waved his hand and said, I reckon that's really what happened. But, small factory director, your factory is now famous, there will surely be all kinds of messy things come to your door. This is something you've got to find a way to handle discreetly. Let's talk about how to handle this a little better. Once Chen Yongyan said this, Lin Dong also fell into deep thought. This time, the gas tank explosion, originally really does not have anything to do with their own factory. Lin Dong could of course just shrug off this matter with a strong attitude. But the fear is that someone will take the opportunity to screw up. After all, public opinion doesn't care what the truth is. And it's not the first person to remind themselves of it after this return. As a Nanyang machinery processing plant, and a big local Nanyang, no matter what, this matter, Lin Dong must find a way to make an example. So after contemplating for a moment, Lin Dong immediately had an idea in his heart and opened his mouth to ask. What is the condition of the injured so far? 3 people were burned and are being rescued in the hospital, it's already fortunate that no one died. Chen Yongyan replied, our people have already gone to the hospital, when they wake up, the first time we'll investigate the specific situation at that time. In this way, a moment I let Joe go into the hospital, these 3 people's treatment costs, our factory first assumed, this time the matter regardless of the final investigation out, and our factory has nothing to do with, we anyway, first to determine a point, our factory certainly have their own bear, if there is a problem, our factory will certainly take responsibility. And then there is these things, but also please Secretary Chen first pressure, do not rush to report out. One is to let the public opinion come later to minimize the impact, and the other is to avoid spooking the snake. We have to find a way to catch the guy who produced this batch of counterfeit products in one. And what made Lin Dong feel even more shocked was that the office building, which had been abandoned before, was now also redecorated, looking extraordinarily high, and it was crowded with people, and at a glance, there were a lot of personnel working in it. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong also finally realized what Zhou Yunshan had been busy with during this time. You know, it was all still in shambles before you left. How long has it been? Of course, at this time, Lin Dong couldn't spend too long sighing, because at this time, he still had more important things to do. As soon as he returned to the factory, he immediately started giving orders. Notify the supervisors and engineers of all departments in the production area to come over here for a meeting. There's an emergency. When these words came out, Jiang Yun on the side froze. All? Yeah, all. Okay, I'll make the announcement. Looking at the person in front of him, Lin Dong raised his eyebrows slightly. Wait? I don't think I've seen you before? What's your name again? Hello small factory manager, my name is Jiang Yun, I just came here not long ago. Oh, you're the one that cubs sell without a care in the world? I've heard of you. By Jiang Yun. It's fine, notify down the line. Okay. The conference room. Yi Minghui rushed over with a group of people. Although these production supervisors and engineers were from different departments of the 4 plants, the room was actually full of familiar faces. It was because this group of people were basically the ones who had followed Yi Minghui and stayed behind in the beginning. It's just that the difference is that at that time, they were just a team leader in a workshop, or even a frontline employee. And now in less than half a year, they had become supervisors of other workshops, or team leaders, either in charge of production, process, purchasing, or design. It can be said that this group of people today is the core technical backbone and management of Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant. However, the people present also knew very well that the reason they had been able to come this far was entirely due to the light of one person. That's right, little plant manager. Because of this, this group of people were basically more or less worshipful of the present-day Lin Dong. As the saying goes, heroes don't care about their origins, and capable people don't care about their age. If this were anyone else, they would have chosen to sell the factory and run away in the first place. It could be said that without Lin Dong, there would be no crowd today. Of course, for Lin Dong, he was actually quite thankful for this group of people. If they hadn't been tricked into staying, they wouldn't have made it through the hard times. Everything goes hand in hand. So after entering the office, Lin Dong just let the crowd briefly introduce the current situation before getting down to business. Gentlemen, this time I've come to you with more than just production, actually. In fact, for this aspect of production, I am very assured of you. After all, you are all old men in the factory, all are the backbone. Our factory can have today's scale, you cannot contribute. My concern, mostly, is management. Maybe you guys don't know by now, just an hour ago, there was a gas tank explosion in Shigang District, Nanyang City. I talked to Chen, the director of the city bureau, and then he said that near the explosion, he found a few gas tanks that hadn't been put into use yet, and the name on the tanks, they belonged to our factory. Old Deng, bring up the empty gas cans for the guys. Do the guys have any clue about this gas tank? At these words, the crowd in the office instantly fell silent. Because at this time, the crowd, too, finally realized that this emergency meeting is not to discuss the merits and rewards, but because something big has really happened. Seeing that this matter is related to the reputation of Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory, the people do not dare to be negligent. Without waiting for old Deng to put down the gas canister, several people immediately gathered around and began to study it. East knocked, west knocked, a pounding down, the crowd basically had a general understanding in their hearts, and then each returned to their seats. Afterwards, Lin Dong then opened his mouth and asked, "Well, the guys can talk about what's going on." The conference room fell silent again, and no one said anything. Seeing this, Lin Dong looked at Yi Minghui. Yi Minghui looked around and realized that the crowd was looking at him. After a moment, he shrugged and said, "Small factory director, you are aware of our factory, the production line of our factory to produce gas tanks are strictly managed. If it is our factory's gas tanks, the process will certainly not be so trashy." And then several people spoke out. "Small factory director, you understand our factory production of gas tanks, that are foreign special supply, and now our single layer, capacity is much larger than before. If it is our factory's gas tanks, the power is definitely more than that. This if it is really our gas tanks exploded, that did not should be that building. Small factory director, you are aware of our factory production of gas tanks, tank material is impossible to use so thick, after all, the foreign special version and not really used to fill the gas. If it is our factory's gas tanks, then the explosion should occur in the refueling of the time. Small plant manager, you know our factory, special edition gas tanks come with pre-positioned breakers grooves. If it is our gas tanks, under this explosion, it is impossible for anyone to survive." Although before this meeting, he had actually guessed the answer, but listening to the speeches of several people, Lin Dong was more or less a bit bungported. Is that right? It's not right. Chapter 41, he's a small factory manager, so who am I? The meeting ended quickly. The crowd in the office quickly came to a unified conclusion. That's right. The gas canister that exploded this time was a counterfeit product produced by someone else under the name of Nanyang Machinery Processing Factory. For this answer, Lin Dong had expected it in his heart. The reason why he held this meeting was actually the same reason why Huang Jin of the 14th Bureau invited himself to tea at the entry point. When something goes wrong, whether or not there's actually a problem, the process must go. If you don't go through the process, even if there's no problem, it's easy for people to say that you're harboring a problem. Moreover, during Lin Dong left the Nanyang Machinery Processing Plant for more than a month, and nowadays the plant has changed greatly, and at first he was not sure if it would be someone who used the production line to make a similar sample, and the result flowed out of the plant to be used as a gas tank. Fortunately, after some investigation, there was no such situation, and Lin Dong verified his previous suspicions. In itself, the products that Nanyang Machinery produces today are very sensitive, so Zhou Yunshin's management of the factory is extremely strict, to the point that it has even reached the point of harshness. Not only the production workshop all-day 360 dead-angle monitoring, production line production of products is to identify the number of products every day. Even during the production of waste, trimmings, and unqualified, there are special people to collect, clean up, and by more than 2 people to supervise the destruction and the whole process of destruction records. And even staff in and out of the workshop have to go through the security machine to avoid people secretly take things out. It can be said that Zhou Yunshin is basically taking Nanyang Machinery as an arsenal. In this case, not to mention a gas canister of that size, even the most insignificant trigger parts of a replica AK could not have been taken out of the workshop. However, while this was verified, new problems ensued. Someone is counterfeiting our factory's products? You're sick. Right. Our factory's gas tanks. Oh, withstand heat pressure, and the gas inside suddenly blew up, triggering a physical explosion. Then there was a large amount of gas because of this, suddenly spewed out, and then met an open flame. Soon reached the explosive limit, instantly and violently burned, and a chemical explosion occurred. The explosion site is a mess, and there's basically nothing useful to go on, but there's one thing that I'm sure of. Normally, gas tanks are retrofitted with a safety valve that automatically vents and relieves pressure whenever there is too much pressure inside the tank. According to reason, there will not be a physical explosion is right, excessive pressure is at most exhaust pressure relief, and then the gas will basically be added to the odor. As long as there is a leak, it will certainly be the first time to find. At least there is still time to react and escape. So I guess this thing, I'm afraid even the safety valve on it is fake. Supervisor Yi, later you find a tool to take this thing down and see if it's such a thing. Once Lin Dong said this, Yi Minghui immediately acted. This is a conference room, but there are plenty of tools that should be there. After all, this is at least a machine shop, where there are fewer guys to eat. In no time, the safety valve was disassembled by Yi Minghui. A glance at Fruity. Another counterfeit product. This thing just looks a bit like a safety valve and, in fact, has no ability to vent pressure at all. Seeing this scene, even Yi Minghui couldn't help but curse. Damn it, these black-hearted dogs, this is too heartless. Can this stuff even be fake? And Lin Dong shook his head and said, keep tearing it down. Remove it along the welds. See what's going on inside the tank again. As a result, it does not matter if this is not dismantled. The moment the gas tank canister is dismantled, everyone present could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The reason is simple. From the outside, it looks the same because of the paint spray. But from the inside, after taking it apart, the top half of the gas tank and the bottom half are clearly different. In other words, it's a splicing jar. Normally, the production process of regular gas tanks is to use metal processing technology to produce upper and lower tanks, and then welded together, and then after a variety of tests, such as pressurization, gas tightness test, etc., to meet the conditions before leaving the factory. But that's not the case with this gas tank. I guess it's just a matter of taking back a gas tank that has been scrapped, removing the good parts, and putting it back together, welding it, and taking it back out to sell. I'll be damned if nothing happens to this thing. Looking at the gas canister in front of him, Lin Dong's eyebrows couldn't help but jump wildly. Is this the fabled spell good can? Gas canisters can be spelled? On the side, Yi Minghui even shook his head and said, the tank material is actually not yet a big problem, spell it, at least even if the body of the other gas tank's removed, even if only half, but at least there is a national standard, it is difficult to burst. The key is this welding. What is this welding? The apprentices in our factory now weld better than this. There must have been too much pressure along the weld. Boom! Hearing this, Teng Ziyuan, who was on the side, couldn't help but interject. We'll have to find a way to catch him as soon as possible, just the quality of this one, and hell knows if it's going to happen again next. But after dismantling it, at the very least, he'll be able to determine a rough range. Lin Dong nodded and said, firstly, he has access to the scrapped gas tanks, secondly, he will have a bit of welding technology, but is not proficient, thirdly, counterfeit pressure valves like this, with his technology, the probability of not being able to produce not to be able to come out, it should be obtained from other channels, fourthly, the probability that he is not going to go to the regular filling station to refill the liquefied petroleum gas, otherwise the staff will definitely will find the problem. The question now is, to start the investigation from that area? Well, just then, Lin Dong's cell phone suddenly rang. It's Chen Yangyan calling. Lin Dong picked up, and on the other end of the phone, Chen Yangyan didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. Small plant manager, it's me. Yes, plant manager Cho is already over here to take care of it. Several injured people are not life-threatening for the time being, but burns are something that will be troublesome to deal with in the aftermath, and it is estimated to be another large sum of money for treatment. But from the mouths of the wounded, we have also learned one thing. They have a gas canister that they bought from an itinerant peddler in the country. That person drove a minivan, playing the brand of your factory, in the countryside to promote gas canisters and some other products. The countryside is less young people, or some older people, not very educated, and your factory is too much fame recently, so they fell for it. The one that exploded today, or the young couple's new house, the two couples married less than 3 months, was thinking of the woman's family elderly age, simply take over to enjoy the blessings, but the elderly tenacious, and on all kinds of things to look at the tight, so the gas canisters to bring, but did not expect to happen this kind of thing, alas. Have you got any clues after your side of the research? Hearing Chen Yangyan's words, Lin Dong briefly described the situation he had analyzed. At once, Chen Yangyan mused. Okay, the clues you guys gave were effective and helpful. But it's an itinerant vendor and it's the countryside, so I guess it'll take a while to catch them. I'll send someone to take care of this. Good, then I'll work hard for Director Chen. After hanging up the phone, Lin Dong sighed helplessly. Granted, the crooks are still at large today, and he does want to help, but catching bad guys like this has to be left to the professionals. The only thing one could do now was to wait for news from the Public Security Bureau. Shaking his head, Lin Dong said. It's being dealt with over there, and this matter, on our side, is over for now. Supervisor Yi, you go ahead and get busy. Old Deng, accompany me to your family's drone factory, just so I can meet your family's oldest. Wait. What's the name of that cub-selling factory? Jian Yun, right? Just call her up too. However, upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Old Deng replied. Little factory manager, I forgot to tell you, my oldest seems to be out of the factory today. Where did it go? Linden froze. Countryside, he is not in the study of that agricultural drone, so it is just to go to the countryside to study the effect of the farmland. Today is estimated to be in the countryside to help spray pesticides free of charge, and incidentally to see if you can market the product. Hearing this, Lin Dong then shook his head. Old Duncan was indeed right in what he said earlier. His oldest should be fine technically, just not much of a business mind. Agricultural drones do have some promise, but the market has long been dominated by a few large manufacturers that simply can't squeeze in. And people have long since developed a whole set of supporting systems. Trying to compete with them in this market at this time? Totally delusional. Besides, people's farmers don't make much profit from farming and growing food themselves, much less coming to buy any drones. So normally, it's someone who buys a drone and then roams to help with the dosing, and when they're done, they go to another area and keep dosing. In this way, drones have essentially lost their market in rural areas. Of course, Lin Dong didn't blame people. After all, those who focus on technology at home don't know much about the current situation abroad, much less the use of drones in the field of warfare. So he just nodded and replied. Okay, then I'll take me too, just so I can see how well the drones work. Old Dun was quick and had a solid ride. In less than an hour, it took Lin Dong and Jiang Yun to drive to the destination of the trip, Peach Blossom Ping. It was more or less the same as ordinary villages and towns in other areas. The only difference was that the terrain here was flat, and the surrounding area was all farmland, piece by piece, with a very open view. Because of this, not long after arriving, Lin Dong saw the Old Deng said agricultural drones. Not far away in the open field, a drone unfolded its wide wings, and with the rotation of the propellers, it soon took off in the air with a buzzing sound, and flew towards the farmland not far away. In the lower part of the drone, hanging two large pesticide boxes, there are 6 spray nozzles on the fuselage. Wait until the drone rises to the right height. The spray nozzles began to spray a fine mist stream, driven by the airflow rolled up by the propellers. The pesticide was evenly covered in a large area of crops. Seeing this scene, Old Deng on the side couldn't help but sigh. Times have changed. This thing sprays pesticides really fast. Much faster than manual labor. Yeah. Lin Dong also sighed. Technology is progressing, normal. Little factory director, that one over there with the glasses is my family's oldest, called Deng Yan. Oh, come on, let's go over and say hello and take a look at this thing. However, just as Lin Dong and his group were preparing to go over, not far away, on the corner, there was a sudden sound of a megaphone. Hey folks, pay attention. Attention! Listen up, boys and girls. This is a genuine military quality gas tank. Produced by the Nanyang Machining Factory. It's the real deal. It's been on CCTV news. It's been exported abroad. See the steel stamp? Explosion-proof valves. Thickened steel plate. Quality is absolutely guaranteed. The market price of 398 baby. Today our small factory director, in order to give back to everyone, specially give a discount price. Just 198. Listen carefully. Not 298. Just 198. $198. You can't lose. You can't be fooled. And we're giving away the safety valve for free. And a free leak-proof hose. Oh. Nope. Just now our little factory director said. Thanks to the love of the folks, there's one more benefit for everyone today. Buy a gas tank from our factory. Just add another $100. We'll give you a full tank of gas. A complete set of matching, carry home can only be used directly. Boil water, cook rice, and stew the goose. The fire is steady and not fluttering the pot. You say it, don't you? Little plant manager? When he finished speaking, a man in the minivan, wearing a flowered shirt and holding a microphone in his hand, passed the microphone to one of the children in the car. Then the child was heard to speak. Right. That's right. That's right. And seeing this scene, not far away, Lin Dong, Tang Ziyuan and Jiang Yun were directly petrified and dumbfounded on the spot. A moment later, Lin Dong twisted his head to look at him, and after realizing that both Tang Ziyuan and Jiang Yun were looking at him with a weird look, he then reached out his hand, pointed at the kid in the car, and then pointed at himself, and said, "He's a small plant manager? And who am I? Wait. No. Grass. Isn't this the guy who sells fake and shoddy products all over the place under the name of our factory and swindles people? Call. Hurry up. Shake the man."